All of you, welcome back to yet another project video. In this project, you're going to launch your own ICO project where you can sell your ERC20 token or any cryptocurrency. This particular application is compatible with all the blockchain, Binance, Ethereum, Polygon, Avalanche, any EVM compatible blockchain you can pick, deploy the contract and you are ready to sell your token. This project is ready to use. So literally you can deploy and you can start selling your cryptocurrency. So let me give you a quick walkthrough that what are the features we have included, how our application work, because we have included a couple of internal tools. The user can do every single thing in our application without leaving our application. So you can see the very first thing we have in our application is the top bar. This is the logo which you can easily replace. So we have the menu and here we have the tool section. So the moment you will click here, you will find bunch of tools. So if you want to transfer any token to any address, any contract, you can do that. You can give the name of the token, where you want to send and the amount you want to send. I'll show you everything, just wait. Then we have the second tool is this transfer fund. So you can click and you can transfer the fund to any wallet address. So you can give the address of the receiver and the amount which you want to transfer, and here you will see your balance, that how much balance you have. Then we have the next tool called donate fund. So if anybody wants to donate fund in our application, they can simply donate. These three functions are global functions. So those who will use our application, they can only use this three function. But these three functions which you can see, it's for admin. So if I want to withdraw the entire token which I have kept in my contract, I can click on this and I'm going to withdraw the entire token which I have listed for ICO. If I want to change the token address and I want to sell different token, so I can simply click here and I can simply give the address of the token which I want to sell for an ICO, and everything will be changed as per that particular token. You can see this is the current ICO is going on. This is the balance of the ICO and this is the price we have set for our token. So when someone will buy, this much money we're going to charge per token. If we come back here, you can see here we have the function called token price. So you can click here and from here you can able to update the pricing. So this one is a very good strategy. For example, that you have listed your ICO, but after a couple of days you realize that your tokens are selling, so you can simply increase the price and you can make more money. So these are the tools we have included. Everything looks absolutely fine. So let's test one by one all the tools. Now if I want to change my account, I can easily able to do that. So this is the owner of the contract. That's why I can able to have the access of all these three functions, which is only visible for the owner. But the moment I will change my account, if I go to my first account, all these three functions will be hidden. Right now, I no longer will have the access of that particular three function because those functions can only visible to owner. So hope you guys have got the understanding that how it looks. And here we have our hero section. So right now, the total number of token we have for ICO is 500. And 20 token got sold from that 500 and this progress bar is active. So you can simply click on this purchase token, is going to open this model and you can able to see the stats. So this much price you're going to pay for one token. This is the available balance and this is the address of the token. So I want to buy 10 tokens. So I'll simply give 10 because I don't have much fund, and this much fund I have to pay for buying the token. So you can see this much fund I have. So I can simply click on this buy token and it's going to make a call to our ICO smart contract and we're going to purchase 10 token. So here we are paying this much fund and this fund will be transferred straight away to the admin of the contract. So click on this confirm. Once the transaction will complete, you can able to see token will be transferred successfully to this particular address. And finally we have bought the token and the transaction got successfully. Here it's loading, and if you come back here, you will see right now total number of token got sold is 20. This progress bar went up and everything's look good. So our buying functionality is working absolutely fine. Anybody can come and they can buy our token. Now let's come back to the feature we have included in this token. So right now, if I want to transfer any token to any specific address, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to transfer the token to my ICO contract. So I'll come back to the constants. Here we have the addresses which I have kept. So I'll go to little zoom out and you can see this is the token which I am currently selling in the ICO. So what I will do, I'm going to simply take this particular token address, copy that one. I will click here. Now I'm going to provide it here. So it's going to make a call and it's going to fetch out all the information that how much balance I have in this particular token. So you can see I have this much token because I'm in the account number 1. But the moment I will switch, it's going to fetch out the balance and I'm going to simply replace this one. Let's reload the page. Click on that, click on this. Now if I pay the address, you will see that it's going to fetch the balance of the token. So right now this much token balance is available because I'm the owner. That's why I have this much fund. Now I have to give the address where I want to transfer the fund. So I'll simply come back here and I'm going to take the contract address. There I'm going to send this token. You can literally send to any address. You can send to a normal address, user address, or to a contract address. This function we have included is a global one. So here you have to paste the sender address and you have to give the quantity which you want to send. So I want to send 500 token to this particular ICO contract. So click on this transfer token. It's going to make a call to our smart contract and it's going to transfer the token to our ICO contract. So right now, if we are sending 500 TBC token, click on confirm, and here it's going to make a call. You can open the smart contract, MetaMask, and see the transaction in the pending state. Once the transaction will complete, it will reload and we'll have this token in our ICO contract. And here the transaction went through successfully. It's loading, and if you look here, right now we have 1000 token for ICO and 30 token is got sold, and this progress bar is also working fine. So this is how you can transfer. You can literally transfer to any address you can transfer. So this is our transfer. Now click on this and let's see the second function, transfer fund. So here I can give the address of the receiver where I want to transfer the fund. So I'll go back here and I'm going to get the very first account. So this is the account I'm going to take, copy the address. I'll come back to the account number 2, and here you will see the balance is got updated. I will give the address of the account number 2. You can see it will reflect the balance of that particular account which I want to paste. So this is the dynamic feature we have included. You can put any address and it's going to give you the balance of that particular account. So I want to transfer fund close to very less. I don't have much. I'm going to send this much fund. So click on this transfer currency and it's going to make a call and it's going to transfer the fund to that particular wallet address. So just wait. Let's click on this confirm. And here we have the transaction in the pending state. Once the transaction will complete, it's going to send this MATIC to that account number 1 and it will deduct from here. So here the transaction is the pending state. Just wait, soon the transaction will complete and we'll have the data. So here the transaction got complete and the fund got deducted, and it will reload the page, and you will see if I come back here, if I go to the transfer fund, the fund went down to 7. Earlier it was 8. So this is how it will work. All of this function we have included is a global one. This is the second tool. Now let's come back to the third tool. So click here, and from here you can donate any fund. So for example, I won't donate very less. So let's switch the account, because account number 2 is going to get the fund. So I'll come back here. You can see it's went up to 8. Earlier it was 7. Now I want to transfer fund goes to, let's say 0, 1. This much fund I want to send. Click on donate. It's going to call a smart contract and it's going to help us to donate. So right now I say that I don't have enough MATIC to do this transaction. So I'm going to simply close this one. I'm going to reload the page and come back here, and now I'll click on this donate, and this time I'm going to take very less fund. So 00, where this much fund I want to transfer. So click on this donate. This time hopefully the transaction will complete. Here you can see it's working absolutely fine. We are not getting that warning. Click on confirm, and here the transaction is the pending state. Once the transaction will complete, the fund will be transferred back to account number 2. So just give a moment. So finally the transaction got completed and the fund went down. Now I will go back to the account number 2, which is the admin of the contract, and there I will receive the fund. Here you can see it looks very fine. Now let's click on this tools, and this 3 function will also be visible, because this 3 function is only visible to admin. So now if I want to withdraw the entire token which I have listed for ICO, I can simply click on this and I'm going to make a call to a smart contract and I will withdraw the entire fund. But before I do that, let's do one thing. Let's try to update the price of our token. So click here, and here you can able to see what's the current price of our token. So I'm going to change the price to, let's say 0.00001. So earlier it has 40 and it has also 40. Let's make it to 3, and I will click on this update price. It's going to make a call to our smart contract and it will update the price of our token. So when someone will try to buy the token, it's going to be on the update current price. So here the transaction is in the pending state. Once the transaction will complete, we'll reload the page and we'll have the price change. So let's see in the MetaMask, still the transaction in the pending state, and finally the price got updated successfully. If you click on this, If you go back to the update token price, here you will find the price is updated successfully. Now close this one. Now let's check back to this update token. So before I do that, I have to withdraw the entire token from the contract, otherwise I will lose it. So let's withdraw the entire fund we have here. So if I show you, if I click on this update price, you will see that the current balance of ICO is 70. So I want to withdraw the entire fund out of this contract. So that's pretty easy. I'll come back here. I'll click on this only withdraw. Click on this. It's going to make a call to our smart contract, and we will able to withdraw the entire token out of the ICO contract to our wallet address. Click on confirm and the transaction in the pending state. Once the transaction will complete, we'll have our token back to our wallet address, means the admin of the contract. So just wait, the transaction in the pending state. And here the transaction got completed. We have withdrawn the entire token from the ICO contract. And if you look at right now it says 30 and there is no token available for sale. And this progress bar also went up to 100%. If you go back to purchase token, you will see right now there is no token. If you try to buy, the transaction will not take place. You're not able to buy that one. So we don't have any token for sale. That's working fine. Now let's use our next function to update the token address. Means we want to use different token for an ICO. So here we have this particular function. Click on this update, and here you can able to provide the address of the token which you want to use. Right now you can see this is the old token address, but we have to use different one. So if I come back here you can see I have taken this two token A and token B. So currently I was doing with the token B, but now I'm going to do with the token A. So copy that one, come back here, I'll paste the address, and I'm going to fetch the balance, that how much balance I have. So this much fund I have in my wallet address, and this is the name of the token. Every single thing is dynamic. All you have to do is to click on this update address, and it's going to update the address. Now you have to simply click on confirm, and the token is changed now. Now we are ready to sell different token, different cryptocurrency. So soon the transaction will complete and this particular token will be set for selling. So just wait for a few seconds. Soon the transaction will complete. You will find this entire data will change as per this new token. So here the transaction got completed. We have successfully reloaded the page, and now you will see that everything is good. Right now we don't have any token for sale. That's why it say 30 and this is 100%. Current token we are using is BTC, because both the token I have called BTC. That's why you can see that, because this symbol is dynamic. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply come back to the tool, and I have this particular function. As I told you now, this function is a global function which will be visible for other user, but these three functions will be visible only to the owner. So I'm going to use the same function like this one. Click on this, and here I can simply transfer the token to this particular contract. So I'll come back here, I'll take the address. This is the token I want to use. I'll simply paste here, and it's going to fetch the balance, that how much balance I have. So it will tell me that this is the fund is available in my wallet address, because I'm the admin of this token as well. And here I have to provide the sender address, means the contract. Copy, and that's I have to provide here. And I'm going to transfer the token close to, let's say 500. Now I have to simply click on this transfer token. So this particular token will be transferred to my ICO contract, and now user can buy this particular token. So simply click on this confirm, click on the MetaMask, and the transaction in the pending state. Soon the transaction will complete, and you will find that this token will be available and the balance will be available, so anybody can come and they can buy the token. So the transaction got successfully completed, and the progress bar went down, and here we have the available token which user can buy. So click on this purchase. Now you will see this much fund we have for sell. You can give the quantity which you want to purchase. So I'll go with something less 5, because I don't want to stretch month fund, or I can buy more token because the fund will be transferred back to my same address, because the admin can also buy its own token. So let's try to buy it. I want to buy 50. Click on this buy. It's going to make a call to our smart contract, and this time we're going to buy our BTC token, the new token we have listed for ICO. Click here and just wait for a few seconds. The transaction will complete. The fund will be transferred back to the same address, but the token will also transfer to the same address from the ICO contract. And here the transaction went through, the progress bar went up, and you can see right now we sold 80 token out of Itna. So this one is also working fine. If you want to check for a different account, you can simply do that. So I can come back here, I can go back to the account number 1. I have this much fund, I don't have enough, so I'll try to buy a very less token. So I'll come back here and I want to buy 2 token. So this much fund is enough, and I hope I will be able to complete my transaction. So simply click on this buy token, and it's going to make a call to our smart contract and we'll try to buy the token. So just wait. So this time we are buying this token. Click on this confirm, and here the transaction is in pending state. Once the transaction will complete, we'll have the token back to our account number 1 wallet address. So just wait. Finally, the transaction got completed, and here we have bought the token successfully. You can see 82 tokens sold, and this much progress is left for completing the entire sell. So this is what we're going to build in our entire project. Let me give you a quick walkthrough of our front end part, that what exactly we have. So the very first section we have is the header bar. Like, you can click on this, it will take you to the about us section. If you click on this, it will take you to the roadmap section, and if you click on this team, it will take you to the team section. So we have this different clickable tab which will take you to different section. Here we have the hero section where we are displaying this message. You can display specific to your token, and here we have the token purchase button, so user can click and they can purchase the token. Here we have the white paper, so if you have a white paper where you can display the information about the token, you can. And here we have this animation and the progress bar which you have already seen. Now let's come back to the second section. Here we have the token information section. So based on your token detail, based on your project detail, you can simply do the editing of this text very easily, because we have multiple components. All you have to do is to go and remove the text and put your text. All of this we have. Now this is the third section we have, where we are displaying the highlights, that how someone can use our token. You can simply collaborate with different payment provider, where you can allow them to purchase and take their service with the help of your token. This is the third section we have. Here we have the fourth section where we are displaying the stats of our token, like one token cost how many BTC or any cryptocurrency you can pick, and that's all the information which you can display right up here. Then we have the fourth section. Here we are displaying the roadmap of our entire project, that how we got started, what is the idea, what are the things we have included. So this is the project plan which you can highlight extensively, and these kind of things are very important if you really want to scale your project and get good amount of money, because people want authenticity in the market. Because right now we have a lot of different tokens, so when you provide something very concrete like this, it will create value in front of them. Then we have the fifth section where you can display the information about the token, that how long this ICO will last, how many number of sales you have, what is the price. That's all details you can change. Then we have the team section. You can display the important members of your project, that how many teams are involved, how many members are involved. You can display their profile. Nice over effect we have on this. Then we have this Q&A section, and this is important, where you have to highlight all the important questions for your clients, for your user. Then we have the contact section where a user can simply send the message. So if I want to send a message, I'll say Daulat Hussain. I can give an email ID. So I'm going to pick this one, and I'm going to simply paste this address for a time being, but you can take a proper message. So I can come back here, or I can simply go back here in the course section, and there I have this. This is the one of the advanced course I have launched. I hope you guys have checked this, and I'm going to provide that one. So provide this, and I'm going to simply click on the send message. So it's going to send the message, and I will have the email in my email, and it's going to reload the page, and it will have all these details. You can see, you heard the noise. I got a email successfully. So this is the contact section we have, and here we have the footer section. Nice footer section, nice email section. You can simply allow them to download the white paper, all the details you will have. Here we have the social media icons, privacy and policy. That's all looks absolutely great, and it's 100% responsive for all the devices. Let me show you. If I come back here, this is how it's going to look on the mobile device. So this is how it will look on a big screen. Let's go to the smaller screen. Click on this. This is how it's going to look. Let's make it more smaller. Here we have the button. You can click here. It's going to open this sidebar, and you can go to the different section of your application. If we make it a little more small, this is how it's going to look. 100% responsive. If you go to very small, this looks absolutely incredible. 100% responsive for all the devices. You can literally launch your own cryptocurrency. All you have to do is to simply replace your token address and deploy the ICO contract, which I will show you how you can do that. So everything is 100% responsive. Everything is 100% responsive. These models are also responsive. You can close it here. You can come back here. You can type to the home. It will take you to the home section. Everything looks good. You can simply switch the account and you will have the details about the account change and the current corrected account, the balance, everything got updated. You can see we got all of these functions back because right now admin is connected with the network. I can click here and I can withdraw the entire token out of it. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to simply reject because I want to keep it in the contract. So it looks good. This is what exactly we're going to build. It's 100% ready to use. All you have to do is to simply deploy the contract and put your token address, which you have already deployed, or you can simply create your new token and you can simply pass that. And now we're going to start working on our project. So first we have to create a folder. We'll call it starter file and open this folder in your VS Code. Come back here, click on this open, go back to desktop, and this is the folder we have created. Simply select this one and open. So I have opened the folder successfully, and now we have to simply clone the entire starter file which I have already provided to you. So to get the starter file, you can simply come back here in the browser and come back to the blockchain coder. There you will find all the resources, all the project we have built on our channel. So you can click here, go back to the source code section. There you will find all the project we have built on our channel. So we have more than 50 projects related to Web3. So check all of the project we have built. So simply come back here and search for the project we have built. So this is the one we are building. Click on this get now. And you will come back to the section. You can get the final source code or you can get the starter file, and when you will get the final source code, you can simply watch the video in which I have explained how you can do the setup. So simply click on this get starter file. You will come back to the getup, and this is the entire structure I have given to all of you guys. All the instruction is already given that what are the packages and libraries we are utilizing. So simply copy the URL, and this is the repository we're going to clone it. So come back in the VS Code, open, make on the big screen, open up your terminal, and you have to simply type git clone, and you have to paste the URL, and you have to give this dot. So it's not going to create a separate folder inside this particular folder, and hit enter, and it's going to clone the entire repository. So you can see we have successfully cloned the entire repository and everything's looking great. Now we have to simply clear our terminal and simply close this one. Now we have to simply delete this one because we don't need this. Looks great. Now you can come back to the folder and file structure. So the very first folder we have in our application is the component. Inside that you will have all the components which we're going to code together. Like this is all the components you will find. Everything is provided, looks pretty good. So we are importing all of the components right up here and we are exporting. So we have the loader, that's all you will find here. So there is nothing in here, everything is empty. We're going to code everything. So this is the component. The second one we have is the context. Inside that we have this constant, and I have already given you this network configuration. All of this network configuration, you can literally deploy your contract to any network, but in this project I'm going to deploy to Ethereum test network, either this or this. In this I have the fund, so I'm going to use this particular network. So if you want to use any network, make sure to provide this exact configuration. As long as you provide this exact configuration, everything would be working fine. I will also cover everything that how you can configure this network in the MetaMask as well. So make sure to provide the relevant information, and when it's come to getting the RPC URL for the respective blockchain, make sure you use this particular website ankr.com, because they always provide the good RPC endpoint which will be very effective to getting the data very quickly. So this is all the network configuration we have here. Close this one. This is the general ABI which I have provided for ERC20 token. You can use it, or we're going to simply generate our own ABI when we'll deploy our contract of token. And here we're going to write all the context management. That's what we have. Here we have the two contract for ERC20 token and for our ICO contract. Then we have the pages. So we have 3. Here we're going to do the configuration for our wallet and the context management. Here we have the 404, and here we have our index page where we're going to write the entire code for our front end. Perfect. Then we have our public folder. Inside that we have the assets which you don't need to do any changes. If you want to do it, you can do that unless until you know how to do it. So you can see all of this we have. Close this one. Close this one, close this one. Perfect. Then we have this style. Inside that we have imported all the CSS file, and we have written all of these classes which you don't need to worry about it. This is the normal classes we have. Close this one. Then we have the utils. Inside that we're going to write a couple of utility function. Perfect. Here we have the get ignore. You don't need to worry about it. Come back to the package.json file. Here we are using all of these packages in our project. So everything is looking great. Here we have the readme file where I have provided you all of this instruction that what are the things you can utilize it, what are the things are there. So everything is looking great. Everything is looking great. Now open up your terminal, and this time we have to check our node version. So if I show you my node version, This is the latest one I'm using, and I will go with the latest one, but you can use the previous version as well, because in this project we are not using hard hat. So you can go with any version, but if it's create any problem, you can simply downgrade, and I will show you that what exactly you have to use. So this is the one which I'm using. If I show you my NPM version, I'm using the latest one, and I will go with that. Now what we have to do is we have to install all of these packages. We have to use it. So first, see, I have to simply clear our terminal and we have to install. Simply type npm I, hit enter, and it's going to install all of the packages. You can see I'm getting this particular warning that this particular version is got depreciated, but we want to use the exact version. So don't make any changes. It's recommend you a couple of commands and telling you to run this to fix this, but we want to use the exact version. So just leave it as it is and install the packages. Once you will install, you will have this node modules. In that you will have all of these packages we have installed. So we are done with all of this installation. Everything is looking great. Now we're going to start working on our smart contract. So if we can come back here, and we have this two contract. So this is going to be our ERC20 token contract. We're going to use emix IDs package, and here we're going to write our entire smart contract for custom. So first we'll start with this, then we'll go to this, and after that we're going to simply write the utility. Then we're going to write our contracts here, the constants and the index, and after that we're going to simply deploy our contract. So let's start writing with our contract first. So come back here and let's writing our token ICO. Now we can start working on our smart contract. So first we have to build the interface. So we can call this interface ERC20, because here we are dealing with ERC20 token. So we have to build out all the functionality which we want to use in our ERC20 token. So let's write the very first function. It's going to be called transfer. It's going to take a couple of arguments. So let's build the layout first. It's going to be external, and it's going to return our boolean value. After that we have to take another one. This will be called balance of. This particular function will allow us to check the balance, external view, and it will return the UNT variable 256. Then we have to take the third one, and we're going to call this function allowance, external view, and it's going to return the UNT variable. Then we have to take the fourth one, and this will call approve, external return, and it's going to return the boolean value whether the user is approved or not. Then we have to take another one. This will be called transfer from. It's going to take 3 arguments. So we'll call it external returns, and it will return the boolean value. After that we have to take the regular function like symbol, and it's going to return a string. So we'll say string memory. After that we have to take the total supply, external view return, and it's going to return a UNT variable. Then we have to take the final one, which is going to be the name. So it will be string. Perfect. So this is the entire interface we have for our ERC20 token. You can do the exact thing out of the contract, but I want to make everything controlled by the smart contract. So that's why I'm taking this internal interface. So we got our interface. Now we can simply take out all the inputs we're going to take and receive in this function. So let's start with the very first one. Let's formulate this one, and let's come back to the transfer one. So it's going to take 2 arguments. First is going to take the address. So in Solidity we have to give the data type, that what type of data type you want to receive in the function. So that's why I want to give address, because that's what I want to receive. So I'll call it recipient. This is going to be the key pair, and again I have to define the data type. So this time I'm going to take the UNT variable, and it's going to be the amount. So in Solidity, whenever you want to receive any data, you have to define the data type, and you can give the key pair. It's going to be the name of the variable. So this will be amount. Same thing I have to do with the balance. So it's going to take the address. We'll call it account. So you can pass the address of any account, and it's going to give you the balance of that particular token. Let's come back to the allowance. It will call address owner, and it will take the address of the spender. It's going to return the amount which we have allowed to a third party address to spend the token on behalf of us. Then we have to check the approval status. So in that we have to simply pass the address of the spender, and we have to pass the amount. So we can check that whether that particular account is approved or not. Then we have this transfer from. In that we have to pass 3 arguments. First is going to be the address, the spender. The second one is going to be the recipient, and the third one is going to be the amount. Perfect. Now we can come back to the symbol. So it's not going to receive any argument. Just keep it as it is. Total supply is going to be as it is, and name is going to be as it is. So this is the entire interface and all the data we're going to receive in each one of this function. Looks pretty fine. Now we can start working on our actual smart contract. So we can come back here. I can call it contract, and you can literally call whatever you want to a smart contract. So the best strategy we follow in the industry, we try to give the name of the company and the project. So here we are dealing with the ICO token, then we have to give the exact name. So we'll say token ICO. It's going to take couple of data. So first thing what we have to do is we have to define couple of state variable. So this one is going to be the owner. So when the contract will deploy, we have to assign the owner of the contract. The second one is going to be the address of the token. Then the third one is going to be the price of the token sell price. And here I'm getting some sort of warning. Okay, I have to remove this L and I have to give this. We got our 3 state variable, and I'm going to take one more state variable because I want to keep the track of number of token are getting sold. So that's what I'm going to keep track of it. So we'll say sold tokens. So these are the 4 state variable we have. Now I'm going to build the modifier. So what I'm going to do now, let's build the entire structure of the function we're going to have in our contract. So we're going to have modifier. It's going to be called only by the owner. So we're going to have couple of functions within our contract which is going to control the restriction. So only owner can call those function, not anyone else. That's why we are taking this modifier. We got it? Now we can simply come back here. Let's build the constructor. In that we're going to simply update the address of the owner. Now let's start working on the functionality. So the very first function we're going to have in our contract is to update the address of the token. So we'll say update token, and it's going to take input. So it will be, let's build the skeleton first. So this is the update token. The second one we're going to have is the update price, token sell price. The third one we're going to have called multiply, because in that we have to simply pass the 2 number and it's going to give us the value. So that's the internal function we have taken. Now we have to deal with the buy function. So let's call this buy token. Now we have to build another one called get token details. So this is the function which allows us to get all the information about the token which we are selling through this ICO. Then we can come back here. Let's call this function transfer owner, and this particular function will allow us to receive fund from the users. Then we're going to build another one. This will call transfer ether, and the last one is going to be for withdraw token, all tokens from the contract. So this is the entire functionality we're going to add in our smart contract. It can be more customizable as per your business logic, but this is the actual contract we generally develop when you will find in all the EVM compatible chain. This is the exact function you will find in all the contract. So we got all of that. Now we can start working on our functionality. So first we have to start with the modifier, and then we're going to simply work on other function. So come back to the modifier, and here we have to build a condition check. So we'll take this required, and here we're going to build the condition. So message.sender is going to be equal to owner. So that's the check we are doing. If it's not the owner, then we have to simply throw the error message. Only contract owner can perform this action, and let's close it. So if it's not owner, it's going to throw this error message. That's the check we are doing. If it matches the check, then I want to continue the other function. So for that, in Solidity we use this particular dash notation. So this particular dash notation means that if this statement is true, then go ahead and continue the other function where we're going to attach this. If you're not familiar with Solidity, just follow along with me. You will understand everything. Or you can check this particular course which I have, where we're going to learn every single thing about the Web3 from 0 to advanced. Let's come back here in the modifier. We are done with the modifier. Now we have to deal with the constructor. In that we have to simply update the address of the owner. So we have this owner for deploying the contract. We're going to use that particular wallet address to assign as an owner. So we'll say message.sender. So we got our owner. Now we have to simply work on this particular function for updating the token address, and it's going to be a very simple one. It's going to take the address of the token, and that's what we have to update. So let's receive the address, and we'll call it token address. Once we have that, and it's going to be a public, we'll say only owner, because this function can only call by the owner, and that's obvious. You don't allow anybody else to call this function. So let's remove this one, and in that we can simply update that. So we already have this state variable token address, and we're going to simply update that. So that's how we can update the address of the token. We got it. Now we have to do exactly the same thing with the token price, but it's going to be a UNT variable. So we have to receive a UNT, the amount of the price. So we'll say token sell price, public only owner, and here we have to simply update that. So our price is updated. Now we have to build this multiplier function, because it's going to calculate and do a multiplication, and that's what we're going to return as a final number. So we'll take this, let's say UNT, call it X, and this will be Y. It's going to be an internal function, and we'll call this one pure, and it's going to return a third variable, which is going to be a uint variable called Z. Perfect. And here we have to simply build a condition and do a couple of check and do the multiplication. So we'll take this, and here we have to build the condition. So first condition is going to be y equal to 0, or we'll take this bracket. Inside that we'll say z equal to x multiplied by y. Then we have to simply divide that number by y equal to x. That's the simple condition we have. We have to simply pass a 2 number, and it's going to simply do this 2 check. If any one of these 2 checks is correct, then it's going to simply return a number. Now we're going to simply utilize this function into our buy token function. So now we can start working on buy token. In that we have to simply receive the number of token user wants to buy. So it's going to be a uint variable, token amount, public, payable, because there is a financial transaction. That's why we have to use this payable keyword. And here we have to do the check. So we'll take this condition, require statement. Then I can say message.value should be equal to the amount of the token and user wants to purchase. So we have to perform the multiplication. So we have to multiply with the actual money which user is providing and the number of token user wants to buy. So if the user wants to buy 10 token, so we have to multiply with the price and get the actual amount, and then we have to compare it. So we have this multiplier function, simply copy, and that's what we paste. And in that we have to simply pass the both amounts. So first is going to be the token amount which we are getting from the input. Now we have to simply pass the token sell price. I hope you guys can understand the logic what we am doing here. So that's what we are passing, and it's going to give us the actual value which user going to pay. We have that. Otherwise we have to simply throw the error message. We'll say insufficient ether provided for the token purchase. And here I've done a typo. Simply remove this extra k and it will fix the issue. And this is the what exactly name I have given. So we are done with this first condition check. Now we can simply come back here, and here we have to do the second thing. So we have to inherit the interface of ERC20 token. So we have this ERC20 token. We'll call it token, and we'll call the interface. In that we have to simply pass the token address which we already have. So by the token address, in that way I can able to inherit all the functionality we have taken in our interface. You can see all of this function which we can access and utilize it for checking the symbol, supply, name, transfer, allowance. That's all we can utilize it. So we can come back here. We got it. Now we have to simply build a condition. So we can call it token amount should be less or equal to the number of token we have exactly in the contract, because we have to pass the token into our ICO contract. So it's going to hold the token, and when the user will purchase, it's going to take the token from the ICO contract. So we have to check the balance, that is there any token, is there enough token to complete this buying. So we already have the data. We'll call it the balance of contract address. We can call this address this. In this way we can able to find the address of the contract. I am simply remove this, and I will throw the error message if there is no token available in the ICO contract. So not enough token left for sell. We got it. So simple condition we have here. What I am doing here, I'm taking the amount of token user wants to buy, then I'm checking the balance available in the contract. If it has enough balance, then we have to make the purchase, otherwise we have to throw the transaction error. Then I can simply come back here. Now it's time to transfer the token. So first I will transfer the token. So we'll take this token transfer. In that I have to pass the message.sender is going to be the recipient and the amount of the token he wants to purchase. So this amount we have here, so we'll say token amount which he provided, and have to simply multiply with 18 decimal point. So we can simply give this notation 1e and 118. So it's going to take ether. Perfect. If the transaction is succeed, then it will go to the next step, and where I have to transfer the fund to the owner of the contract. Means I'm the owner, so I'm going to receive the fund which user paid for buying the token. So it's very simple, payable owner, and we have to call the transfer function. In that we have to simply pass the message.value so I can receive the fund. You can see how easily we have built this logic. Looks great. Now what I have to do is at the end I have to simply increment the number of tokens sold. So we'll say sold token, I have to increment the amount. Perfect. So this is the entire buy function we have for our ICO. So user can simply give the amount and they can buy the token. Now we have to work on this get token details. So it's going to be a very simple function. is going to return all the details about the token which we are selling through this ICO. So it's going to be called public view and return, and it's going to return bunch of data. So first I want to return the string, which is going to be the name of the token. The second one is going to be the symbol, and the third one is going to be the UNT variable, which is the balance, and fourth one is going to be, let's call this supply, and fifth is going to be token price, and the last one is going to be the token address. So these are the data we are returning from this particular function about the token. Now we can simply come back here, and all we have to do is to use the interface. So we'll take this ERC20 token and we can simply get it. So we'll take this ERC20 token and we can pass the token address, so we can get the interface. Now we can simply access all of the data about the token. So we can come back here, we'll take this return, and I'm going to return entire data. So first I want to return the token name, second one is going to be the token symbol. I have to give this comma instead of this, and then I have to simply take this token balance. In that I can simply pass the address, this, so I can know that how much token is available in the ICO contract. Then I can come back here, I can check the total supply. After that I can simply call the token sell price, that what is the price of the token, so I can display in the front end, and at the end I can display the address. That's all the data we are returning from this particular function, and just give this comma. Perfect. And that's the only thing we have to do here in the get token details. We got all of this function. Now we have to work on this transfer to honor. So this particular function will be used for receiving donation. So we can come back, it's going to be a very simple one. So we'll take this UNT and it's going to take the amount, external, payable, and all we have to do is to check for the condition first. So we'll take this message dot value greater or equal to the amount. If it's not, then we have to simply throw the error message that insufficient fund send. After that we have to simply make the transaction and transfer the fund to the owner. So we'll take this call boolean success, and it's going to return either true or false. So we can simply do the transaction. So we'll take the honor, I can simply call the call method, and I can pass the value, amount, and I can simply call this. So it's going to make the transaction and it's going to return either success or failure. So I can do the check here. So I'll take this required statement and we'll say if success is a true, then go ahead, otherwise simply throw the error message that transaction failed. And that's the function we have to write here in the transfer honor. That's the only thing. It's going to take the amount and it's going to transfer to the honor address. If you want to convert this function to any address, so you can simply take the address as an input and that's what you can attach. But I'm just restricting this to honor address because we want to receive donation. So we're done with that. Now we have to simply work on the next function. So simply copy this one. This is the exact function which we're going to simply paste here. Then I'm going to receive the address. We'll call it payable. This will be called receiver and amount. Perfect. This particular function used by the users. They can use the function to transfer the ether to any address. Perfect. Now what I can do, external, payable, and here I can do that. It's exactly the same. Amount is same, and here we have to do nothing because all we have to do is to simply pass the recipient address and the fund will be transferred successfully. So we are done with this. Looks pretty good. Now we can simply work on this withdraw all token, and this particular function will allow us to withdraw all the token we have in the ICO contract. Because in future, if you decide to destroy the ICO contract and you no longer want to use it, so before you destroy, you should withdraw all the token. So let's build that condition. Public only honor is allowed to withdraw all the token. So we'll remove that and we'll call this ERC20 token. We'll call the ERC20 token and pass the address. We got the interface. Now we have to check the balance, that how much token is available, because if there is no token available, we don't want to execute the function and cause unnecessary gas cost. So we'll take this balance and we can access the balance and check that very easily. So we have this token, we can call this balance off and we can pass the address of the contract. So we'll say address this. So it's going to give us that how much balance is available. If we have enough balance, so we're going to build a if statement. So we'll take this condition. We'll say if balance is greater than 0. If balance is greater than 0, then execute the transaction. Otherwise, throw the error message. No token to withdraw. Perfect. And we can simply come here and we can say transfer We can transfer the entire token to the owner address. So we'll say owner, and this is going to be the amount balance, and we'll say transaction failed if anything goes wrong. And that's the entire smart contract we have for our token ICO. So this is our interface. This is our state variable. You can see our contract is very light and but very powerful, and it's provide all the features related to the ICO. This is the modifier, this is the constructor, this is the update, sell, multiplier, buy token function, and we have get token details, transfer ether, and withdraw all token. I hope you guys have understood that how everything is coming together. Very small but very powerful. Now we have to work on our ERC20 token. So we can come back here and we have this here, ERC20 token. Click here, and that's what we have to work now. So it's going to be a very simple function. I hope you guys are already familiar with ERC20 token, that how you can create. We're going to use OpenZeppelin for this. So let me quickly import the library. So I'll say import, and we are using OpenZeppelin. So we have imported our OpenZeppelin. Now we have to simply call the contract. So we can say contract. You can call whatever you want to your contract. So I'll say the blockchain coder, and I want to inherit the ERC20 interface from the OpenZeppelin. So I'll say ERC20, and here I have to simply call that. So I'm going to use the constructor, and I'm going to build my token. So we'll take this ERC20 token. I have to give, and in that I have to give two things: name of the token and the symbol. So I'll call this the blockchain coder. You can call whatever you want to your token, and the symbol is going to be @TBC. So this is what I have to provide. Now I have to simply mint the token, that how many token I want to create and who actually going to inherit being the owner of this token. So I'm going to make myself as an owner of this particular token. So I'll take this mint function, which is coming from OpenZeppelin. In that I have to pass two arguments: the address, which is going to take hold of all the token. So I'll say message.sender, which is going to be me, because when I will deploy the contract, I'm going to be the owner. And the second argument is going to be the total supply. So I'll give 1, and I'll give 18.0. 1 you will give 18.0, it's become 1 ETH. Okay, so I'll add more 0. So let's call this 0.0.0.0. And if you want to know that how many token is going to create, you can simply use this powerful online calculator, which allow you to calculate from way to ether. So simply copy this one, come back here, and by the way, all the resources are already given to all of you guys. Check all the project we have on our channel, and all the resource starter files are given, so you can simply download the starter file and start following the tutorial. So click on the new tab and type way converter. Click on this, and you can simply use this calculator to calculate that how many token you're going to create. So whatever we have copy, you can simply paste here, and you can see we're going to create this much token. So simply copy, and that's copy this, and that's what you have to provide. Perfect. And we are ready to create our token. Make sure to give this, and we are ready. So this is how we can create our ERC20 token. So we are done with both the contract. Everything is looking great. Now come back here, close this one, and now we have to work on our functionality, which allow us to communicate with our contract. So before we start deploying, I just want to build out all the functions. After that, we're going to deploy and do all the testing. So let's write those utility function and all the function which allow us to communicate with our blockchain and the smart contract. So first, what we're going to do is we're going to start working on the utils function, and it's going to be a very simple one. In this, I have to write two functions. One is converting for time, and the other one is going to be for short address. So let's write that time converter first. So we'll take this and call export convert time, and here I have to simply convert the time. So I'll take this date, new date, and in that I have to pass the time, and I can simply construct the time which I want to return. So you can construct as per your requirement, but this is the standard we follow when we are working around the decentralized app. So I'll call this formatted date, take a template role. From there I can access the date, and from there I'm going to use this to local date string, and I want to have the time. So we'll say date to local time string, and that's the only thing we have to do here. So all we have to do is to simply pass the timestamp, and it's going to convert the time. Perfect. And at the end I want to return this. So we'll take this formatted date. Now we have to work on the next one. It's going to be the short address. Let's call this shorten address, and it's going to take the address as an input, and I have to simply convert it into a small address. So I can take this template literal. I can simply call this address, and I want to use the slice method. So I want to take the first 4 character of the address. So I'll take the 0, 4, and I want to take the last 4 character. So I can use this same method. So I'll take this address and I want to do the slice, but this time I have to calculate the entire length of the address. So we have a method called address.length, and I want to simply subtract with -4. So it's going to give me the last character of the address, last 4 character of the address. So that's the only thing I have to do. I hope you guys have understood. It's very simple, and we have used the same function multiple times in our other project. So now I can come back here. We are done with this. Now we have to simply start working on our other function in the context, and it's going to be quite huge. So click here, and here we are in the constant, and you can see this is the entire network I have already given. So you can literally deploy your contract to any network, but in this I'm going to deploy to Hostclay. It's the Ethereum test network because I have test fund in that, so I can test it. Polygon MOI is no longer working, it's depreciated. You can use Polygon MOI or mainnet, testnet. So we have a bunch of network. Make sure you should have some fun, then you can able to deploy. But this time I'm going to use this Ethereum test network. So all of this configuration is already given to you in the starter file. So now what we have to do is we have to quickly install the packages, import the packages. So we can bring this bound, and I want to simply import the package. First is going to be the Ether, coming from Ethers. Then I want to import Web3 model. So make sure to give W capital, Web3 model, and it's coming from Web3 model. Again, I will show you other way of connecting with the wallet. So we have Wing, which is a powerful React framework library which allow us to communicate with different Web3 wallet providers. So we're going to use that as well. So first follow along with me, you will understand everything. So we got this package. Now we can come back here and we have to import the libraries and the addresses. So we'll call this import token ICO, and we can access that from token ICO.json. So it's going to contain the ABI of our contract, but right now we don't have it. So let's inherit the ERC20 ABI, which is coming from ERC20 JSON. So these are the 2 ABI we need for 2 different contracts. So I can come back here and you can see we have only ERC20, but I don't have the token ICO. So I can create a copy and create a file and JSON. Perfect. So we got this 2 JSON file and 2 files. So close this one. Now we have to simply take a variable. So we'll say export const, and it's going to be our token address. So we haven't deployed our token yet, so I'll just keep it as an empty. We're going to deploy and we're going to provide the address. Then ERC20 ABI, and that's what we're going to simply provide here. This is for the token. Now we have to deal with the ICO contract. So we'll take this owner address, the account which you will use for deploying both the contract. That's the address we're going to provide here. After that, we're going to use the ICO contract. So we'll take this ICO contract address empty, and it's going to be our ABI of our ICO contract. So this is how you can inherit. So you can simply give the ICO token ICO and you can call it ABI. That's how you can access the ABI of the contract. But currently we don't have it. Just keep it as it is. There is no problem in that. So we are importing all of this, which we're going to provide it after deploying our contract. Now we can simply come back here and start working straight away on the functionality. So we're done with this addresses, the network. Now we have to configure the network which you want to use it. So the user can only use your contract on a specific network. If they want to interact with different network, it's not going to work, and we're going to prevent any kind of error or hack in our contract. So that's what we're going to do now. So we can come back here. So this is the network setup, and I'm going to configure the application based on this, but you can literally do exactly the same thing for other network as well. So if I open this one, these information are very important. So you have to simply change the chain ID, network name, symbol, decimal point, and RPC URL. So these are the things you have to provide relevant to that particular blockchain, and everything would be working fine. But I'm going to use this particular network. Close this one and come back here, and now we have to do the network configuration. So first I'm going to build a function which allow us to simply change the network. So if the user is connected on say Polygon and my contract is deployed on Sofali, so I want the user should interact with Sofali, not with a Polygon. So it's automatically going to change the network in their MetaMask. That's the function we are building. So it's going to be an async and receive the network name. So we'll call it network name, and here we have to build the logic. So we'll take this try and catch. If anything goes wrong, we have to simply console log out that error.message. We got it. You can come back here, build an if statement, and first thing we have to check whether the crypto wallet is available in the MetaMask or not, because when you will install any crypto wallet, it's going to inject the Ethereum object, and that's what we have to find out. So we'll take this window. If window.ethereum is not there in the browser, then we have to simply throw the error message. We'll say that no crypto wallet found. That's the first check. After that, we have to simply call this window Ethereum and we have to make a request. So we'll call this request and we have to fill this param. So first thing is going to be the method, that what type of method we want to call it, because in the MetaMask API you will have multiple options. So here we have to provide that particular method which we want to use it. So I'll call this wallet dash address add Ethereum chain, not chain. Then I have to provide the param. So it's going to be an array. I have to first deconstruct it. Array of object. I have to simply spread all the data which is there in the network, and from there I can give the name. So I'll take this and pass the name, and that's the only thing you have to do. This network will contain all of this information. Perfect. That's how we can able to change the network. Looks good. We are done with this particular function. Now we have to build other supportive function. So we can come back here. Let's build this export called handle network switch. So all I have to do is to simply call this change network function in this particular one, and I can simply call this function wherever I want. So it's going to be NAC. It will come here. We can simply call this network, and all I have to do is to pass the name of the network which I want to connect. So I'm going to use this one. So I'll take this string and I'm going to use this network. So I'll call this await change network and I can pass the network name. So I'm going to deploy and test my contract on this one. Copy this one, and that's the name you have to pass. You have to do exactly the same thing if you are using any other network. So this is our network configuration. Close this one. Now I can simply, we are done with this. Now copy this and paste here and change this to check wallet connection. And this particular function will run every time whenever the user will try to interact with our application to check there is a wallet connection is available or not. Then we can only allow user to make the connection with our smart contract. So we have this, remove this one. Now we can simply come back here, take this particular one because we need this to check the wallet is available. After that, we can simply remove this and we can simply return the error. So we'll say console.log. Once we're done with that, we'll say please install MetaMask. Got it? Now we can come back here and we can take this await and we have to call the function we have built. So we'll take this handle network switch, and that's the only thing, because when this particular function will run, it's going to check whether the user is connected with the exact network or not. If it's not, then it's going to call it and switch the network. Otherwise, it's going to continue as it is. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here and we have to get all the address which is available in the MetaMask. So we'll take this accounts, await, window, Ethereum, and we have to make a request. And here I have to provide the address. So we have multiple address. So first we have to provide the method. We'll say ETH accounts. That's the method we have to call. It's going to give us the array of accounts. So I have to get the very first account. So we'll take if there is a length of accounts, means there is a array, then I want to simply get the first one and simply return with the function. Else I want to simply throw an error. We'll say please install MetaMask and connect and reload. Perfect. And that's the function we have for connecting wallet. Check wallet connection. Close this one. Now we have to build a next function called export cons. We'll call it connect wallet. So it's going to take click event. So when the user will click, it's going to simply connect the, that's going to be an async function. Let's take this try and catch and console log out the error object. And we can come back here. We have to do the exactly the same check. So I can take this portion and take the entire one and paste here. Take the entire portion and paste here. And here we have to do a little bit of modification in the method. So we can simply come back here. First thing, this is going to be exactly the same. And here we have to do the changes in the method. So this will be called ETH request account, because we're going to call this function based on the click. And instead of checking for the length and all, I can simply do the window.reload, because when we'll call this particular function, is going to connect the wallet and it's going to reload. So when it's going to reload the page, we already have the function called check wallet connection. So it's going to simple trigger, because that function is going to trigger every time there is a page reloads, and it's going to set the entire state variable. Perfect. I can remove this, and let's keep this as it is. So we got all of this. Perfect. Now close this one, close this one, close this one, and close this one. And here we have the entire network. Now we have to work on the actual function which allows us to communicate with our smart contract. So we can come back here and we can take this variable called fetch contract. And this is going to be a reusable model because we have to use the same function in our token contract as well as in the ICO contract. So it's going to take a couple of arguments. It's going to be take the address of the contract, ABI of the contract, and the signer, means who is actually interacting with the contract. So we're going to use the ether package. So we'll take this new ethers contract, and in that I can simply pass all this data. So it take the address, ABI, and the signer. This order is very important. So when you're going to pass the function, pass the data, you have to pass the data in the exact format. So we got this internal function. Now we can come back here and build the actual function which is going to call our ICO contract. So we're going to simply copy and paste here, and we're going to simply do the modification, change this to token ICO contract, and here we're going to simply remove this portion. First thing, we can simply come back here. We're going to use our Web3 model package. So we'll take this const Web3 model, and we already have the package. So we'll call this new Web3 model, and that's what we have called here. You can see we have called with a capital W, and that's what we are calling. Because I have seen that personally, a lot of you get confused in the naming convention. So that's what I got it. Simply call that. After that, I have to build the connection. So I can call this connection await Web3 model, and we can simply call this Web3 provider, and in that I can pass the connection. Then I can simply come back here, take the provider, and I can call this new ether provider. Okay, I made a mistake, so I have to simply cut this one. Like, I already have this Web3 provider. This is going to be down below here in the ether provider, and here we have to call the connect function. So I'll call this connect. That's how I can get the connection. Now it's good. Once we have the provider, now we are ready to interact with the contract. So we can come back here. We'll take the signer object from the provider. We'll say provider.get signer. Once we have all of these details, now we can simply build the contract. So we'll take the const contract, and I can call the internal function fetch contract, and that I can simply pass the data. So first is going to be the address. So we have already taken as a state variable, means on top. Then I have to pass the contract ABI. Then I have to pass the signer object, and it's going to return the contract object. So let's call this return contract. So this is going to be our reusable function. We're going to use this function in multiple places like buying, fetching, transfer. That's why I'm converting this into a reusable model. We got it. That's the entire thing we have for token ICO contract. Perfect. No need to do anything in here. Everything is good. Now we can simply close this one and copy, and we have to simply paste here, and it's going to have the similar structure. So I'm going to do the changes. This will be ERC20. Perfect. We have to build the connection and provider. This is fine. We can simply change this to network, and I can simply call this await, and I can change the method. So it's going to be get network. Actually, I need the signer as well. So I can simply replicate this one, and let's call this get signer, and this will be a signer. Now I can simply come back here. I'll take a variable called user address, and I can call this signer, and on that I can simply call this function called get address. So this will give me the address of the user who is trying to interact with our token. Once I have the address, I can simply check the balance of the user. So I can call this await contract, and in that we have the function called balance of, and I can simply pass the address of the user. So I can know the balance of the user in the contract. Got it? Now I can simply come back here and build the entire architecture. So I'm going to take this variable called name, and we already have this function contract name, and it's going to give me the details, and replicate that, and this will be called symbol. This will be the token supply, and this will be the decimal, and the last one is going to be the address of the token. Perfect. So we get all the detail about the token. Now I can do this change here, decimal, total supply, copy. This is going to be a symbol. Perfect. So I got all the details about the token. Now I can come back here, and let's build the data as an object. So that's what we can return. So we can take this const token, and let's build out all of that. So first is going to be the address, which we already have. Then I have to take the name. After that, I have to take the symbol. Then I have to take the decimal point. After that I have to take the supply. So we have to convert that supply into a readable format because it will come in the big integer. So I have to convert that. So I'm going to use ether library. So I'll call ether utils, and we have a multiple method. So I'm going to simply call this format ether, and in that I have to simply pass the amount, so which we already have in the supply, and I have to call this to a string. Perfect. So that's how we can convert it in an actual readable format. So simply replicate that and change this to balance, and here I can simply pass the balance. So this is the balance which I have to simply pass here. Perfect. Now I can simply come back here. This is going to be the chain ID, and I can have this chain ID here. And this is all the details that we are getting about the token. Perfect. And then I want to return this token, and I can console log out this, and I have this. So let's remove this contract. I don't need this. Perfect. So this is our entire ERC20 token function, which allows to give all the details about our token. Perfect. We're done with this entire one. Perfect. If we find that we have to do any modification or we have to add anything, we can definitely come back here and do this testing and fix those. But as of now, it's looked great. So we're done with this. Now we can simply come back here. We are done with this two functions. So simply copy token ICO contract, and that's what we can paste here. Let's change this to ERC20 contract. So now we are actually writing the code for our token contract. So this is going to be exactly the same, and here we have to change the address. So it's going to be called contract address. This will be the contract ABI. So it's going to be the ERC20 ABI. I can simply come back here, and I made a typo. So it's going to be the say ERC20 ABI, not O. So that's what I have to pass, and I have to pass the address of the token. So that's contract we have. Perfect. And this particular address is going to be from the input field. So this is the address we have, contract address. So it's going to be the address of the token. So simply what we can do, simply copy and just receive that in this particular function. And that's the only thing we have to do. In this way, we can able to have the ERC20 token object. So we got our ERC20 token contract. Now we can copy and paste, and let's change this to get balance. It will remove this one, and here we have to simply do one thing, remove this one. We'll call this MATIC balance, await signer. You can call whatever you want. I'll say signer get balance. Perfect. So once I have the balance, I can simply come back here and I can copy this converter function. So simply copy, because I don't want to rewrite the huge line code. Close this one and come back here and simply return and copy and paste here. So it's going to have the balance of the user who is actually connected. So we got this. Perfect. Now we have to write one more function. Simply copy and paste here, and let's change this to check account balance. So this is going to be exactly the same. We have to get the address of the account which we want to use it, and simply copy, and that's what I have to simply paste here. So we have this signer, remove this one, and I can simply come back here, and here we have the signer. I'll call it provider, and on that I can simply call this get balance, and in that I can simply pass the address of the user whose account I want to check, and that's perfect. So this is how we can check any account balance. So this is the entire function, and now we have to write one more function which allows us to add the token in the MetaMask. So we'll call it add token to MetaMask. It's going to be an async, and we already built and done the hard work. So we can simply come back here, and first we have to build check for the Ethereum object. So we have already done this. So if it's there, then I want to simply call this. So we'll take this const token details, and we already have the function. So we'll say the contract ERC20, and I can call the function. In that I can simply pass the token address. Now we have that. I can simply come back here. I can call this token details decimal. I can call the token detail. On that I can simply call the decimal. So in that way I can able to know that what is the decimal, because this is the token we are selling through our ICO and what we have created. Now simply replicate and change this to token address, and this will be the token address. Change this to symbol, and this will be our, let's call this token image. So make sure you have to deploy your image on internet, and that's what you have to provide. I already have a bunch of projects in which I have explained that how you can create your token and deploy all the metadata including the images. So make sure to watch this video. In that I have explained that how you can build a Web3 tool which you will allow user to use it to create their token with all the metadata. So make sure you have to provide the image URL. I'll give my image URL which you can use it. Now we can come back here. We can simply take this try and catch, and we have to simply take a variable call was added, await, and we have to simply call the method we have. So we'll call this request, and we have to simply give the name of the method. So this time we have to call this wallet watch asset. Then we have to give the params. So it will have all the params. First we have to define the type. So it could be NFT, it could be token. So we are dealing with the token, so we can say ERC20 token. After that we have to give the options, and in that going to provide all the details about the token. So we'll take this options, and it will be the address of the token. We already have it. Then we have to provide the symbol. Make sure to order is very important. This is the exact order you have to follow. We'll say token symbol. Actually we can come back here and I can simply replace this one with a capital S. Perfect. Token symbol. Then I can come back here, decimal, token decimal, and the last one is going to be the image. Perfect. So we got all of this data. Our function is ready. Now we have to handle the response. So if everything is good, like if was added is successful, then I can simply return this message like token added. If anything goes wrong, we can say return this token not added. Perfect. And by default I can simply return an error message. We'll take this return like failed to add, and we can take this else block here, and I can say return MetaMask is not installed. Perfect. So that's the entire function we have for adding. So first we have imported it, taken our ABI, then all the state variable for the token address, owner, and the contract address and the ABI. And here I have this. Let's remove this one for just keeping you any confusion you might have. So let's clear everything, because right now we don't have ABI, don't have addresses. So just make it empty. This is the entire network configuration I've given. I've given you multi-option. Here we have the first function, second function, credit wallet, fetch, and all of this function we have coded. Everything's looking great. So we are done with this entire one. Now we have to start working on our index, the context management. So come back here. Let's click on this index, and that's what we're going to work next. So first we have to import packages. First we have to import React. In that we need use state, because we have to manage our state. It's coming for React. Then we have to import our Ether package. That's coming from Ether. After that we have to import our toaster to displaying the notification, coming from React hot toaster. Then we have to simply do the internal import of all the function. That's coming from our constant. So we can come back here, and first thing we're going to simply import is this one, check wallet connection, copy and paste here. Then we can come back here. Second is going to be wallet connect, paste, come back here and get balance. Let's quickly import all of the function. Then we need this, and we need the address of the token, and we need this function copy. So this is all the imports we are doing from our constant file. So we got the functionality. Now we can simply come back here and let's build the provider. So we can say token ICO contract. We'll take this React, create context. Then we have to build the provider. Token ICO provider is going to take the children, instant return, and in that we have to build all the functionality and declare all the state variables. So let's start with couple of state variables. So first is going to be the, let's say, Dapp name. You can literally call whatever you want and you can display in the front end. So I'll call it token ICO Dapp. The second is going to be our, let's say, currency. So I'm going to deploy to Ethereum, so I'll say ETH, but you can call it whatever you want. And the third one is going to be, let's call it network name. These are the additional variable I'm taking. If you want to use any other, you can definitely use that. So let's come back here, and here I have the network name. So this is the one I will copy, because where I'm going to deploy and make it capital. So these are the additional state variable I have taken. Now I can come back here. Let's take a state variable. First is going to be loader. By default will be false. Second one is going to be our accounts. it will keep the account. Then I'm going to take another one. This will be called count. By default it will be 0. Then I can come back here. Let's work on the notification component. So we'll take this notify success. We are using this particular library. In that we have to pass the message, and it's going to be instant return. So we have a method, so we'll call it toaster success, and it's going to take two arguments, the message and the duration. So I'll pass the message, and I have to pass the duration, that how long I want to display the notification. So it's going to be 2 seconds is enough. This is for success, so it will have a green color. For error I can take it, simply copy and paste and call it error, and change this to error, so it will display in red color. Perfect, we got this. Now we can simply come back here and start working on the functionality. So let's build the very first function called token ICO. This particular function will give us all the information about the token which is there in the ICO. So it's going to be an async. We'll take this try and catch, and we can console log out the error. So let's build the entire skeleton of all the functionality we're going to have it. So let's close this one, and we can simply copy this one, paste here, and change this to buy token. Copy, paste here. This will be called token withdraw. Copy, paste here, and this will be update token. Copy, paste here. This will be let's call this one update token price. Copy this one, paste here. This will be called donate. Copy, paste, and this one is going to be transfer ether, and the last one is going to be called, let's say, change this to token. So this is all the function we're going to code it together. So let's start with the very first one. So this is what we have. Now we have to what we have to do is, let's give this comment contract function. So first we have to get the address and check the user is connected or not. So first, for that we already built the internal function. So we can come back here, take a variable called address, and we're going to simply call the internal function we have built, check. We'll say await check wallet connection, and it's going to return the address of the user, and based on that address we have to make the function call. So we'll take this if statement. We'll say address is there, means user is connected, then I want to execute this function. Inside that I will take this loader to true. After that I can simply call my address and set the address to our state variable set account, and then I can simply call the contract. So take the contract and I can call the token ICO contract. So I will have the entire object of the contract, then I can perform the actions. Once I have the contract, now I can simply come back here, take the token details, and I have to get all the information about the token which we are providing currently in the ICO. We'll say await contract get token details. So this is the function we have built in our contract, and that's what we're going to call it. This is the function. Simply replicate this. Now I can take the owner, then I can take this sold token, and all of this we are getting from our contract. So let's change this to sold token. This will be the contract owner. Perfect, we got all of that. If you want to check, you can come back here, go back to the contract, and there you will find that this is the function we are calling. This will give us the information about all the details about the token, and the rest of the information about the owner and the sold we are getting from top. Perfect. Now double check the spelling that you are calling exactly the same name. Once you have that, now we can simply come back here and we can build the structure. So first thing, I can get the balance. So I want to check the balance of the user. So we already have the function. We'll say get balance. Then I can come back here. I can take a variable called token, and I'm going to design the data which I'm going to return from this particular function. So first thing is going to be the token balance. We'll say ethers utils, and I have to format that. So we'll say format ether. It's going to take the token details, the balance. In that token details we have the balance, and I can convert it to a string. Perfect. So that's how I can get the token balance. Then I have to get the name which I already have in the function. Then I can take the symbol token dot symbol. After that I can simply copy this one, and that's paste here, and change this to supply, and here I can change this to, let's say, supply. Perfect. Now I can come back here, change this to token price, and I can change this to token price. Then I can simply copy and paste here, and this will be called, let's say, token address, and this will be token header. Replicate it. This will be ETH balance. Change this to MATIC balance. You can call whatever you want. Change this to address, and this will be address, and convert it to a lowercase. So we can simply match in the front end because we have to check the owner, and based on the owner and the normal user, I have to restrict certain function and certain component. So that's why I'm taking in lowercase. So it would be easy for us to simply match the address and confirm that verification. So make sure to give the exact variable name which I'm doing. Once you complete the project, after that you can do the modification and change the variable name. That's what I have. I can simply change this to contract lower honor and honor, and this one is going to be sold token, and it will be a number. So that's all we have here. At the end, I would just want to set the loader to false, and I would just want to return the entire token details particular. Perfect. So this is the entire function we have. I hope you guys have understood. It's very straightforward. All it's doing, we are getting all the information from the contract and simply displaying. So we are done with this token ICO. Now we have to work on this buy token, and it's going to receive the amount from the user, that how many token user wants to buy. Then I want to do the same thing here. So what I will do, I can simply come back here in the token ICO, and I can grab this portion, close this one, copy, and I can simply paste here, and I can do the modification. So like what I can do, I can simply remove this, and I can simply come back here, and I don't need this, but still I want to check the user is connected, so that's fine. I can simply check, cut it and paste here. Then I can simply come back here. I can simply do one thing, come back here. Actually I need one more function, I deleted by mistake, so simply copy this one, and that's what I can simply paste, because I have to check the supply, that how much supply is available. If it has enough supply, then I want to execute it, otherwise I have to throw the transaction. So we are doing this check in two places, within the contract and in front end. So it would always great that you can take this approach. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here. We'll say available token, and this detail we have available in the token detail function. So we'll take this ether utils format ether, and I can pass that token details, and from there I can access the balance, convert it to a string. So this will tell me that how much token is available. So we'll say build a condition. We'll say if token available balance is greater than 1, then I want to execute it. So in that I can simply take a variable called price, and I have to convert it. So simply copy this portion and paste here, and I can simply pass the price which is already there in this data. So we'll take this token price. So I have the price. Now I can simply come back here. We'll take this pay amount, and I have to simply perform the transaction. So we'll take this ether utils parse, let's call this units. In that I can simply pass the price, and I can pass this ether, so it will convert into ether. Perfect. Now we can come back here. We'll build this transaction. We'll say await contract.balance contract.buy token. This is the function we have built. If you come back here, this is the function we are calling. So buy token. In that we have to simply pass the token. Make sure to be in number, because that's what we have defined. So it will be the amount, and I can set the extra variable. So I have to send the value. So value is going to be pay amount, and convert it to a string, and I can also set the gas fee. So I'll go with this one to have a safest transaction. Okay, so I'll go with 8 and give 660, because I have found that when I give this gas limits, transaction get executed. Perfect. Now we have to simply wait for the transaction to complete. So I'll use this wait method. Once the transaction is complete, I can simply set this notification. Transaction completed successfully. After that, I can simply set the window to reload, and I can simply remove this, actually cut this one and cut this and paste here, because I have to display and remove, close the loader as well, and the rest would be fine. I can simply come back here, and I can display the error if anything goes wrong. So I'll take this notify error, and I can say error trying again later. I can say take this set loader to false. Perfect. So this is our entire buy function. Pretty big but very effective. We got with this two function, copy and paste here as well. Perfect. So we are done with this two function. Now we have to work on the token withdraw. So it's going to be a very straightforward. So we have to do the exactly the same thing what we have done in buy token. So we have to do the couple of checks. So we can come back here, and we can simply grab this portion, copy that one, and that's what we can paste here. and make sure to close this if statement. This is what we got it. Now still I have to check the available supply, so I can simply come back here and I can simply grab this as well, and that's what I can paste here. So I have to check the available supply of the token. Now I can simply build a statement. So we'll take this await transaction wait, and we'll set this set loader to false, and at the end I want to reload the window. Okay, I made a mistake. I have to build the transaction object. So I can simply come back here and I have this one. So this is the entire if statement we have. Simply copy, and that's what I can simply replace here. So simply paste here. So we are checking that if it's available. Here we have the price, we don't need this, remove this one. And here we have the one, remove this one, we don't need that. And now we can come back here. This is the function we have copy, and that's what we have to simply call here. And we don't need to pass any arguments. So simply remove all of this. Because when you are making any changes in the state in the smart contract, then you can simply provide that. But here we are simply withdrawing everything. So we don't need to pass anything. And the rest to be fine. So this is how we can simply withdraw all the token from our contract. Perfect. So we're done with that. Now we can simply start working on this update one. And this one is very important. When we'll deploy our contract, this is the very first function we have to call, update token, and the update token price. This is the two functions we have to call it. Otherwise, nothing will work. So we can come back here and we have to work on this update token. So it's going to be a very straightforward. So simply copy this till here and close this one. And we can simply copy this one, token withdraw one, copy and close this one. And here we can paste it. So still we need to check the address. We can simply, let's remove this one and remove this one. So we need this transaction setup. All we have to do is to simply pass the details. So we can come back to the contract and we have this particular function called update token copy. It's going to take the address. So we can receive the address in this function, and that's what we can simply pass here. And we can simply come back here. The rest would be fine. Don't need to make any changes. This is fine. Simply copy. And that's the exact thing we have to do in the next one, in the price one. So instead of address, it's going to take the UNT variable. So we have to do a little bit conversion here. So this is fine. Like we can come back here. We have to convert the price. So ether utils will say parse unit, and that I can simply pass the price and string and ether. And this price is coming from the input field there. And that's what we're going to receive. This is the one we have to call, paste here. And that's the price we have to simply pass here. So this function is ready, which allows us to update the price in our contract. So we're done with that. Copy this one, close this one, and that's what we can use in the donate one. So simply paste here. And we can do exactly the same thing. So we receive the price which user wants to donate. So we'll call it amount. And that's what I can simply paste here. So we have to convert it. Once I convert, I can simply pass that to the function. So pass here. So it will take the pay amount, and I have to simply provide the additional information like the value, the money the user is transferring. So convert it to a string, and I can define the gas fee. So I will go with the exact value 860. So we are done with that. So looks fine, and the rest will be fine. All you have to do is to pass the amount and the value, and the rest will be fine. Copy, and that's what we have to do here in the ether as well. Simply paste here, and it's going to take two arguments. So address where you want to transfer and the amount. So this is fine. We can simply receive as an object. So we'll call this transfer, and I can deconstruct this because it will come as a data of object. So we can come back here. We'll take this const transfer, and that will have two information: address means the receiver address and the amount. And that's what amount I can simply come back here, pass here, and I have to simply copy the address, and I can simply paste here, and the rest to be good. Now if I come back to the contract, here we have the function called update token sell price, and here we have this transfer ether, copy, and that's what I'm calling here. So simply change this to transfer ether. Perfect, and the rest to be fine. And I notice one thing, that I have to do the changes here as well. So I can simply come back here, and this is the function we have to call transfer owner, because the donation will go to owner, copy, and that's what I can paste here. Perfect. So we got done with this two function. Now we have to work on the last function. Simply copy this one, close this one, and paste here. It's going to be a very simple one. I just want to give you a try. I hope you guys have tried and you have succeed, but let me write it. So this is going to be exactly the same. Like we need three information. So I'll take this transfer. It's going to take receiver and sender where we want to send to. Then and this is fine. I can change this contract. This time I have to interact with the ERC20 token contract. So let's change this to ERC20 token contract. And I still need to convert the amount. Yes, I want to convert that. And this receiver I want to simply pass. This will be called to token address. Because when I will pass this token address to the contract, it's going to become that particular token object. Simply copy, and that's what we have to pass. Perfect. And this is the amount I have. This is the amount I'm passing. Perfect. Now I can simply come back here and come here. This is the function we have. Let's change this function. Call transfer. And here I have to say send to. Perfect. And the rest to be fine. We don't need to make any changes. Everything's look great. But we don't need to send the amount because this time we are transferring the token and all the calculation is going to be in the contract. So we don't need to pass any value. Perfect. So we're done with this. All the functionality is ready. Now we have to simply export the function we have built. Perfect. I hope you guys have followed along with me. And if I come back here in the buy token and we have this error one, and I haven't provided this in other functions, simply copy this one and let's provide that. Come back here in the token transfer and let's give this. Close this one. Let's go to the next one, Ether, paste here. Close this one, come back to the donation, paste. Come back to the update price and paste. Come back to the token, paste. And we have the withdraw. Let's do the same thing here as well. And we are done with that. So we are done with all of this function. Now we have to simply export. So we can come back here, we'll take a return. And we're going to simply build our context provider. Let's close this one. And inside that we have to simply pass the children. And here we have to simply pass all that as a value. So we'll take this value as a form of object and then we have to simply export all of the function, all the variables we have built here. So first is going to be our token ICO, second buy token, transfer ether, then we have donate, then we have update token price, token withdraw, transfer token, connect wallet, ether, ERC20, check account balance, set account, set loader, add token to MetaMask, token address, loader, account, currency. So we got all of this function and the variables we are exporting from this particular function, so we can utilize in our front end. Perfect. Just have a quick overview one more time. So this is the packages, this is the function we have, this is our context and the provider, state variables we have taken, and we have all of this functionality. Looks pretty cool to me. So we have the token and all of this looks pretty beautiful. Now we can start working on the app.js. Close all of these tabs. Now we can come back to the pages. There you will find we have to do our context management setup. So I have already done the setup for the JavaScript files and all the internal libraries we are utilizing. Now we're going to simply deal with the data. So what we have to do is first we have to simply import our toaster package because we have to display the notification and that's coming from the toaster like React hot toaster. Once we have that, now we have to simply import our context management. We'll take the import and that's coming from our like // context index. We already built this one. So like come back here. If you go back to the context, this is what we have. So you can simply grab this particular portion like this one and that's what we have to import here. Perfect. And now we have to simply wrap our entire application with that particular provider. So we can simply do that very easily. And let's close this one. And I want to simply import the toaster here as in a global object. So let's import this. And that's the only thing we have to do here. And definitely we're going to do more setup here when we're going to attach our like Wing wallet provider, which allows us to communicate with different wallet providers. We're going to add a couple of more code, but as of now, let's go with this particular approach. Perfect. That's the entire setup we have done. I hope you guys have followed along with me. Everything's looking great to me. Close all of this, close this one, close this one, close this one. So we are done with all the feature in our context management. We have written a lot of utility function. This is the constants, this is the index. And now we have to get our ICO ABI, ERC20 ABI, and we have to simply deploy our both contract. So let's start with that first. So what we're going to do is, first we're going to deploy this particular token contract. After that, we're going to deploy our ICO contract. So before we deploy, we have to do a couple of setup, and actually we have to configure this particular network where we are deploying in our MetaMask wallet. I believe that most of you don't have this particular network in your MetaMask. So let's configure this first. So first come back to the browser, and now you have to open up your MetaMask first. And you can see I'm not logged in, so I'll simply type, and I'm connected already, and I already have this much fund. So you can see I'm already connected with that exact network, and it's already reflecting. But in your case, this network might be not here. So what I will do, I'll simply change the network, and I'm going to delete the network to show you how you can configure that. So first I'll simply click and delete. So I've deleted the network, and the network is not there, but I'm going to use that particular network. So to configure that, you can simply click on this add network. You will come back here. Here you will find all the setup of your MetaMask. You can simply come back, go to the networks, and there you will find all the network which you have configured. There is no network available for that particular one. So what I will do, I'm going to add that network manually. So click on this add network, and here you will come, click on this add network manually, and here you have to provide all of these details like name, RPC URL, chain ID, symbol, and explore URL, which I have already provided to all of you guys. So this is the exact data we have to provide. So what I will do, I'll simply copy this one, exact name, and that's what I'm going to give here. Got it? Now we have to simply get the chain ID. So I'll simply come back here. I can simply provide the chain ID, and I have to provide the RPC URL. So I can come back in the code, and I have to provide the RPC URL. So make sure you have to use the exact website, exact RPC URL. You can see I'm using this particular website, and you have to use the exact website for getting the RPC URL. This RPC URL might be changed after 3 years or 4 years, but make sure to always double confirm. This is what I'm using. You have to use the exact one. Copy, and that's what you have to provide here, RPC URL. Now you have to give the symbol. So here it's suggesting you to add ETH. So let's add ETH. Now let's come back here, and you have to give the explore URL. So here I got this URL from the Etherscan for this test network. Copy, and that's what you can simply paste, and click on save, and click on the switch to test network, and got it. You can see I'm back to the same network. I already have this much fund, but in your case you might not have this fund, because this fund is very important if you really want to deploy and test your contract. So to get the test faucet, you can simply type, open a new tab, and type Google Cloud Web3. Google have started their Web3 where you can able to get the free faucet. So it's one of their products. So you can click on this Web3 faucet, and you will come back to this particular section. You can click here, and here right now they are providing through options, Sofali and Hosky. I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly. In Hosky they're providing 1 ETH, but in Sofali they're providing like 0.5, which is very less. So I'll go with 1 ETH. Click on, and here you have to provide your wallet address. So I'll simply come back here, and I'm connected. I'm using the exact address. So I'll simply copy the address, and I'll simply paste the address here, and I will simply click on this receive. So it's going to simply transfer the token to my wallet address. So you can see the transaction is taking place, and it's happening. Once the transaction will complete, the fund will be reflect in my wallet, and I'm going to use the exact wallet to get the and deploy my contract. So you can see the transaction is successfully completed. This is the address. You can click here, and you can verify the transaction that you have received 1 ETH. So I have switched my network, so I'll come back here, and I can go back to the network. So this is the network I have added. So select here, and you can see it went up to 6. So we have received our fund successfully, and that's how you can get it. So once you have the fund, now you can simply close all of this open tab and come back to remix ID. So I already have my remix ID, and make sure you have to use this particular remix ID, remixid.ethereum.org. Don't use any other remix ID, because right now there is hundreds of fraud remix IDs there, and it's going to take your real fund out of your wallet. So don't use any remix ID. Use the exact ID which is there, and this is the only remix ID is available. So make sure to use the exact one. Now you can come back to the contract, and there you will find I have multiple contract. So what I will do, I'll create a new file. So what I will do, I'll simply select the contract, and I'm going to simply delete all. Let's delete all. Let's select all, and let me delete all of this, so I can show you in better way. So right now there is no contract. I want to delete my artifact as well, so everything can be regenerated from fresh. So you can see I have this. I can simply click on this delete and delete it. So there is no contract and there is no artifact. So what I will do, I'll simply close here, and let's create a new file. So what I can call it, I can simply come back to my token, and this is the name I can give. to my file. So I come back here. First I'm going to deploy my token. So I click here and give the name and give .sol. Perfect. Then I have to simply come back here. I have to grab the entire contract, and that's what I have to simply paste here. Okay, so we got our contract. You can see our contract got compiled successfully. There is no issue in our contract. Everything is looking great. This blue tick means you have compiled successfully, and if you want to check your compiler version, you can simply come back here. Make sure to use the latest one. So if you come back here, you can see this is the latest version I'm using, and I'm set to auto compile. So the moment I will set, it will automatically compile my contract. Perfect, we got that. Now our contract is here. Come back to the files, and what I will do, I'll also import the other contract. So I'll come back here and simply copy this portion. This is the name I want to give. I can simply, let's select this contract folder, create a new file .sol. So I'll got this as well, close this one, and I can simply get the contract. So come back here, select all, and that's what I can paste. So I got both of my contract. You can see it's compiled successfully. There is no issue in our contract. If there is any issue, it's automatically going to throw an error and is going to highlight here. So we have got our contract, both the contract. So what I will do, first I'm going to deploy my contract, this one, the token contract, with this much supply. So first thing, you can come back here, and here you have to do the changes. So we want to use the actual test network. We don't want to use the remix environment. So I'll select here, and here I have to select this injected provider MetaMask, and it's going to pull up MetaMask, and you can see it will connect with your MetaMask. It's showing the wallet and this much fund. So I can simply come back here, and I'm going to simply switch the network. I don't know why it's tick by default is Polygon Mumbai, but I'll go with this one, and this much fund I have. You can see the fund is reflecting fine. So make sure you are actually in the same network where I am. Okay, first test in this network, all the feature. After that you can simply use any other network. There's no problem, as long as you have fund in the wallet address, you can use that. So I'm connected with the exact network, and I have this fund, and I have this contract. So I can click here. You will find there's multiple contract because you're using the library, but we have to deploy our own contracts. So select that, and everything is good. Now we are ready to make a call and deploy our contract. So simply click on this deploy, and it's going to make a call to our smart contract. You can see we are paying this much fee and estimated fee. That's all you will find. So click on this confirm, and the transaction is in the pending state. So click here, and you will see the transaction is in the pending. Our contract, our token is getting deployed. So just wait, and here the token is deployed successfully. You got the address. So simply click here. So simply copy the address, and that's what we have to simply paste here. So come back here in the constants, close this one, and we have to paste our token address. Perfect. So this is our token address. Now we can come back here. If you really want to verify your token, you can simply come back, click on this transaction, click on this view on Block Explorer. It will take you to the Block Explorer, and there you will find all the details about the token you have created. You can simply click here, and you can able to see all the details about your token. So this is the name and the supply you have given. There is currently one holder, which is going to be you. Your transaction has the time block. Everything is looking perfect. So we got our contract of token deployed successfully. Now we can simply come back here, and as soon as you will deploy the contract, you will come back to the file section, and in the artifact you will have the ABI of the contract. So you can see this is the ABI. You simply select the ABI, and that's what you can simply provide. Come back here, and that's what you can provide here, and that's what you can simply paste here. So this is the entire ABI of our contract. We got it successfully. Now close this one. So our token is done, and token ABI is done. If you want to access the ABI, you can simply come back here and type .ABI perfectly. So this too is done. Now we have to get this too. So I can simply come back here, click on this, and I'm using the same account, so I'll simply copy the address, and I'm going to simply paste here my address. We got the address. Now I have to deploy my ICO contract. So come back here. Let's close all of this. We're done with that. Close this file. Now you have to click on this ICO contract. So we have selected this. We have to do exactly the same thing. Come back here and make sure you are connected with the wallet and with the same account. I'm using the same account. It's always good to use the same account. And here you will find multiple things. So you can click here. You will find this 2-1 interface and the contract. So we want to deploy this one. Select this and click on this deploy. And it's going to do exactly the same thing. So we have to simply confirm the transaction. confirm, and the transaction is in the pending state. Once the transaction will complete, you will find that the contract will deploy successfully. So just wait, the transaction is in the pending state, and once the transaction will complete, you will have all of these details. And here the transaction is got compiled and deployed successfully. You can click and you can verify on the block explorer that our contract is deployed. You can simply see all of these details looking pretty good successfully. You can simply click here and you can able to find all the details about our contract. That's perfect. So you can come back here. Now we have to get the address. So simply copy this. It's a address of our contract, ICO contract. Now we can simply come back here and we have to simply paste the contract address here. So we got the address. Now we have to get the API. So we have to do exactly the same thing. So we got it. Come back here and I can simply come to the artifact. Inside the artifact we have the API. So this is the one. Simply copy, and that's what I have to paste here. So come back here and paste the API. Perfect. So we got the API of our both the contract. Close this one and we are done with all of this important detail. Now we have to simply get the API. So we'll come back here. We'll give this .api. All of this important details we have got it. Now once you're done with that, now you have to do the important thing. So come back here. Now we have to set this particular token, or you can set any token. I'm just showing you with this token, but you can literally set any token in the ICO contract, or later you can simply change that as well. So what we have to do is we have to set this particular token in the ICO contract. So I'll simply copy this one and I can simply come back here and I can go back to this, come back to the file. I'm going to simply close this one and I can come back in the compile here. And here we have and here you will find our contract interface. So I have in our ICO contract, we have all of this function. So if we want to interact with our ICO contract, we can literally do it from here because this is the interface we have. If you check the interface of our ERC20 token we have created, and you will find all the function is available, which you can simply interact with that. So what I will do is I'm going to simply set the token which I want to sell in the ICO right from here. Okay. I want you to do exactly the same thing because we're going to build the functionality in the front end where admin can also update it. So first let's update that because this is very important. So first simply update the address. So we have this function for updating the address. So this is the transfer we have, update token. Open this one and only you can call this function. So make sure to use the exact account which you are connected. Now we have to simply call this transaction. And it's going to make a call and you will see we are calling the function. Click on this confirm and the transaction is happening. So if you click on this, you will see the transaction is the pending state. Once the transaction will complete, this token will be added successfully. Just wait. And it's happening and the transaction is completed and we have successfully added the token in our ICO contract. Once we're done with that, now you have to also update the price of the token, that what price you want to sell your token. So we can come back here and come back to Way Converter. Come here and I want to set my token price to be something like this. So like I would go with like 0.00001. So this is the price at which I want to sell my token. This much way is going to be this much. So simply copy this one amount, copy the way amount, and that's what you have to provide because this time we are using this remix ID, but in the front end we already have a function which is going to convert it. Okay, so let's provide that amount here, sell price, paste the way you want and click on this transaction and simply click on this confirm and the transaction is in the pending state. Just wait, everything is good. So once the transaction will complete, you will see that token address is updated, token price is updated. Now we can simply build the front end where we can simply attach all the function. And admin can also update all of this token details and the price right from the front end. We're going to provide that option as well. So just wait, it's happening and the transaction is completed. So we have updated the price and we have got all of these important details. I hope you guys have understood that how things are coming together. So we have built all of this function in the content. We got the API and the addresses. Here we have all of this function in our index file. Everything's looking good. We are done with the contract. We are done with this particular one. And if you want to import this particular token in your wallet, You can simply do that. You can simply copy the address and you can come back to the MetaMask, and there you will have this token. Right now you can see this particular token is available, so I can click on this import token, and here you have to paste the address, click on this next, click on import, and you will see the token is not reflecting here. Sometime it takes time, and this generally happen with the new token, but we're going to build a function in our application which is going to add this token forcefully, and it's going to reflect here. It's not reflecting, but we're going to add that feature. Don't need to worry about it. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this part. We have written a lot of code, and in the next part we're going to simply complete our entire project, and we're going to write entire code right here in the front end, and we're going to build all of the logic. Hey everyone, welcome back to the second part of our token ICO tab. In the first part we have written the entire contract and done all the global setup for context management. Now we're going to start working on our front end side and connecting those functionality with the smart contract with the front end. So if you haven't watched the last video, make sure to watch that, and then you can simply continue with the project. So this is where we left in the last video. Everything's looking great. Now what I will do, I'll simply come back here in the package.json file, and here you can see all of these packages we are using, and everything working absolutely fine. We have tested extensively in the last video. Now what I will do, I'll simply close this one, and I can come back here in the node modules which I already installed. Now let's start the application. So if I open up the terminal and let's type npm run dev, and you can see every single thing is working fine. You can simply come back to the browser and open this up. So our connection with the context management, the CSS file, everything is working fine. Now we're going to start working on the front end part. So come back to the page, go back to the index, and first we have to import all the components, and we're going to simply bring out all the functionality because this particular application is going to be a single page application. So what I will do, I'll simply change the name to the blockchain coder, and looks good. So that's the one I want to give it. Now save it. We can simply come back in the component section, and we have to import all of the components. So we have built all of the component. Now let's import in this particular file. So from here we can export it and we can utilize it in our application. So let's come back here. Let's call this import footer, and that's coming from the same directory. Replicate this couple of times, and now we have to change the name. So this is going to be header, about, brand, contact, FAQ, feature, hero, loader, progress, sidebar. We'll have team, and we'll have token. Now we need few more, so replicate that. This will be TokenInfo, and this will be roadmap. So this is all the component we are importing. Now let's change the name. So simply copy and paste here. Let's do that quickly for all that imports. FAQ, feature, hero, loader, progress, sidebar, team, token, TokenInfo, and roadmap. So we got all of this component. This is the hardcode component. Now we have to deal with the pop-up models. So let's import that as well. So come back here, let's call this model, and it will be pop-up coming from the same directory. Replicate this and change this. So this one will be token, transfer token. This will be honor, transfer currency, donate, and we'll have update price and update address. Got it? All the pop-up component. Now we have to simply replace, copy and paste. Donate, honor, token, and that's all the components. It looks great. Now we have to simply export the component from this particular file. So we can simply come back here, export, and let's call out all the name. So this one is going to be footer, header, about, brand, contact, FAQ, feature, hero, loader, progress, sidebar, team, token, TokenInfo, roadmap, pop-up, transfer, honor, transfer currency, donate, update address, and update price. So we got all of this component we are exporting from this particular file, so we can utilize in our front end. So everything is looking great. I hope you guys have understood the structure I'm following. Now we can come back here and simply come back here, and we have to import all of the components right up here in the index file. So first thing, what I will do, this is what I have. Let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. Perfect. Now let's import couple of things from React. So this will be use state and use effect. We're going to import more, but let's go with this basic approach. Then we have to import the component, which is coming from our component folder index. So we can come back here in the component section and we can simply copy all of this, which we are exporting from this file. Simply copy, and that's what we can simply import here. So we got all the components, looks fine. Now we can simply come back here and we have to import the other one. So this one is coming from our context index, and this will be utils, because we have to get our short address, and that's coming from utils. So let's import our token ICO context, which is coming from our context management. So if I take you back here, let's come back here in the context. This is the file index, and here we have this one. So this is the one which we are exporting and receiving, and this will allow us to get all the function we have defined from our context management. So simply copy this one, and that's what we have to import here. So we got this. Now we have to get our utils, so we can simply check the spelling, and now we can simply come back to the utils, and here we have these two functions. So let's start with the short address first. Simply copy and let's import that. So we got our functions. Now we can simply come back here and we have to import our use context, because we have to receive the functionality we have developed. So we got this use context. Now we have to simply utilize this one. Copy. We can simply come back here and we have to stick this, and we have to call this use context. In that we have to simply pass our context management. So we'll take this token ICO context. Perfect, we got that. Now we can come back here, close this one, come back to the context index file, and we already have all of this function we are exporting. So we're going to simply copy this all, and that's all I'm going to receive here. So let's receive that. Perfect. So we got all of these features, the functionality and the variable, we got it, because this all we're going to utilize it in our application. So we're done with that. Now we can simply come back here, and now we have to take a couple of state variable. So let's call this use state. This will be honor model, and the reason why I'm taking this model, because we're going to have pop-up model for transfer, for token, for ICO, for ownership. So that's why I'm taking this model. By default it will be false, but on the click event we're going to open the model. So by default it will be false. The second one is going to be for buy model, false. The third one is going to be our transfer model. This will be false. Then we'll have this transfer currency, it will be false. Then we'll have open donate, it will be false. And we'll have open update price, it will be false. And the last one is going to be called open update address, is going to be false. So these are the pop-up models we have. Now we can simply come back here and take other variables as well. So this will be called details, and by default it will be empty, because when we're going to make a call to our smart contract and fetch all the information about the token, we're going to store into this particular variable. So let's make it capital D. This is all the state variable we have, looks fine. If we find we need to add more, we can definitely come back and add. Let's come back here. Now we have to simply take this use effect and we have to make a call to our smart contract. So I notice one thing, come back here and make it small u and copy, and that's what you can paste here. In that we have to build an internal function which we're going to call it whenever there is a page reload. So let's build the function called fetch data, and we already have the function. So we'll say async. Inside that we can take this const item and we have to call our function. So we'll say await token ICO. This particular function will going to load all the data about the token. So once I have the data, I can simply set the data to our state variable details, and I want to call the function right up here, and I want to call this when there is a page reload, and whenever there is an account change I want to recall this function. Perfect. Let's console log this so we can see in our. So it looks perfect. I hope you guys have understood that what we have done. So we have imported this, all of this component. There we have the context management and our utility function. Here we have all the function we have designed in our context management, all the state variable, and here we have the hook which allow us to call the contract whenever there is a page reload. Perfect. So if we come back here in the constants, and I have noticed that I have made a couple of spelling mistake. So let's rectify that one. So this is what we have here in the constant. We are got our contract address and the ABI. It looks absolutely perfect. You don't need to make any changes here. So I made this particular typo. So that's what I have to fix. So make sure to fix this. It's called error.message, not ERR. So that's the one you have to fix. Remove this one. This is the one fix you have to do. Everything looks great. Now we can simply close this one. This is fine. We don't need to make any changes here. Then we can come back to the current wallet. This is also fine. We're going to get all the addresses, and here we have the fetch. Just keep it as it is. This is our token ICO contract. It looks great. And here we have to do the changes because this particular ERC20 function is going to be a reusable model. So user can paste the address and they can get the details about that particular token. So we have to receive the address. So that's the one fix you have to do. Simply receive the address, remove this one, and here we have to simply call this particular contract because I forgot to call it. So that's the fix you have to do. Okay, take this variable contract, and that we have to call the fetch contract, and we have to provide the relevant information, means the address, token ABI, and the signer. So this is the one which I forgot. I have added this, and the rest to be fine. Don't need to make any changes. Just add this piece of code. Then we can come back to the ERC20 token. It's exactly going to be the same. Here we have the get balance, looks perfect, and here we have this check account balance, looks great. Then we have this add token, and everything's looking great. Perfect. So make sure to do these two changes which I have told you. Now we can come back to the index, and here we have to do one more fix. So you can see everything is looking great, and I made a spelling mistake here in the children. So it's CHILDREN, but I made a typo called CHILDER. So this is the one fix you have to do. If you go with the wrong spelling, the data will not reflect in the front end side. So let's remove this portion, and that's the one fix you have to do right up here in the context management. So if you come back in the wrapper, so this is the wrapper we have, and here you have to also correct the spelling. Remove this one, and these are the few changes you have to do. You can see our component is reflecting fine, and we are getting the chain ID right up here in our console. Perfect. The address is reflecting. Don't need to worry about this because we're going to configure our MetaMask, but everything's looking great. Absolutely great. Perfect. Now we can come back here and we can start working on our code. So close this one, come back to the index file, and here we have to simply, we are calling the function and getting all the information. So let's remove this one, and what we can do, let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. Perfect. We got our text is reflecting. Now I can simply come back here and start working on the JSX part. So it's going to be a normal fragment because we're going to have a lot of dynamic component. So let's take this dynamic component and we'll say, so I'll say ticker div, it will have a class, and let's call this one body wrap. Inside that we're going to have our dynamic class. So let's remove this one and let's take this dynamic. We'll say honor model. If it's true, then I want to display the model. So I can say this condition, and in that I can simply render the honor component. So we already have the honor component, and in that I have to simply send the prop. So we're going to send a lot of data. So it's going to take the data about the set honor model to set honor model, because it will open, so it will be true. So when the user will click on this, so I have to make it false. I have to hide it. So that's the one we have. Now the next one is going to be currency. The third one is going to be details and account. Then we'll have the set token transfer model. Then we'll have set transfer currency. After that we'll have the donate. Then we'll have the token withdraw. Then we'll have set update price, and we'll have the update address, set update address. So these are the props we are sending to the honor component because it is only visible to honor, and honor can control the basics and the important function within the contract, and only honor will have the access. So that's the props we are sending. Now let's come back to the next dynamic prop. This will be called buy model. Let's take this Popup component, and in that we can simply send the details. So we'll say set buy model. This will be buy token. This will be currency. Detail. We'll have account, ERC20, token address, set loader. These are the props we are sending in the Popup model. Now we can simply come back here. Perfect. Like the next one, this will be for transfer model. We'll say transfer token. Inside that we have to send the prop to set transferred model. Then we have transfer token, ERC20, set loader. We got it. Now we can come back to the next component. Let's call this transfer currency. If it's true, then we have to display this transfer currency. Let's send the prop to set transfer currency. Then we'll have transfer ether, detail, currency, and we'll have our account balance, set loader. Perfect. So we got all of these props. Now we can simply come back here and we can take the next dynamic block. This will be open donation. We'll call it donate. It will take the detail, currency, set open donate, donate. We got it. Now we can come back here and let's take the another one. It will call open update price, and we have the component. Let's send the prop detail, currency. This will be set open update price, update token price. Now we're going to have the address, so we'll say update address. Let's send the prop to details, currency. We'll have set update address, and the last one is going to be the function, so we'll say update token and ERC20 token, and this will be loader. Perfect. All of these are our dynamic components. I hope you guys have followed along with me. So all of the components are looking great. Now we can simply come back here and we can display our loader component dynamically. We'll say if loader is true, then I want to display the loader component. So these are the dynamic component which going to trigger based on the condition. So let's close this one, close this one, close this one, close this one, and we have all of this component. Perfect. Now we can come back here and just display the regular component. So this one is going to be header. There it is. Let's send the prop account. We'll have a connect wallet, then we'll have a set account, then we'll have a set loader, then we'll have a set honor model, then we'll have a short address, detail, currency, honor model. These are the props we are sending. Now we can come back here. Let's go back to the sidebar. This one is going to be hero. Inside that, let's send the prop called set by model, account, connect wallet, set account, set loader, and we'll have detail, add token to MetaMask. We got that. You can see the components are reflecting fine. Now we can come back to the normal component. So we'll take this about feature. We'll have token, token information. We'll have team, FAQ, contact, footer. So these are the components we got it. Now we have to send the prop in the token info. Let's call this details. And that's the entire code we have to write here in the index page. You can see how beautifully we have designed the architecture in small components, so we don't need to make things clutter right in a single page. These are the components. Perfect. All the state variable, and here we can simply pass this account. I guess I provided it, but somehow it's got removed. But anyway, provide this account. So looks good. Now we can start working on our header section first. So simply copy this portion and come back to the component, close all of this open folder, come back to the components, and let's go back to the header. Let's receive the prop. So let's take this bracket and remove all of this. So we have received all the prop. Looks great. Now we can simply come back here and we can start working on few things. So we have to take this state, use state, and use effect, because we have to check when the user will change the account, and we have to simply attach the event. So we have this state. Now I can simply come back here and let's take the state variable. We'll call it is MetaMask installed, and it will be by default false. So we can come back here, we'll take a use effect, and in that we have to simply run the event. So first thing, we have to do the checks that whether the MetaMart is available or not. So we're going to use this type of, and we'll say window.ethereum is not equal to undefined. If that's the condition, we can simply make it true. We'll set the MetaMask to true. Perfect. Now we can come back here, we'll say window.ethereum. We have to make a request, and this is the method we have called on, and this will allow us to simply find out the change event. I can simply pass the event, so it's called accounts changed, and here I can simply provide the function which I want to receive, because it will take the two argument. It will take the event name and it will take the function which you want to call it. So this will be called handle. This is the function we're going to build it, handle accounts changed. We don't have this function, that's why you can see we are getting this error, but we're going to build this one. So that's the first condition. We can come back here, we'll return, and here we can build another if statement. We'll say if type of window.ethereum is not equal to undefined, then I want to simply call window ethereum remove listener, and I can simply pass the event name is called accounts change and the function name. Perfect, got it. And I want to execute this wherever there is a change. So we got the function. Now we can simply come back here, and now we have to build the function. We'll say handle, copy this one, handle account change, and all it's going to do is going to take the array of accounts and it's going to set in our state variable. So we can come back here, we can simply use this set account, and we can simply set the very first account. So this account will contain the array of accounts, but we want to get the very first account. That's the function we have. Now we can come back here, and here we have to simply build a function which allows us to connect with the wallet. We already have it, but let's build a separate one here. So we'll call this connect MetaMask. It's going to be an async, and here we have to simply take this if statement. Will say type of window.ethereum is not include undefined, not equal to undefined. Then we can simply take a try and catch. We can simply say accounts await window.ethereum.request, and in that we can provide the method. So this is the method we're going to call it, eth-request account. That's what the method we got it. Now we can simply come back here and set the account to the very first account, and we can simply keep it as it is. So it's a very simple function which allows us to simply get the accounts and set it. If I can simply go with the error message if anything went wrong. If anything goes wrong, I can display the error message in the console. So else I can say that you should install the MetaMask. So we'll say MetaMask is not installed. So when the Ethereum object is not available in the window, means the MetaMask or the crypto wallet is not installed. So that's the entire function we have. I hope you guys have understood the logic. So this is the current wallet function, handle change, and this is the event we have. Perfect. We got it. Now we can start working on the JSX straight away. So we can come back here. Let's take a class. We'll call it site header dash transparent ICO header, and you can see that we got this line, and inside that I can take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this header dash main dash wrap, and I can convert this div into a header tag. Let's change this to header tag. Perfect. And we are following this to dash notation. So if I remove this, the CSS will not work. So make sure to give this to. So this is the notation I'm following. Got it? Now inside the div, I can take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this container max width 1640. Inside that div, we'll take a div. It will have a class called header dash main ul list between. Inside that we can take a div. It will have a class called header dash left ul list. We'll take a div. It will have a class called header dash logo. Inside that we can display the anchor, and I want to redirect to the home page. Inside that we can display our logo. So we will take the image tag, and I already given you the images and all the assets which we have in the starter file, so you can get that into the asset folder, and from there I can get the to the image folder, and from there I can get the logo, and I can display the logo SVG. Perfect. You can see the image is displaying fine. So we got it. Now we can simply come back here, live to div. We'll take a div. It will have a class called main dash menu dash dash wrap ul list ul and li means list. Okay, navbar dash expand excel. Inside that we'll take a nav. It will have a class main menu collapse navbar dash collapse. Inside that we can take a ul. Inside that I'll take a li, and it's going to have all the menu. So it will have a class called active has mega menu. Inside that I'll take this anchor, and I want to redirect to the home page, and let's call it home. So this is the first menu, we got it. So simply replicate this. This will be called, let's say, about, and here I can simply change the class. So it will be called scroll spy button, and this will be take us to the about us section. So that's the ID we have to provide. Perfect. Replicate this one and change this to roadmap, and this will be roadmap. This will be team, and this one we have called FAQ. Got replicated, and change this to contact. Now we can have one more. Simply copy and paste here, and we can simply change this to, let's say, style, and we'll say cursor is going to be a pointer. Perfect. And we can simply remove this one, and this will be have on click function. So in that we can simply attach the function of, like, we'll say owner model, because this particular menu will be visible when the owner is connected with applications. We'll say if owner model is true, then we have to set it to false, otherwise we have to simply set it to true. Perfect. And let's change this to tools. Perfect. We got it. Now I have noticed one thing, that these classes we have applied for scrolly spy button, it should be on the anchor, not on the li. So what I will do is I'm going to select all the classes and simply cut it, and that's what we have to attach in the anchor. So what I can see, I can simply come here, not in the home, you have to start from the about. Let's remove all of this and take only one. Simply copy and paste in all the places. Paste here, paste here, paste here, and paste here, and paste here. So we got all of the menu. Looks great. Now we can simply go ahead and work on our button. So we can come back here, and we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this header dash dash action ul li. Then we'll take a div. It will have a class called dxl none. Inside that we'll take a anchor and remove this one. I don't want to redirect anywhere. It's going to be a button. So we'll take a class. Let's call this header dash dash bar. We'll say hamburger menu, and it's going to have a div. It will have a class called header dash dash button icon bar icon. Then we'll take a span, and it's going to be a self-closing span. So remove this one and replicate 3 times. So you can see, okay, there is a problem in our hamburger menu. I have to see what exactly went wrong, because this hamburger menu will be displayed only in mobile device, not in the desktop. Okay, that's the fix we have to do. Now I can simply come back here. We'll take a dynamic block, and we're going to have our button. So we'll say if account is there, means user is connected, then I want to display this particular component. Otherwise we have to display the connect wallet button. So let's come back here, take a div, close this one. It will have a class called header dash dash account. Inside that I can take this anchor, remove this one, and it will have an on click function. So we can simply give this navigator, clipboard, and write text, and in that I can simply pass the details and the address of the user who's connected. Perfect. And I can simply display the address and the balance. So I can take this short address, can display the address of the user, and I want to display the balance. So we already have the details right up here in the details. I can say MATIC balance, in which we have the information about the user balance. And we can I want to slice it down to 4 characters because I don't want to display the entire big number, and I can display the currency. Perfect. So this is our dynamic data when the user will connect it. Now we have to write the else statement. So I'll take this div. Let's close this one. It will have a class called header dash dash account. Inside that I'll take an anchor. Let's remove this one. It will have an on-click function, and the on-click function I want to simply attach the function we have built, connect MetaMask. Perfect. And it will call it connect wallet, and that's the entire code we have to write here in the header page. So if I make on the big screen, you will see that button is looking absolutely fine. The navigations are also looking great. So the entire structure of our header components looks great. Now let's reload the page and click on the button, and it will open the MetaMask. You can see it's opening the MetaMask. Now I have to give my credential and I will be connected. So let's click on unlock, and you can see the balance and the address is also reflecting fine. So the function we have built and our utility and the context management everything is great, but something is wrong in our hamburger menu. So that's the fix we have to do. If I click, you can see it's selecting and taking us to the different tab. So the ID is also working fine. Now we can come back to the code, and I have to do a fix little bit here because our hamburger menu is not working properly. So I found a problem. You can see this is the problem we have. Instead of BAT, I have to say BAR bar. I hope you guys have noticed this one. Let's change this to R, and it will fix the issue. If you reload the page and if you go to the smaller screen, you will see our hamburger menu is reflecting fine. Perfect. It's also changing on the event. Great. So we're done with our header section. It looks great. Now we have to work on the sidebar. So when the user will click, it's going to open our sidebar. So when the user will click on the hamburger menu, it's going to open our mobile navigation. That's what we have to work now. So let's make it side by side, and we are done with all of this. Now we can come back here and close this one, and here we are in the index page. So instead of working on the hero section, let's start working on the sidebar first. Let's work on the sidebar. Let's complete the entire header section. After that, we can go back to the functionality. Perfect. So it's going to be mainly JSX. So let's come back here. Let's change this to aside. It will have a class called SideBar. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called close mobile menu. Inside that, we'll take a anchor. It will have our logo, so it will have a class. Let's call this text close. You can see that close button is reflecting fine. There it is. Perfect. We got it. Our close. Now we can simply leave one div, and we can display the navigation. So we'll take this nav. It will have a class called side mobile menu. Inside that, we can take a anchor, and this will contain our image. So it will have a class called header dash dash logo. Margin bottom is going to be 30 pixels. Inside I can display the image. So I'll take the image tag. Let's provide the source image logo SVG. So we got it. So you can see when you will click, it will open the close and the logo. Perfect. We got it. Now we can come back here. We'll take a div that will have a class called header dash mobile dash search. Inside that, we'll take this form, and I don't want to redirect and make any requests in the backend, but you can do that very easily. We can take the role is going to be search. Inside that, I can take this input. Let's remove this one. We'll give a placeholder like search keyword. There it is. Now we can come back here and display the button. We'll say type is going to be submit. Inside that, I can take this icon, and this will be called class T search. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here and we can take a UL. It will have a ID. Let's call this mobile menu active. Inside that, I can take a LI. Inside that, I can take an anchor, and I want to redirect to the following places. So by default, I want to be a home page, because when the user click, it will come back to the home page. Now what I will do, I'll simply replicate this couple of times. So let's give this one, and let's change this to about. and this will have a class called scroll spy dash button, and it will have the menu. Now let's replicate this couple of times. So let's change this to roadmap. This will be a roadmap. This will be a team, and let's close this one, remove it. Okay, bring it back. I just remove the last two, change this to blog, and I don't want to redirect anywhere, so just keep this one, and let's remove the class. And I just want to have one more, simply replicate this one, and this one is going to be for get in touch. Perfect, we got that, and you can close it, you can open it. Perfect, so it's looking great. So we are done with this section as well, the sidebar. Now we can start working on our hero section. So simply select all of this. Let's go back to the hero component and paste here, remove this. Perfect, we got all these props, looks great. And here we have to do a lot of things. We have to calculate the percentage, and we have to attach the functionality of our smart contract in the hero section, so user can add the token, they can purchase the token. That's all we have to do. So first thing, we have to import a couple of things from React. So it's going to be use effect and use state. Then we can come back here and we have to display the toaster notification. So we'll say toaster, and that's coming from React hot toast. Now we can simply come back here and we have to display the toaster notification component. So let's take that. We'll say notify success. It will take two arguments, the message and the duration. So we'll take this message. In that we can simply call the method is success. If you call the success method, it's going to display in the green, but if you call the error method, it's going to call in red. So let's pass the message and the duration. So I want to keep this notification for 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Replicate this one, and this one is going to be for error. Change the method name to error, and that's the only thing we have to do for the notification. We got it. Now we'll also have a function which allows us to connect with the wallet. So let's write it down. So it's going to be a very simple function, connect wallet async, and in that we can say set loader to true. We already built a particular function. We'll say address, and we have to simply call our connect wallet function, and we can simply set the account to our state variable, because when the user will click, it's going to return the address, and that's what we are doing. So this is our current wallet. Now we can come back here and we're going to take a state variable, because we have to display the percentage. So we'll say percentage means the progress bar we have to display, and here we have to build the logic. So we'll take this use effect, and I just come here. We'll take a variable called calculate percentage. It's going to be a function. It's going to take a couple of things. So in this function we have to do all the calculation for the progress bar. So we already have the data. So let's call this token sold. In this detail we have all the details about the token. So we can say detail, and from there I can access the token sold data, and I can simply say if it's there then take that, otherwise go with default 0, because I don't want to create any error. We got it. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take another one called token total supply detail. We'll say sold tokens, and I can simply add that with the, let's say, detail token balance. So in this way, and I can simply multiply with 1, so I'll get in number, otherwise I can go with 1. So what exactly I'm doing here, I'm just getting the how many token got sold and what is the remaining balance. So I can simply add them all, and I can get the total number of supply which was provided in the contract. Got it? Now we can simply do that calculation very easily. So we'll take this percentage new, and we can simply calculate the percentage, because we have this two data and it's a simple math. So we'll take this token sold, and we're going to divide with our token total supply, and it's a percentage, so we have to multiply with the 100. Perfect, we got it. Now we'll say if token total supply is equal to 0, then I want to throw the error message. We'll say token sell balance is 0, and I cannot calculate percentage, else I have to simply set the percentage. We'll say set percentage to the new percentage. Perfect, we got it. Now we can simply come back here, and I want to simply call the function every 1 second. So we have to build this set timeout. In that I have to pass the function name and the duration. So I want to call it every 1 second. Now let's add a clear event. So we'll take this return and we'll say clear timeout. In that I can simply pass the function timer, and I want to execute this every time there is a detail data. Perfect. So that's the entire function. Very simple, very straightforward. We are doing simple calculation. What we are doing, we are getting the details about the sold and the supply, then we are calculating the percentage, and that's what we are setting up in our state variable, so we can simply display in the component. Perfect. Now we can come back here and we'll take a function called add token metamask, and we already have the function, so it's going to be in async. All we have to do is to simply call the function. So we'll take this loader to true, then we can simply make a call to our function. We'll say await. Let's call the function, and it's going to give us the response. So once we have a successful response, we can simply close our loader and we can display the notification, notify success to the response. So whether it's a failure, successful, update, that's all is going to be having the data in the response. Perfect. So this is the function we have. So that's the all function and the data we have to take it here in the hero section. So we have imported this component, we have taken the state variable, the functions, everything's like great. Now we have to start working on the JSX. So first thing, we have to convert it into a section. It will have a class called hero dash icon. We'll have post reel. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a self-closing div, and we can call it class hero dash background, and we'll have the data background to the image path. I'm just taking it as a additional. So we'll take this asset slash image slash background, and from there I can access the hero image.png. Right now it's not displaying because just keeping it as a overlay. Got it? Now looks great to me. No problem. We have so far everything is great. Now we can start working on the next section. So we can simply come back here and we'll take a div. It will have a class called container. Inside that I can take a div. It will have a class called row. Inside that I can take a div. It will have a class called call large 7. Inside that I can take a div. It will have a class called hero dash content. Inside that I can take h1. It will have a class called title margin bottom 45. Inside that I can take a text. So we'll say participate in the, and I can take a span, and I want to display the coloring of the text. So we'll take this ongoing ICO token cell and save it. You can see how beautiful the text is displaying. Perfect. Now we can come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this one to BTNS because we have a couple of buttons. It's going to be a dynamic one. So we'll take if account is there, then I can display the different buttons. So we'll take this class. It will have the theme button on click, and we can simply attach this set by model. So it will open the by component to true. Inside that I can say purchase token, else I can go with the connect wallet. So I can take copy and paste here and just change the text and the function. So this will be connect wallet and remove this one. Pretty good. So this is our dynamic button. We're going to have one more button for connecting the token. Simply copy and paste here, and we have to simply add more class. Let's call this theme button dash dark. Change this to add token metamask, and this will be add token metamask. Perfect. I just remove this token. This looks great. Perfect. So we got that. Now we can come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called hero dash progress margin top 50. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called progress dash title ULLI between. Inside that we'll take a span. Inside that we'll take a span, and it will have race. Let's give the text detail. So we'll take the details. From there I can display the sold token. We'll say right now we have 0 token. That's the data is reflecting. Now I have to take a one more span, copy and paste here, and this will be called total ICO and we can simply change that. So I need to add the balance. So we'll take this number, details, token balance. Perfect, you can see, and I can simply change this to the symbol. Perfect, looks great. Now I can come back here. I'll take a div. It will have a class called progress. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called progress dash bar. It will have a role called progress bar. There it is, you can see the line, and it's going to be have a style. Let's call this one width is going to be our dynamic percentage. We already have that, and it's going to be, let's say, self-closing div. So we can simply come back here. Let's close this one and remove this one. Perfect, we got it. Now we can come back here and we'll take a ul. It will have a class called ul li between. Inside that we'll take a li called presale. This will be bonus, and this will be soft cap. Perfect, you can see how beautiful the progress bar is displaying. Now we can come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called call large 5. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called hero dash dash explore wrap text center. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called hero dash dash explore text center. Inside the div we'll take a div. It will have a class called scroll down, and close this self-closing div and remove this one. Perfect, you can see the icon is reflecting fine. Now we can display the images. So let's take the text first. So we'll say explore cause. Perfect, now we can come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called hero dash dash count down. Inside that we'll take a 6, and it will have a class called text center. Inside that we can say ICO will start in. There it is. Now we can simply come back here, and looks great to me. Come back all the way down, and from here we can take a div. It will have a class called hero dash dash shape. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called shape dash dash 1. Inside that we can take an image. We'll say asset slash image, and we have to display the shape. So we can go back to the shape folder, and from there we can access this one. Perfect, you can see the shapes are looking great. Now what I have to do is I have to simply replicate this one. Replicate these changes to, and I can add this 2 as well here. Perfect, now replicate it one more time, and this will be a 3. Change this to 3. Perfect, and I can provide one more. Okay, let's remove that one. We need only 3. Let's take another div. Like we need 3. Let's copy this portion till here and paste here. In this we're going to have 6. So let's change this to icon, and let's change all these shapes into icon. Select all of that. Change this to, let's call this one coin, and this will be called icon. And I have to remove this one, copy this icon in all these 3 places, and here I have to simply do the change. So this will be fine. 1. Right now it's not displaying. I have to remove this. So I have to remove this H. Perfect, you can see the icons are looking great, but we have an issue. So come back here in the top in the hero, and this will be called, let's say, coin. Perfect, so the images are perfectly aligned. We got it, and we need 3 more. So simply replicate this one 3 times and change this to 4, 5, and this will be 6. Perfect. If you look at the full screen, everything is looking great. Reload the page, and this is what we have. Our hero section is looking great. Perfect. So we are done with the hero section. All the progress bar will go fine. All the data will work absolutely great. Got it. If you check the responsiveness, if you click, and it's going to open the sidebar. This is also looking great. Perfect. Close this one. Now I'm going to start working on the next component. So this time what I will do is I'm going to start from the bottom. So let's start working on our footer section. So this is what I have. Let's come all the way down and let's work on the footer section first. So come back to the component, and we have to import couple of things. So we have to import the, let's say, icon which is coming from React/ti, and we need like social media icon. So first is going to be, let's call social Facebook, ti social Twitter, ti social is going to be a LinkedIn, and we'll have one more. This will be ti social is going to be Instagram, and GitHub as well. Let's say GitHub. You can take as many icons as you want, but I'm going with this 5. Now we can come back here. We have to simply import a couple of more icons, but we're going to use different provider. So we'll take this React icon /IO5, and from there I can need this one, IO close cloud download. I can replicate this and change this to IO send, and this will be from IO. Perfect. We got all the icons. Now we can start working on the JSX. So let's remove this div and take a footer. It will have a class. Let's call this one site footer dash icon post reel. There it is. Let's remove this one. We'll take a data attribute background, and we can give the assets location, background footer png. Perfect. Inside the footer we can take a div. It will have a class called container. Inside that I can take a div. It will have a class called row. Margin top is going to be none. We'll take a div. It will have a class called column large 4. Inside the div I'll take a div. It will have a class called footer dash widget, footer dash subscribe. Inside that I'll take h2. Let's call this subscribe newsletter. There it is. Then I can display the text. So we'll take this p and I'll display the dummy text, but you can display whatever text you want. Perfect. Now we can come back here. Let's remove few lines from here. Come back here. We'll take a form. It will have an input. Let's call this placeholder, and I can display the email. So this is the email, the blockchain coder. If you have any question, you can simply ask me right up here. Perfect. Now let's display the icon. We'll take a button. It will have a iOS send, and I'm getting this warning. Okay, my bad. It's gonna have, let's say, S as well, and call it S. Perfect. You can see the icons are reflecting fine. Now we can come back. We'll take a div. It will have a class called call large 8, margin top 30. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called footer dash widget text large end. Inside that we'll take a h2 download document, and we can display our cart section. So we'll take a class. It will have a footer dash document ULLI right. Inside that we'll take an anchor, and it will have a class called footer dash document item text center. Inside that we can display a div. It will have a class called icon. Inside that we can display the image. So we already have the image in the assets, icon /pdf svg. There it is. And I want to display the text. Let's call this span. It will have a class called title. Inside that I can take a icon, and we'll display the text white paper. Perfect. Looks great. Now all I have to do is to simply replicate this one. Simply close and replicate this anchor, paste here, and change the name one paper, and the rest would be fine. If you want to change the icon, you can do that, but I will go with the same one because that's what I have in the design. Simply copy and paste here and change the text. This will be privacy policy, and we're going to have one more. Simply paste here, and this will be our terms of sale. Perfect. We got this. Now we can simply come back here, and we'll take a div. It will have a class footer dash bottom ULLI between. We'll have margin top 50. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called footer dash logo margin top 20. Inside that we'll take a anchor, and in that I'll take an image, and we have to simply display our logo svg. There it is. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take a ul. It will have a class called footer social ULLI margin top 20. Inside that I can take a li, and I can take an anchor, and I can display my social media profile. So I'll take the Facebook, and all I have to do is to simply replicate this one 5 times and change this to, let's call it Twitter. This will be Twitter, this will be our Instagram, replicate this one, and this will be our GitHub. Perfect. So we got all of that. We got the social media icons. Now we can simply come back here and we have to work on the copyright section. So come all the way down and we'll say, we'll take a div. It will have a class called footer dash dash copyright margin top 35. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called container. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called footer dash dash copyright dash text margin top 15. Inside that we'll take a copyright, and this will be 224, the blockchain coder, all right reserved. Perfect. We got our copyright. Now we can display our footer menu as well. So this is fine. Come back here, let's take a div and wrap that inside a div so we can have our footer menu. So let's take a class called footer dash dash copyright inner ul uli between. Inside that cut and paste here. Perfect. Now in that we can take our ul. It will have a class called footer links ul li right margin top 15. It will have a list. Take an anchor, and that we can simply say privacy, and all we have to do is to simply replicate this couple of times. This will be our cookie term and about. We got that. Perfect. And that's the all we have to do here. Let's have a overlay class for image. So we'll take a div. It will have a class called footer dash dash icon shape, and we'll take a div. It will have a class called icon dash dash 1. In that we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's remove this one, and inside that I can take the image. We can display the shape. So we'll say f icon 1 png. Perfect. It's just a decorative element. Remove this one, and I can simply replicate it one more time. So I'll take a div. It will have a class called icon dash dash 2. Inside that I can take a div, and then I can display the image. Let's give this assets image. We'll have a shape, and we'll have the icon to png. Perfect. Now if you come back on the big screen, and if you see all of that on over, if it looks great, you can see the icons are looking perfect, and we have all of this thing. So we are done with this. If you see, everything's looking great. Now we have to start working on the contact section. Come back here and let's start working on it. So first thing, let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. Perfect. Now we have to import the toaster. Then we can import our forms pair component, which is coming from forms pair React. This is the provider we are using for sending emails. Now if you come back here, if you go back to the, let's say, hero section, we already have built this one. So simply copy this one and paste here. We got it. Now we have to call our library, which allows us to send the email. So we can come back here, we'll build this one. We'll say state, and we'll call handle submit. And here we have to call our use form and provide our API key. So for the time being, just give this API key, but at the end I will tell you that how you can generate your own key. Or if you want to know, you can simply watch this video. So this is my key which I have generated, but at the end I will tell you how you can generate your own. And here I'm getting this error message. Okay, my bad, I gave the wrong spelling. It's called use FORM. That's the one you have to provide. Now it looks great. Now you can come back here. Let's check for a condition, because when the user will submit the email or text, it's going to have certain stage, and that's the stage we have to capture. So we'll take this if statement. We'll say if state is called succeed, then I want to display this notification that successfully submitted, and I want to simply reload the page. Perfect. That's the simple stage we have. Now we can simply start working on the JSX. So let's convert this to a section. It will have an ID. Call this contact. It will have a class. Let's call this ICO Contract post reel. You can see we got a space. Now we can simply take a div. It will have a class called container. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called icon contact dash dash wrap. Inside that, I can take a h2. It will have a class called title. In that, I can display my title, contact with coindex. Then we can simply come back here. We'll take a form and let's remove this action. We'll have a on submit, and on submit we have to call the function we have imported from the library called handle submit. Inside that, we can take a div. It will have a class called row. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called call large 6. Inside that, we'll take an input and it will have an ID name. And these names fields are very important. You have to give exactly the same name field, because this is what we have in the form sphere documentation. So when you will get the data in your dashboard, is going to have this field, so it's important. So ID is going to be a name is going to be a name, and we'll have the placeholder. We'll say enter name. Perfect, we got it. Now simply close this one and copy and paste here, and here we have to call this email and change this to email, and we're going to have one more for text message. Simply copy and paste here, and this will be 12 because we want to have the full width. So let's call this 12, and this will be message. Perfect, we got it. Now we can simply change this to text area, and let's close this one. Perfect, we got this, all of that. Now we can come back here and let's take the button. We'll take a div. It will have a class called ICO Contract dash dash button text center margin top 10. Inside that, we can take a button. It will have a class called theme button. Type is going to be a submit, and it will have a disable, because when the user will click and it's in the sending process, so I want to disable the button so the user cannot click twice. So we'll say state is submitting. Perfect. So when they stayed in the submitting process, we have to disable the button. In that, I can say send message. Perfect. I can simply come back here and let's add a decorative element. So I'll take this div. It will have a class called icon contact dash dash shape image. We'll take a div. It will have a class called shape dash dash 1. Inside that, I can take the div. Inside that, I'll take the image. We'll say asset slash image shape shape png. There it is. Then I can take the data attribute. So the data parallax is going to be like y minus 50. Let's take it as single and single. Perfect. Now I can simply copy and paste here. This will be y and this will be 60, not in minus. Perfect, looks great. And this will be 2 1 and 2, and the image is reflecting fine, but somehow the image is not properly aligned. We have to fix that one. So that looks great, and I can see that this is what I have here. So what I will do, I'll simply cut this one because it's coming out of the container. So cut this one, and that's what we have to paste here, and wrap this entire in this wrapper. Save it, and now it's perfectly aligned. You can see it's perfectly aligned, and we can simply come back here. Let's take a div. It will have a class called icon contain that shape. Inside that, I can take this class. It will have a shape dash 1. In that, I can take a image. It will have an asset, and I can take this f shape. There it is. You can see the side image looks great. Simply copy, and that's what we can replicate. This will be 2, this will be 3. If you come back here, the box are looking great, the input fields are looking great, the text area is looking great, send message is great, but somehow the images are not aligned perfectly. These images are not aligned, so we have to simply align the images. So I noticed the problem we have here. So if I come back here in this particular field, this is the problem we have. So you can see this is the div and this is the closing div. So we have to wrap this. So let's close this one, and we need to create a separate div. Simply cut this one, and that's what I can simply paste here and change this to 2. Perfect. And that's what you have to do. Once you will do that, it will fix the issue. This is great. And here you have to change the spelling. It's gonna be ICO only, not N. Remove this N and save it. Perfect. Come back here, and now the images are perfectly aligned. Reload the page, and the image is looking great. So you can click and you can go to different section. Perfect. I hope you guys can understand that how things are coming together, and you can simply put and you can simply send the email. So we are done with the footer, we are done with the contact. Now we're going to start working on the next one. So simply come back here, close this one, and now we have to work on the FAQ. So let's come back here in the FAQ and let's work on it. It's going to be a very small component, so let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. So it's going to be mainly the JSX part. Let's convert it to a section. We'll have an ID, we'll say FAQ, and let's have a class. Let's class name, we can call it FAQ post reel. Padding top is going to be 140. We'll have a padding bottom is going to be 105. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called container. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called section title, text center, margin bottom 35. Inside that we'll take a 5 tag, and we'll have a class called section title dash dash subtitle. Inside that we'll take a FAQ. Now we can take this h2 and it will have a class called section title dash dash title. In that we can display our title. We'll say frequently asked question. Make sure you have to provide your question about your project. The more in details you will provide, the better is for your project. So we got it. Now I'm going to simply divide and build the question and answer component. So we'll take a div, it will have a class called FAQ dash dash wrap. Inside that it will take a UL, it will have a class called accordion dash box clear fix, and inside that I can display all the card component. So let's take a li, it will have a class called accordion block active. By default it is going to be the active first one, and we'll say block. Inside that I can take a div, it will have a class called acc dash button. Inside that we can take a span and we can display question and answer first. Then I can take a type your questions about your project of ICO. Make sure you have to type your question. You can see it looks perfect. We got the question, we got the icon, and we got our question description. Looks great. Now I can simply come back here. All of these results look good. Now we can come here, we can take a div, it will have a class called acc body current. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called content. Inside that we'll take a p and we'll display the dummy text. You can simply design it as per your requirement, but this is the structure we have in the design. That's what I'm following. Let's do one thing, remove this one, and I can take ul, it will have a li, and I can display the description in the li. Remove this one and let's replicate this. Looks great. Now I want to display more text, so I can take this p, it will have a class, perfect, and I want to provide some space, so let's give this break tag. Okay, let's provide one more break, so it will have some space. Perfect. So you can explain briefly about the project and try to answer all the question about the user. So that's why I'm going with different styling portions, so you can know that there are multiple ways in which you can simply highlight things. So we got all of that. Now all we have to do is to simply replicate this couple of times. So simply close this one and copy this one, and that's what we have to replicate it. And here we have to do the changes. So we have to remove this current, and here we have to simply remove this active block, and the rest will be fine. You can simply change the number and you can change your question, but I will give it as it is. But you can do that all the changes from your end. So simply copy and paste one more time, change this to 3, copy, paste, this will be 4, copy and paste, and this will be 4. Perfect. We got all of the questions, looks great. Now we can come back to the bottom and we can display our decorative element, means the images. So we'll take a class called FAQ dash section shape. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called shape1. Inside that I can take a image assets, image will have a shape, and there we have the image which we want to display, shape1. Simply copy and paste here and change this to 2. Change this, remove this one. Perfect. And you can see our question and answer section is looking great. Reload the page and here we got it. Okay, we have some issue why all of these components are open. So something is wrong. The click event is working fine, but all of these components are open. but by default we want to open only first one. So that's the change we have to do. And I finally find the problem here. So you can see it's ACC dash body, but this is not how we have to apply the class. So simply remove this one and dash body. Okay, make sure to fix in all the places, copy, and that's what you have to fix here as well. And here we have to fix exactly. Simply come back here, type Control F or Command F is going to give you this pop-up model, and you can simply replace all. Perfect, we got it. Now if you come back here, reload the page, and you will see it's working fine. Click open, it's look great. Perfect. So the click events is working and we can open, and still we have a problem in that because the images, the decorative images we apply, it's taking a lot of space. So somehow something's wrong there. So we have to fix that. So come back here, and here is the problem which I can see. So this is it's gonna be a double dash, not single, and it will fix the issue. And now the image are applied successfully. You can see the background decorative elements are applied successfully. Perfect. You can click and you can open it. So we are done with this as well. Now we can simply come back here and we can start working on the other component, the team one. So come back here, close this one, let's work on this. And here we are, let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. Let's bring this back. Perfect. This team section is going to be a very small. The way we have designed the FAQ is going to be exactly the same way. So let's do that very quickly. First thing, we have to import the icon. So we already done it. So we can come back to the footer and we can grab all of this icon and import here. We got it. Now we have to simply import few more things. So it's gonna be from FA6. From there I can copy the plus icon. Now I can start working on the JSX. So let's change this to section. It will have an ID called team, have a class called team post reel. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called container. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called section title text center. We'll have margin bottom 70. Inside that we'll have a h5. It will have a class called section dash title dash subtitle. Inside that we can display our text. So we'll say our team. Then we can display this h2 and we can display the text. This will call meet our skilled team. Perfect. Now we have to display the card section. We can come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called team dash wrap uli. In that we'll take a div. It will have a class called team dash item. Inside that we can display the div. It will have a class called avatar. Inside that we can display the image asset slash image slash team slash image 1 and save it. You can see the avatar image is looking good, and we have the card component as well. Perfect. Now I can simply come back here. We can display a div. It will have the team dash info text center. We'll have margin bottom 20, and we can display we'll take h3 and we'll say Mitchell Johnson. You can type whatever you want as per your time, and let's give the span. It will say developer. We got this. Now we have to display the social icons. So we already have that. So we can simply come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called team dash social ul li center. We'll take this ul. It will have a name team social links. We'll have a link left ul li. Inside that we'll take a li. Inside that we'll take an anchor, and we'll display the icons. So this will be social Facebook. Got it? Now we have to simply replicate this, all the icons, change this to GitHub, Instagram. This will be LinkedIn, and this one is going to be, let's say, Twitter. You can see on overfit we are looking great. So we are done with this. Now all we have to do is to simply replicate this section. So simply copy this one and paste couple of times. So change this to 2, paste here, this will be 3, and paste here, this will be 4. I can display only 4 avatar. You can see all of this looks great. Perfect. This section is looking great. Now let's come back here and we can simply go to this particular section, FAQ, and from there we can copy this decorative element. Simply copy this one, and that's what we can simply paste down below here. And here we have to do the changes. So this will be called, let's say, team dash dash shape, and the rest would be fine. I don't need to make any changes. Like, we're gonna have this one, let's make on the big screen, and perfect. This team section is looking great. You can see on over effect is getting activated. So we are done with all of this component. This 4 components left, which we're going to simply complete very soon. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. This video is already getting very long. In the next video, we'll start completing all of the remaining component. Everyone, welcome back to the third part of our ICO Dapp project. This is where we left in the last video. So if you haven't watched the last 2 videos where we have built the contract and all the functionality, so make sure to watch those 2 videos. Now we're going to simply start working where we left in the last video. So we are done with all of this component. Now we're going to start working on TokenInfo. So let's send the prop. It's going to be currency. These 2 props we need in this TokenInfo component. So simply copy this detail, and that's what we have to receive. So let's close all of this open folder, come back to the component, and we have to go back to TokenInfo, and we have to receive the prop. So it's going to be detail, and then we have to receive the currency. So we got these 2 prop, looks fine. Make sure to double check your spelling. Perfect. Now we have to simply start working on the JSX because we already have the data. So let's convert this div into a section. It will have a class. Let's call this token-info post real, and we'll have padding. Top is going to be 200, padding bottom is going to be 150. Pretty good. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called container. Inside that, we'll take another div. It will have a class called row. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called call XL8 offset. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called token-info dash title section title. Margin bottom is going to be 95. Text center, text XL start, and inside that we'll take this H5, and it will have a class called section title subtitle. Inside that we can display our title. So we'll say ICO Coindex token. So that looks great. Now we have to take this H2. It will have a class. Let's call this section title will display our title ICO token, and we'll have a break, and we'll say details and sell. Perfect. So it looks pretty good. Now we have to work on the body section. So we can simply come back here, live 3 div. Now we have to take a div. It will have a class called row. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called call large 4. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called token info dash image. In that we can take the image, and we already have that in the asset folder. So let's get that from token folder, and we'll say token info image png. There it is. Perfect. Now we have to display the details. So we can come back here. We can take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this column large 8. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called token info dash info wrap ul li. Inside that we'll take a ul. It will have a class called token dash info dash list token dash info dash start. Inside that we'll take a li. It will have a h4. Let's display the title. Going to be token supply total supply. You can see that. Now we can simply display the data. So we already have the data in the detail, so we can say detail, and from there we can get the supply. Perfect. And you can display the symbol as well. Perfect. You can see this is the supply we have created for our token, and that's what's reflecting. Now we can simply come back here and simply copy and replicate this and change the data. So this will be called sold token. This will be called sold token, and we're going to have the symbol. Currently we haven't sold any token, that's why it's 0. So the logic we have implemented is everything's looking great, and let's convert it to a number. Now we can simply copy and replicate it, and this will be our minimal transaction. And let's remove this and change this to 10 token transaction. Let's call it C. Perfect. Now we can simply come here and we can simply leave that one, come back to the UL down, and we can take another one. It will have a class called token info dash list token info dash end. Inside that we'll take a li, and it will have a h4. We'll say token market value and we already have the data, so we can simply do the calculation. First we have to convert the number, so it's a supply, then we have to simply multiply with the price, we'll say token price, so we can able to know that what is the current market value of the entire token. So looks perfect, and we can display the currency. Perfect. Now I can simply copy and paste here. Let's change the title, is going to be fund raised, and here we're going to simply do the calculation, the number of tokens sold. So user will pay the money, so let's convert it to a sold token, and the rest would be fine. Simply copy and paste here, change this to acceptable currency, remove this one and say ETH, BTC, LTC. So these are the section we have. Now we can work on the decorative element, so we can come back here, we can take a div, it will have a class called token-info -shape. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called shape -1, and it will have the image. So the image will come from the asset folder /image/shape tie shape png, and simply copy and paste here and change this to 2, and this will be 2. Perfect. So that's the entire section we have for this. Let's make on the big screen to see. You can see it looks absolutely perfect. We have the images, we have the title and description, and all the cards are looking absolutely great. Perfect. Now we have to work on the token one. So come back here, close this one, and this is the one we have to work. So in that we don't need to send any props, so we can simply start working on the straight away to the token component. So let's make it side by side. Click here, bring on the left hand side. Perfect. So first thing, we have to convert this to a section. It will have a class token padding top is going to be 125. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called container. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called row, align items center, margin top none 30. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called call large 5, margin top 30. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called token -- content wo, and we'll have our animation class called fed in left. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called section title -- subtitle. Inside that we'll take our text, we'll say tokenomic. And I have noticed one thing, so come back here, we have to take a div, it will have a class, let's call this section title margin bottom 20 in, and we have to simply cut this portion and paste inside the div, and we have to convert this to a h5. Perfect. Let's take a h2, it will have a class called sec10 title, and we can display the title called token allocations and fund distribution. Perfect, we got it. Now we can simply come back here and we have to work on the card section. So we'll take a UL, it will have a class called nav tab token tab. It will have an ID, and this ID is very important, try to give the exact ID. So let's call it my tab. It will have a role called tab list. Inside that we'll take a UL, it will have a class called nav item. It will have a role called presentation. Inside that we have to take a button, and it will have property. So let's assign the class called nav link active. It will have an ID called home tab data base toggle. It will be tab, and we'll have a type is going to be a button. Then we'll have a data base target, and we have to give this home. Then we can define the role is going to be tab. We'll have a aerial control is going to be home, and we'll have a area selected is going to be true. So these are the properties we are assigning to the button, and inside that I can display the text. Will say funding allocation. Perfect, we got this button. Now simply copy, and we're going to have the similar one, so paste here and change the data. So all the change we have to do here in this. So first we have to remove this active and change the ID. So this will be called profile, select all, and this will be profile. Perfect. And change the text, this will be called token allocation, and there it is. You can see the two tabs are looking great. Now we have to work on the body. So come back here, we'll take a div, it will have a class, let's call this token info margin top 40. Inside that we'll take h2. It will have a, currently just keep it as an empty class. Inside that we can take this 1CL is equal to this much BTC. So you can display any value as per your token price. Now I can simply come back here, remove this, take a p tag. It will have this dummy text, but you have to display about your token information. Now I'm going to simply remove few lines from here. I can simply do one thing. Let's bring it. Now we can come back here. Let's take a div. It will have a class called token button margin top 40, and it will have anchor. And what we can do is, let's take this one. We'll have a class called theme button, and in that we can display buy now. This is the first body. Now we have to work on the second body to the next button. So we can come back. We'll take a div. It will have a class called call large 7 margin top 30. We'll take a div. It will have a class called tab content wo fed in right. It will have a data attribute, so we'll say data wo delay is going to be, let's say, 100 millisecond. It will have an ID, so we'll say my tab content. Inside that we can take a div. It will have a class called tab pan fed show active. It will have an ID called home. It will have a role called tab panel aerial labeled by, let's call this one to home tab. And inside that we can simply take a div. It will have a class called token image, and we have to simply display the image which is coming from our asset folder. We'll call it chart png. There it is. You can see, looks perfect. Now we have the image. We can simply come back here. So this is the one section we have. Simply copy this one and paste here. This is the second section for the next tab, and all we have to do is to simply remove this one and this one. We're going to have these two classes. So by default it will be hidden, and I have to change the ID. So let's change this to profile, and this will be profile. Perfect. And here we can simply do the changes in the image. So this will be chart 2. If I make on the big screen, and you can see by default this is how it's going to look. We have our text. This is the text. You click and it will change the image. Perfect. The animation is working absolutely fine. So we are done with this section as well. All the sections are looking great. Now we have to simply work on the feature section. Come back here. Let's minimize that, bring it side, and this is what we have to work now. So come back in the component. So first we have to change this tag to section. It will have a class called features post real padding bottom 150, margin bottom is going to be 0, padding bottom. Perfect. We got it. Now we can simply come here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called container. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called sex title text center margin bottom 95. Inside that we'll take h5. It will have a class called sec title dash subtitle. Inside that we can display why choose us. You can display what you want to display. Then we have to take this h2, and it will have this class section title margin bottom is going to be 225, and that we can say why choose our token. Perfect. We got this. Now we have to work on the body, so we can simply come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called feature dash wrap post real ul li dash between. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called feature dash item text center. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called icon. In that we can take an image. We'll say asset slash image icon f01 svg. That's the first one. And now we have to display the text, so we can take this h4. It will say mobile payment. We'll take the break and we can say make easy. And this is the section we have. Let's replicate this couple of times. So all we have to do is to change the text and the image. So close this one, copy and paste here. This will be 2, this will be investment, and this will be project. Close. Now we have to copy, paste here 3 and change the text. So this will be lifetime free, and this will be transaction. Now close this one, copy, paste here and change this to 4. And here we have to do the changes. Let's call this security your money. Perfect. Now we have to work on the decorative elements. So we can come here, we'll take a div. it will have a class called features dash link shape, feature dash line shape. Inside that we can display the image. So the image will come from the asset folder, shape, f shape png. We got it. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called features shape. Inside that we'll take an image. It will have the image which is coming from our shape folder inside the asset, and we'll say png. And that's the entire code we have to write here in the feature. So if I make it on the big screen, you can see it looks pretty beautiful. We have the lines, all the images are perfectly aligned. So things are looking great. So slowly our application is coming to life. Now this is the only component is left. So let's start quickly. Come back here, close this one. Now we have to go to about. So we have this one. Let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. Drag it on the right. Now we have to change this to section. Let's add the ID. It will be about. Add a class call about post reel, padding bottom 140. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called container. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called row. Align items center will have a margin top none 30. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class call large 6 margin top 30. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called about dash image pose reel wo fade in left. Inside that we'll take an image, and which will come from the asset folder. So we'll say go to image about image.png. there it is. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take a let's leave 1 2 3 div. We'll take a div. It will have a class call large 6 margin top 30. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called about dash content wo fed in right. Inside that let's add a data attribute. So we'll say data wo delay is going to be 100 millisecond. Inside the div we'll take a div. It will have a class called sec title margin bottom 35. Inside that we'll take h5 sec title subtitle what is ICO crypto. We got it. Now we can simply come back here and take h2. It will have a class called section title dash title margin bottom 25. Inside that we can display the dummy text. So I don't want to display this. Simply remove, and this 2 lines is enough. Now I can take a p and it will have the dummy text. Looks great. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take a ul. It will have a class called about dash list ul li. Inside that we'll take a li. Inside that we'll take the image which is coming from our asset folder. We'll say arrow.svg, and we can display the text. So we'll decentralized platform. Now we have to simply replicate this one, and we have to change the text. This will be called reward machinism replicate, and this will be our crowd wisdom copy paste. This will be our investor protection copy paste, and this will be called token sale phase copy paste, and this will be our exchange listing. So we got all of that. Now we have to work on the decorative element. So we'll take a class called absolute sec shape image assets. We coming from s shape to png. Make on the big screen, and you can see it looks great. Okay, we have some issue. We have to fix this. It's not perfectly aligned. So I made some mistake in the alignment. So we can come back here, and I found an issue. So first thing is that this is what we have here. We have to take a div. It will have a class called about shape, and in that we have to display the image about dash shape, and cut this one, and we have to bring inside this so it can have the 2 alignment. Perfect. This is the 2 fix you have to do, and everything is looking great. Now if you come back here, you can see it's perfectly aligned. This is the image on the left hand side, and on the right hand side we have the text. So we are done with all of that. Now we have to simply check. You can click and it will take you to the respective section. Perfect. If you click on this FAQ, we are on the FAQ section. Contact. Perfect. Now we have to work on the tool. You can see it's opening. So this is working fine, and that's what we want to work now. Close this one, and this is what we have to work. But before we start working on that, everything's looking great. Let's give this exclamation mark so it will open. Now if I reload the page, you can see it's open, so we can see what exactly we are working on. Okay, so make sure to do this. Simply copy this one, and that's what we have to simply import in our component. So let's paste here and remove this one. Perfect. So we got all of these props. Now we can start working on it. So let's make it side by side. Everything's looking great. First we have to import a couple of things. So it's gonna be our icon, which is coming from React icon, React icons slash fa6. We got it. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take a section. It will have a class called team post reel. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called container. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called new dash honor, team dash dash wrap ul li. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called team dash dash item. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called avatar. Inside that we'll take an image, assets, image, shape, and we can display the shape png. Perfect. This is the one we got it, the card section. Now we have to display the text. So we'll take a div. It will have a class called team dash dash info, text center, margin bottom 20. Inside that we'll take a h3. We'll say token transfer. So this is the function where a user can click and it's going to open the token transfer component. So now we can simply come back here. Let's give the span any ERC20, and we have to allow the icon. So we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this team dash dash social ul li center. Inside that we can take a span. It will have an on click function because user has to click on the button. So we'll call it set honor model to false because we want to close the honor model and we have to open the transfer model. So this will be false, and we have to say set transfer model to true. So make sure to do this, and inside that we can add a class h icon. There it is, and we have to give the style cursor is going to be a pointer, and we can display our icon. Perfect. So user can click on the plus icon and it's going to open the transfer component, and that's the only thing we have to do here. So all we have to do is to simply replicate this one. So copy and paste here and change the image and the text and the function. So let's change this to transfer fund. Let's change this to info dash image. Actually I have to come back to the token folder. There it is. This is fine. We can display the balance of the user, so which we have in this MATIC balance. I have to slice it down to 6, and I can display the currency. There it is. The balance is reflecting fine. Now I have to change the function. So here I have to do the change. This will be called set transfer currency to true. So this is the second one. Close and copy and paste here. Now we have to do the changes. So let's change this to donate, and here we can say shape, and this will be our C shape 2. There it is. Remove this one. We'll say if you can. Let's change this and open the donation component. So perfect. So this is the 3 section we have, which is going to be a regular one. Now we can simply come back here and build a dynamic condition, because this function is going to be visible only to the admin, not to the normal user. But all of these 3 function is going to be visible to all the user, but this function we're going to write is going to be only available for the admin. So let's take the dynamic block. We'll say account if it's equal to details.honor, means if it's the contract honor, then I want to simply display it. So we'll take this fragment and I'm going to simply copy and paste here, and we have to do the changes. So I'm going to simply change this text. So first is going to be the image. We'll say token. We'll say token info image, and let's call this token. Perfect. Change this to withdraw. So the owner can click and it can withdraw all the token from the contract. So let's remove this ICO token only owner, and let's remove this one. We can only attach the withdraw function. So let's remove this one and attach our withdraw function. So we'll say token withdraw Owner can click and can withdraw the token out of the contract. So this is the first one. Simply close this one, copy and paste here. And here we have to simply open the component. So change this to update token. This is fine. We'll say this is fine, just keep it as it is. And here we have to simply do the same thing. So come back here and we need this section, copy. And that's what we have to simply paste here. And we have to simply open the component. So we'll call it set, let's say open update address. Copy, paste here. And this one is going to be for the price. So let's say update token price. And here we can say set open update price to true. Looks great, copy. Looks great. Close this one. Now we have to work on the decorative element. So we can come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called team dash dash shape. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called shape. Shape dash dash one. Inside that we'll take an image. Assets slash image shape slash t shape one dot png. Now we can simply copy and paste here, and we have to change this to 2. Perfect. Now let's make on the big screen, and you can see all the sections are looking absolutely great. Currently I'm connected as an admin, that's why you can see other components, the functions are looking great. So if I close it, open it, perfect. If I click, it's going to open. So everything is looking great. So all the logic we have built, that's working fine. Now we can simply come back here and we are done with this. So let's remove this one and save it, come back here, reload the page, and here we have, if you click, it's going to open the component. So the logic is working absolutely fine. Great. This is the component we're going to work now. So we have this call, this is the buy model. Let's work on this transfer token first. This is the one we're going to work on it. If I reload the page, it's there. Now what I can do, I can simply come back here, and we have to work on the loader as well. So let's bring it back, loader as well. So let's start with loader. After that we're going to work on the token component. So we can come back here, let's go back to the loader, and it's going to be a 2 line of code we have to write here. So it's going to be class, let's call this custom loader wrapper. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called custom loader, and that's our loader is ready because everything is controlled by the CSS. You can see it's looking fine. Now I will come here and I can simply remove it. So we are done with the loader. Now we have to simply work on the transfer token. This is the one we have to work. So looks great to me. Let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. Click here, it's working fine. Now we can simply import couple of things like use state, use effect. Then we have to simply come back here. We'll take a state variable. This will be called token. It's going to be an object. So it's going to take few details like send to. It will take the amount and it will take the token address. We got all of these details. Now we can come back here. We'll take this state variable. We'll say token details. Perfect. Now we can come back here. We'll build another state variable. This will be called transfer token. Perfect. Let's format this one. Now we can come back here and let's build the functionality. So we're going to call our hook, and whenever there is a change in the token, transfer token, we have to simply call it. So instead of making capital, so I can simply come back here. Let's build a function called load token async. Inside that we have to simply call the function we have built. So we'll say set loader to true, and let's receive the prop. So we can come back here and we have all of this prop. So simply grab this, and that's what we have to import. Remove this one, remove this one, remove this one, remove this one. So we got all the 4 props, looks fine. Now we have to simply copy this and call it true. Then we have to simply call our contract function. We already have it, ERC2020, and we have to simply pass the token address. So we have the token address and it's a capital T. Let's make it small t. Small t and small t. Perfect. Now we have to, once we have the data, I have to set the data to our state variable. So we'll say if token is equal to undefined, then I can simply take this console.log, kindly paste the token address, else I can simply set the data to our state variable. And we can simply console log out, and we can simply close our loader. So this is our entire function. Now what I can do, I can simply take a if statement, and I want to call this function when there is a data available. So we can simply call this token transfer, means when the user will provide the address of the token, then I want to call it. Simply cut and paste here, and here we can call the function. So this is our entire function is ready. It's going to call when there is a page reload and when the user will change the address of the token. We got it. Now we have to work on the JSX. So let's convert it to a section. It will have a class called new margin ICO contract post reel. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called container. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called ICO contact dash dash wrap. Inside that we'll take a h2. It will have a class called title. Inside that we'll take a transfer token. Then down below we can take a, let's say, strong tag, and we'll have an on click function. We'll say set transfer module to true, false, because once it will open it's going to be true. I have to simply make it false, and I can say X for a close icon. Okay, now we can simply come back here. Now we have to take a div. Inside that we have to take another div. It will have a class called row. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called column large 12. Inside that we'll take our data, so we'll already have that. We'll say token details dot name, means if the token details is available, then I want to render this input field where I can display all the details. So let's close this one, and I can say type is going to be text, and I have to add an else statement. So let's give this one. Perfect. Let's set the value, and I can say name is going to be the token name. I can display the balance of the token which user will have, and I can also display the token symbol. So these are the information we are displaying if there is a details about the token which user wants to transfer. Now we have to add the else statement, copy and paste here, and all we have to do is to check the data, take the data from the user. So we can remove this one. We'll add the placeholder. We'll say token address, and we can simply add an on change function where we can simply update the address. So we'll say set token, with the token details gonna be address. Perfect. Got it. Now we can simply say set transfer token to be the token address. Got it. Looks perfect. I hope you guys have understood that what exactly we have done. Looking great. Now what we can do, come back here. We'll take a class called large 12. Inside that we'll take a come back and simply copy this entire portion, and that's what we can paste here. And we have to do the changes right up here. Simply remove this one, and here we have to simply say set token. This will be sent to. Simply copy this one and paste here, and here we have this one. Simply copy this one, and that's what we can simply paste here. And let's change this to send to. Simply copy, and that's what we can paste here, and this is going to be amount. Perfect. Now we can come back here. We can take a div. It will have a class called ICO Contract dash dash BTN text center margin top 10. Inside that we'll take a button. It will have a on click function. We'll say transfer token, and we have to pass the token details. It will have a class called theme button. Inside that we can display the button. We'll say transfer token. Perfect. Looks great. If I make on the big screen, you can see the components look great. Okay, we have some issue. The component is not aligned, so we have to do a fix. So first thing we have to do is we have to take this strong tag, cut and paste inside this h2, so it will be in the same section. And here we have to do one more changes. So this is the entire section. Simply cut this one, and we have to bring inside this, paste here. So these are the two fixes you have to do. Now you can see the section is looking great. We have the 3 input field and the button. Perfect. So it's working fine. Now we can simply come back here, and we have to work on the decorative element. So we can take a div. It will have a class called ICO Contract dash dash shape image. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called shape dash dash 1. In that we can take a div. It will have a class called, inside that, which is coming from our asset folder, shape shape 1 png, and we can simply copy and paste here and change this to 2. and 2. Perfect. This is going to be our decorative element. Now we can simply come back, copy and paste here, and we have to do the minor changes. So let's remove this one. Now we have to remove the div, remove this one, and we have to remove this, and perfect. That's the only thing we have to do. Looks great. Replicate this to 3. And if you come back here, something's went wrong. It's not perfectly aligned, so we have to fix this. So we can come back here, and I noticed one thing, remove this one called CONTACT, contact, and that's what we have to simply paste it, contact. Now it's perfectly aligned. I hope you guys have fixed this. Now it's looking great. Everything's working fine. So we can come back here, remove this one. It is loading the data. If you click on this, it will open the component. Now if you click on the plus icon, it's going to open the collection. So the event is working fine. It's working fine. Now we have to work on the next section. So we can simply come back here, and this time we're going to simply start working on the next component, this transfer fund. So come back here. We're going to simply copy this entire section because it will have the similar structure. So simply copy this entire, and that's what we have to simply paste here in the, let's say this is done in the token transfer currency. Simply paste here, select and paste, and now we have to do the changes. So we can simply copy the name, and first we have to change that here and on top. Now we have to simply come back here and receive the prop. So this is fine. Let me have a look one more time. So here we have this. So let's copy the props, and that's what we can import. And let's remove this one. Remove this one. And remove this one. Perfect. We got it. Now we have to do a little bit fix. So let's make it side by side. And this is what we have. Now I can simply come back here, and I can simply turn it on. So this is how it looks. You can see it's open, but I don't want all of this. I need to do a lot of changes. So we can simply come back here. Let's make on the big screen, and let's do the changes first. Come back here, and this is fine. First thing we have to do is to simply, we got this props. Now we can simply come back here. We can simply remove this. We need this called receiver. Change this to transfer, and this will be called transfer. Let's come back and remove both, and let's take another one. This will be called receiver, and this will be called address. Let's make it capital A, and here we have to say address, and this will be called check account balance, and we have to pass the address. So in this way user can check the balance of any user, and this is fine. Simply take this token, and instead of token we can call it balance, and that's what we have to paste here, and we need this, remove this one, and call this address, because whenever there is a change in the address, this is the function we have to call it. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here, and let's do the changes. So this will be transfer currency, means fund. Here we have to change the function. We'll say transfer currency, and we can do one thing. We can simply remove this to receiver, and here we have to do the changes. So let's remove this one and take this account balance, and the balance is available in the receiver slice 8. Got it. And we can display the currency as well. Perfect. And here we can take the information. So we'll call it receiver, and we can say receiver. This is what we have, receiver, and that's what we are calling it here. And we change this to set address. Perfect. Looks great. Now we can simply come back here. Let's change this to set transfer. This will be transfer. This will be amount. Close this one and remove this too. Come back here. Let's take a paragraph. It will have a strong called balance, and it will display the details. We'll say details MATIC balance. We'll take the currency, and the decorative element is going to be fine. So if I come back here, go back to the transfer token. Actually I need the button, so come back here, and we have to get the button section. Copy, and that's what we can simply paste here, because we need button in the transfer currency section. So we have to paste the button right up here, and looks fine. We have to change the function, and change the data, and this will be called currency, and the rest will be fine. If you come back here, you can see it looks absolutely great. It's displaying the balance of the user. If I come back here, so we are done with that. We're done with this. Let's close this one. Now we have to work on the next one. So if I come back here and show you, let's make it click here, and if I click on this, it's going to open this one. If I click on this, it's going to open the transfer ether, and the balance is also looking great. You can paste the receiver address and the amount. Perfect. Now we have to work on the donation. So this is what we have. Let's bring it back. Now we're going to simply copy this entire section, and that's what we have to receive. So come back in the donation and simply paste here, and we have to do the changes. So first copy the name, and that's what we have to replace, called donation. Paste here, donate, and this one is a donate. Now we have to receive the props. Let's receive it and format this one. Got it. Now we have to simply do the changes. So instead of taking the transfer, we have to take a state variable, remove this one, and let's call this use state, and this will be the amount which user wants to donate, and we don't need this one. Now come back here, change this to donate, and we can change this component, open, and actually we don't need this, so let's remove this one, and we can have this, change this to set donate fund, and we'll say it at target value, and remove this one. So we got our donation, and remove this one, and we have to display the balance of the user. Fine. And we have to simply change this to donate, and change the function, and change this to donate fund, and that's the only thing we have to do here. Everything's looking great, and you can see I'm getting this error. Reload the page, and it's fine. Perfect. You just paste the amount, and it's built in it. So if I come back here, let's change this to amount. Perfect. So the user can simply click, paste the amount, and he can donate the fund to our application. Looks great. We are done with this section. Now close this one. So we are done with this. Slowly everything is coming together. Now we have to work on the, we are done with this. We have to work on the update. So give this one exclamation, and now we can simply copy this and donate, and that's what we can simply paste here. Update price. Simply copy this one, paste here, and we have to receive the prop. So we can come back here, copy, and let's receive the prop. Remove this one, remove this one, remove this one, remove this one. Got it. Change this one. We'll take a state variable called price. Change this to update token price. Change this open update price, and this will be price, and let's change the function to set price, and this is fine. And here we have to display the details about the token. So we'll take this current price, and all of these details we have in this detail. So we can take token price, and we can give a HTML space tag, copy and paste, and this will be in a strong tag. So let's take a strong tag, and we can say that token balance, and the details about the token balance we already have in this token balance, and we can display the symbol. Perfect. Now change this to update price, and we have to change the function to update token price. I'm getting this some sort of warning. Looking great, absolutely fine. We're going to fix, I'm just working on the layout, all the variables changes we're going to do. So just work on the front end side. We're going to do a lot of changes. I'm just going with the front end. Once the front end is ready, then we're going to simply test and recheck the variables and provide the actual name. So simply copy this one, and that's the exact thing we have to do here in the update address. So give this. Now what we can do, it's open. Now we have to simply close this one and come back to and paste here. Copy this one and change here, update address, update address. Copy this one, and that's what we have to simply paste here. Remove this, remove this, remove this, remove this. Got it. We got all of that. Now we have to work on the few more things. So first thing, we have to simply change and take a state variable called address. Got it? Now we can come back to the token, transfer token, and we need a lot of similar functions. So we need this entire section. Copy this one, and that's what we can paste. Let's change this. This is fine. We don't need to make any changes. Okay. Let's change the price to the update token and change the function. And here we can simply come back here, and actually we don't need this section because when the user will paste the address, we have to fetch the balance. So we need this dynamic block. So simply copy this one, and that's what we can simply paste here. So close this one and simply paste here. You got it? Now let's change this to address, make it capital, and here we have to make it capital, and remove this one. Perfect. And this will be set transfer token, and this is fine. And let's copy and paste here, and we can display the address of the token as well. So we'll say on click, we'll allow user to copy, so user can click and they can copy the address. So we'll say navigator, clipboard, write text. We can simply pass the address of the token, and we can call it token address. This is fine. Then we can simply take a detail. We'll say token balance, and we can display the short address. So we have to display the address of the token. So we can simply come back here and import the short address we have built on here. So we'll take import, and that's coming from our utils / shorten address. Copy that one, and that's what we have to simply paste here. Details, token address. Let's change the function to update token, and this will be update address, and this will be the address. Okay, if I come back here, reload the page, I'm getting this error. Not a big deal. So what we can do is we need to define the state variable. So I forgot it. So come back here in the transfer token, and I need this portion as well. Simply copy this one, and that's what we have to take it here because that's what we are updating. Perfect. Now if you come back here, you can see we are getting all of these details are looking fine. The price, token balance, and the address, and this update token. Close this one. Now we can remove this. Perfect. So things are coming together. Now we have to work on the pop-up, which is the buy component. Simply grab this portion, and that's what we have to receive in the pop-up. And let's remove this one. Let's remove that. Perfect. We got it. And actually our section is going to be quite similar. So if I click here, you can see all of this are looking great. If you click, if you go fund, working great. Close. If you click on this donation, working great. If you click on this donation, close. Withdraw. So you can see the moment we are clicking on the withdraw, it's calling our smart contract function, but this transfer will not execute because there is no token available. So simply reload the page, and it's going to cancel the transaction because it's not triggering our function. We have just attached, so that is also working fine. And here we have this update. So all we have to do is to paste the address, and we can update the token address. And the last one is going to be the price. Perfect. At the moment I will switch my account, you will see the logic we have implemented. So let's connect this one. So right now I've connected with a different account which is not the owner, and if I click on this, it will only display these two tools, these three tools which we are providing to the users, not the admin functionality. So it's also looking great, but the moment I will change to back to admin, it will reflect all the functions. Perfect. The logic is looking great. So it's perfect. Now we have to work on this pop-up model, means purchase one. So we can come back here, and we can simply copy the same thing. Simply copy this entire section, and that's what we have to paste here. And we can simply receive the prop one more time, and let's receive that, remove it. We got all of the props. Now we can simply change the name to pop-up and change it here as well. Here we have this one. We can simply do one thing. We can simply remove this portion, take a state variable called amount, and here we have to do the changes. So let's do one thing. Let's remove this entire function, and let's call in the normal way. So we already have this set loader to true. Then we have to call our ERC20 function we have built, and then we have to pass the address of the token. Then we can simply call this then, and we have to resolve the promise. So it will give us the data. That's the data we have to set in our state variable. So we'll say set, so this is the one, set transfer token, paste here, and item and console logout. Perfect. And we'll set the loader to false. We got all of these details. Now we have to simply come back here, change this to buy token, change this to set buy model, and here we have this one. So this is fine, I guess. So this is what we have here. Let's come back to the next else statement. So this is the entire section we have. Let's remove this one. We don't need this. Here we have to simply build the condition. So we can simply give the token balance. We'll display the user token balance, and let's convert it to a template literal. Let's display the balance. We'll say transfer token balance. This contains the balance of the user, that how much token he or she has of that particular token, and we can display the token symbol. Change this to set amount is going to be e.target.value. That's what we got it. We can come back to the next one. Let's convert it to a, it's 1212, but let's convert it to a 6 because we want to have a half width, 50%. And here do we have to do the CSCV, and here we have to do the changes. So let's remove this portion. Let's call this value, and we'll say when the user will pass the quantity of the token he wants to purchase, we have to calculate and we have to display the actual fund he or she going to pay for the transaction. So let's call that account. We'll say amount multiplied by the price, and that price we can display as an output. Else we can say output value. Perfect. And let's remove this one. So this is fine. Let's provide this, and still we are getting this one, and let's remove this, save it. Perfect. So this is the dynamic value section we have. Perfect. Now let's get simply copy and paste here, and this will be 12, and here it's going to be a text area because we won't display the text short message. Remove this one. We'll have a calls 30, row is going to be a 10, placeholder, it will contain the dynamic. We'll say current price, we'll say details, token balance, detail symbol, and it will have the token address. It will say details, token balance, and it will have the address. So we all have to import the function. So we'll say shorten address coming from utility, copy, and that's what we have to simply call it here, and pass the address of the token, details, token, address, and let's call this buy token and change the function to buy token, and we have to pass the amount, and the rest would be fine. You don't need to make any changes. Perfect. If you reload the page, looks great. Click here, and here it's open the component. You can see it's fetching all the information, the balance which I hold because I am the admin and I have the entire supply of the token. That's why you can see all the supply I have. The output is working fine, and the text area is working also fine. This is good. The moment I will type the quantity is going to give me the amount which I'm going to pay. It's also great. And okay, this is, I have to simply disable this particular section because this one is for the notification. Close this one, come back here, and let's add a disable attribute in the text area. So I can simply call it disable. So user cannot able to type anything. Perfect. So we're done with all the section, looking great. You can see every single thing is looking great. If I come back here, I change my account to other account, the logic we have built, it's also working great. No problem we have in that. Perfect. If we click, we'll go back to the about us section. Okay, there is a problem in the roadmap, not a big deal. Actually, we didn't need this roadmap. So what I will do, I'll simply close here, and this is fine. This is the header we have. We don't have the roadmap section, so let's remove that one. So I can come back to the header, and this is a feature we have. And let's comment this portion. We don't need the roadmap. That's great. Team, about, perfect. Team, perfect. FAQ, perfect. We have the team is also looking great. We have the FAQ, contact, and we have the next one is the tools, and this price is also looking great. Everything is looking great. You can see we are done with this entire feature and functionality in our application. I hope you guys have understood and follow along with me. And now we're going to simply do the testing and going to fix all the variables, because right now we have work on the layout. There are a couple of places where we have to change the variable name. So that's what we're going to do in our last video, where we're going to fix every single thing and we're going to do the final testing. Hey everyone, welcome back to the final part of our Token ICO Dapp project. In the last 3 parts, we have completed our entire project, and now we're going to simply test and deploy. So this is where we left in the last video. So I want you to come back here in the constants, go back here, and I have already given you this image logo which we're going to add in the MetaMask. So in your case, you have to provide your, but in the startup file I have given my, so you can simply copy, and that's what you have to provide here. That's what you have to provide. If you want to know what is this logo, you can simply copy this one, and you can simply come back, open up your browser, and you can see, paste here, hit enter, and here we have the logo of the token. If you don't know how to upload the logo of your application, you can simply come back to the blockchain coder. There you will find tons of projects we have built on our channel. There we are simply uploading our logo and creating the ERC20 token. So you can simply watch this project, or this project. In this project, I have said that how you can create your token and deploy all the metadata on the decentralized IPFS. So make sure to check this one. Now you have seen that, and I want to come back to the code. So we have done all the setting here in that, so we don't do anything in here. Our application is also working fine. So come back here, and this is what we were left in the last video. If I reload the page, everything is working fine. It's fetching out the information. Now we're going to simply test our application. So first, what I can do is I can simply click here, and here you will find bunch of options. So I'm connected as an admin, so I have all of this option. So let's start testing this first. So if I click here, you will find that I'm getting this three input field, which I have to provide the details. So currently this is fine. Okay, this is the one fix I have to do. So I can simply come back here, go back to the component, and inside the component we have this transfer token, and here we're going to do a little bit fix. So this is fine, this is the token, this is good. Now I can simply come back to the input field. So this is the send to, and this will be the amount. So say amount, that's what you have to do. And I see this is the one problem I have done, so I have to simply copy this one, and that's what I have to simply provide here. I hope you guys have noticed this. Do this. So this is the first input field, we got it. For the amount, this is the second one, is the address, and this is the one we have, and simply do the changes here as well. Perfect. So we got all of that. Now we are ready to test our features. If you come back here, this is the event we have. We are simply calling this function, in that we are passing all of this information. So if you come back here in the context, go back to the, let's say, index, there you will have this particular function. So this is the fetch, and here we have the transfer token. So we are passing all of this information, we are getting all of this information. You can literally call whatever you want. So this is what I called, and that's what I'm sending here as a transfer. That's what I'm going to receive. I'm deconstructing the token address, send to amount, and that's what I'm doing here. Make sure to check the exact spelling which you have provided. So this is the send to, because this is what exactly we're going to receive. Check, double check, and the last one is going to be the address. Perfect. So everything is looking good. Now we are ready to test our application. So what I will do, I'll simply come back here, and I need to get the token address. So I can simply come back here, and this is the ERC20 token address which we have deployed. This is the owner address, and this is our ICO contract address. So I want to transfer the token to our ICO contract because there is currently zero supply. So if I come back here, you can see, let me close this one. You can see we have zero supply in our token ICO contract. We have to provide the supply so the user can purchase. So let's do that. So first I will simply come back here. I'm going to copy the address of our token which we have deployed, and literally you can use any token. If you have already deployed your token and you have your token, you can simply give the address and you can simply set that token in the contract. So I'll simply copy that one. I can come back here. Let's click on the tools, click on this transfer token and paste the token address. And the moment you will do, it's going to fetch out all the information about the token. You can see I'm the owner, so I have the entire supply. So it's fetching out all the information like the name, the balance and the symbol. So the logic is working fine. Now here I have to give the address where I want to transfer. So I can simply come back here and I can get the address of the contract, the ICO contract, and I can send this. There, I got the address. Now I have to send the amount. So I want to transfer 100 token. Let's click on this transfer token and it's going to make a call to our MetaMask. You can see here our MetaMask popped up. We are transferring 100 TBC token. Simply confirm the transaction and the transaction is in the pending state. Once the transaction will complete, this token will be transferred to our ICO contract. So just wait. The transaction is in the pending state, and once the transaction will complete, you will find this balance in the ICO contract. And finally the transaction is completed. It's reload the page and there you will find that we have 100 token available in our ICO contract. So our logic for transferring the token is working absolutely fine. We're done with that. Now let's try to add this particular token in our MetaMask. So if I come back here, you can see I have these tokens available, but this particular token is not available in our MetaMask. So I can simply come back here, because if I take you back here in the constants, then you will find that this is the details we have provided: token, address, symbol and the images, and that's what we are setting up. So let's test this feature as well. So I'll simply click here and it's going to make a call to our MetaMask. Here it's got it. You can see the symbol, the name and the supply which I hold. So I click on this add token and the token will be added successfully. The token is added. If you click here and you will find the token we have added successfully. Perfectly, it's added. So that's is also working fine. Now we can simply come back to the next feature. Come back here, transfer fund. So user can simply transfer the fund to any wallet address, but I want to transfer to the second account. So I'll come back here. I'll simply click on this second, and this is the account where I want to transfer the fund. You can see it's automatically shot the features. So first thing what I will do is I'll simply copy this address and I'll change my account to this. Got it? Now I can simply click here, it will give me the pop-up. I can simply paste the address of the user, and here I'm getting this particular error. So it's a good thing we are getting this error. So this is the problem we have, and this is what we have to fix, which is coming from transfer currency. So I can simply come back here. Let's go back to the component section. Then we have this transfer currency and the error is happening right up here. So this is what we have: receiver and address. That's what I got it. Now we can see like I'm providing the address, and here is the problem. This is the problem. So if I check this, so the address is perfect, there's no problem in that, but we are getting this particular error. So all I have to do is to simply provide this one. Okay, so simply copy this one, and that's what I have to replace here. So this is the function which I have to call, set transfer, and I'm calling this receiver, and that's what I can simply pass here as a receiver is perfect, and I call this as a transfer. Copy this one, and that's what I have to simply provide here instead of token detail, because this time we are dealing with this one. This is fine. We have to do exactly the same thing here, but we have already done it. Somehow I made that mistake, so it's not a big deal. It's part of development. So we got it. Looks everything's fine. Now we can simply test our application. You can see we have pasted the address. Let's reload one more time, and I can simply come back here. I can go back to the account number 2. I'll simply copy the address, come back here, go back to account number 3, and I can simply transfer the fund. So this is the fund I have. I can simply paste the address, and again I'm getting this particular error, so that's a good thing. So it's coming from set token details. I can simply come back in the code, and this time I'm having the error from here, set token detail, which we don't have it. So like what I can do is, this is the one which I have to call instead of calling the set token details. So let's call this one, and we have to set the balance. Perfect. Got it? Now I can simply come back here, and you can see it will automatically fetch the balance of the account where we want to transfer. So this is the fund exactly I have in this particular account. I hope you guys have seen. This is the fund I have. This looks great. I can copy one more time, and I can simply reload the page, and I can simply click here, let's change my account to account number 3 because I have enough funds so I can test. Let's click on this. If I paste the address, you will see it will fetch the balance, and I can simply give the address, the amount which I want to transfer. So if I reload the page, I can simply come back here, click one more time. So this is the receiver address, and here I have to pass the amount. So I can simply come back here. I have to change this, so I'll simply come back and I can go back to the next input field. This is the receiver address is fine, and here is the amount, so we'll say dash amount. Perfect, got it. Now I can simply send, let's say 1 Ether I want to transfer. Let's click on this transfer currency. It's going to make a call to our MetaMask, and you can see we are transferring 1 Ether. Click on confirm, and the transaction is the pending state. Once the transaction will complete, you will see that this particular fund is transferred to our second wallet address. So it's looking great. Just give me a moment, and it's taking a little bit time because we are doing the testing actually on Ethereum test network, so just wait. And finally the transaction is confirmed. You can see, you can simply click here and you can verify on the block explorer, and the fund is simply detected from our wallet. So if you click here right now, you can see we have 5, but if you go back to the wallet 2, you will see the fund is went up to 2. Perfect. So both one is working fine. If anybody wants to donate, for example, like this account number 2 wants to donate fund to Daulat, means the admin of the contract, so they can do that very easily. I can simply click here and I can give the amount which I want to donate. So let's take this one. So I want to donate very less, like this much fund I want to donate. I can simply click on this donate, and it's going to make a call to our smart contract. You can see this much fund we are donating, and I can simply click on confirm, and it will donate the fund to the owner of the contract. So this particular fund will be transferred straight away to the admin address. We are not keeping that in the contract, we are transferring straight away to the admin address. Just wait. Once the transaction will complete, you can able to see the fund will be transferred successfully. It's taking a little bit time because we are transferring the fund on the actual test network, so just a moment. It's pending. Once the transaction will complete, you will find the fund will be in the account number 3. And finally the transaction is completed. You can see it's reload our page and the fund went down in this particular wallet. If I change my wallet, you will see the fund went up in my third wallet. It's went up perfectly. So all of these 3 tools are working absolutely fine. Now we can start working on this. So before I simply withdraw all of the token which I have transferred, so currently you can see I have this much token. So what I can do, let's try to test the withdrawal function. When I will call this, is going to simply withdraw all the token from our ICO contract. So let's click on this withdraw, and it's going to make a call to our smart contract, and you can see here it's making the call. We are withdrawing all the token. If there is no token and if you call this function, is going to throw an error. Okay, so simply click on this confirm, and you can click here and you can able to see the fund is going to be out of the ICO contract we have built. So just wait. And here the transaction is completed successfully, and we have withdraw all the fund. Right now the supply is 0, and if you come back here and simply come back here and try to check the about fund, click here, and if I come back and get the address of the token which we are selling through the ICO, so I'll simply copy the address of the token because I'm not remember that. I can simply paste the address, and you can see the fund is back to 1000. So everything's looking great. Now let me transfer it one more time to the ICO contract so we can do the testing. So let's copy this one. I can simply paste send, and I want to transfer, let's say 200 this time. Click on transfer token, and it's going to make a call to our smart contract, and we have to simply confirm the transaction. So the token will be transferred to our smart contract. So just wait. It's taking a little bit time. And finally the transaction is completed, and you will see the token is transferred to our ICO contract, and here we have the 200 token. So it's looking great. We have seen all of this function which is working absolutely fine. If you want to update the token, you can simply come back here, and you can see this is the current price of the token we have sent. This is the token available in the ICO contract, and this is the address of the token. So before you simply change the token in the ICO contract, make sure to withdraw all the token. Okay, so what I will do, I'll simply come back here, and I'm going to give the same address. So you can simply call the function as many times as you want. There is no problem. So I'll give this, and it's going to fetch out all the information. You can see this is the current supply we have, and I can simply click on this update because I'm simply updating the same address, so it's not going to create any problem. So click on this confirm, and the token is updating in the ICO contract. So just wait, once the token will be updated, you will be seeing the same details because we are not changing the address of the token. And finally the transaction is completed and we have updated the token successfully and we have the same details. In the same way, if you want to update the price, you can do that. So this is the price we have currently for the token and I want to change the price. So what I will do, I'll go with this something like 0001, a little expensive. This is the price I want to set for my token. So I can simply click on this update price and it's going to make a call. So here you can see I'm getting this particular error, which is a good sign. So I have to fix this one, which is coming from update price, and here we have donate fund. So I'll simply come back here and I'll come back to the component section. Inside the component I have this update price and we have this particular one called price, and that's what we have to simply call. So I'll simply copy this one and here I have to simply call this particular one a price, and the rest should be fine because here we are simply updating the price. Everything is great. Now we can simply come back here and if I reload the page, let's wait and we can come here. Let's try to update the price. So this time I'll go with something very little high. This much price I want to say. This is the default one which we set through Remix ID. So simply click on this update price. It's going to make a call to our smart contract and we are calling this update token sell price. Click on this confirm, and once the transaction will complete, we have successfully updated our token price in our ICO contract. And this is very important. When you provide the updating address and the ICO price address, it will help you to use the same contract for multiple token. All you have to do is to change the token and the price, and you can change a little bit details about the token in the front end side, and everything is ready, which is the best strategy which you have to use when you are building an ICO contract. So the price is updated. So all of this function is working absolutely fine. We don't have any issue in that. Now what I will do is I'm going to simply close this one and let's start testing the buy function. So click here. It will go to open and fetch out all the information. So this is my balance and here is the details about the token. So currently 200 token is available in the ICO contract and I have to simply give the quantity which I want to buy. So I'll go with this, let's say 5, because I don't want to spend too much ether because this is very hard to get nowadays. So if I want to buy the token, I can simply click on this buy token. Is going to make a call to a smart contract, and finally we got some error. So let's test this out in the terminal, that what exactly went wrong to see. And this is actually a good sign and you should always test. So we are getting some sort of error related to overflow in our function. So what I will do, I'll simply reload the page one more time and let's try to make a call. You can see all of these details are looking fine and it will give me the details. I want to buy, let's say 5 token, and click on this buy token, and here it is getting me the same error. It's coming from the overflow. So that's the fix we have to do. You can simply come back here and this is fine. We don't need to do anything. All of this function are looking great. We have to come back here in the index file, and this is the place where we have to do a little bit fix. Something's getting crazy here. That's why our transaction is failing. So what I will do, I have to recheck the function. So we are getting the address, then we are making the call to a smart contract, and this is the buy function. Okay, now let's open this one and I'm checking the balance, available balance in the contract, which is absolutely fine. Then we are getting the price. So here we have the token details. This token, okay, my bad. This is the token price I'm getting. There is no problem in that. And here we have the amount. This price is coming from here. Perfect. And that's what I'm passing. But what is this amount is doing here? So let's come back here, and I hope you guys can spot the problem, that what exactly problem we are having. So this is the fix we have to do. You can see it's account, sorry, my bad. It will be amount because that's what we are passing. So simply change this to amount. Now it will be go into a smart contract. You can see this is the, let me close this one. This is the smart contract buying function we have. It's going to take the amount and it's going to do the multiplication calculation, and it's going to calculate the fund and the fund we are providing, and then it's going to simply execute the transaction. Come back here and let's try to execute the transaction. Now let's do that. So let's click here in the purchase and let me close this one, and I want to buy 5 token. This much fund I'm paying. Let's click on this buy token. It's going to make a call, and there it is. This much fund we are paying. So again we have some problem. We have to do one more calculation. You can see we have to pay this much fund, but we are paying only 5. So there is a problem. So we have to fix that. So I'll simply confirm that, and you will see that we have given the 5, but we have charged for 1 token. So there is a problem in our function, the value which we are passing. So that's the fix we have to do. So what I will do, let me complete this transaction, and once the transaction will complete, and here the transaction failed, and that's obvious. So let's come back here, let's click here, and you can see the transaction failed because we have passed the wrong argument. We are not charging the full amount which we should charge. So to do that, we have a very simple solution for that. Like, instead of charging a very small fund, we can simply do the multiplication. I hope you guys have noticed this. This is very basics which you have to know it. I just wanted to give a try to spot the problem we have in the function. I hope you guys have tried. So all we have to do is to simply do the multiplication. So simply copy this variable, and we can come back here, we give this one, and we can do this. In this way, what will happen, whatever the price of the token is, we're going to simply multiply with the number of token, and that's the price we have to pass here in the function. Now it will work fine. I hope you guys have noticed this. This is very important skill. This is very important. Now we can start testing. So let's close this one, and I'm going to simply clear my MetaMask history because I already have a failed transaction. So whenever you have a failed transaction, make sure to clear MetaMask history. It's going to reset everything in your MetaMask. So we're done with that. Reload the page, and now we can simply buy the token. So if I click here, you will see it's showing this, and this is the token supply we have. Now if I click on 5, I'm going to pay this much fund. Now I can simply click on the buy token. I can simply buy the 5 tokens. So click on this buy token. Is going to make a call to our MetaMask, and you can see this time we are charging the right fund. Click on confirm, and this time the transaction will execute smoothly without having any issue, because every single data we are providing is absolutely correct amount on the price, and that's the check we're going to do in the smart contract. And finally the transaction is completed. It took a little bit time, but finally we have bought the 5 tokens. So if you come back here, you can see this went up to 5. This is fine, and somehow our progress bar is not moving. So this is the one fix we have to do. So what I will do, I'll simply come back here, and this is what I have. You can see it's went up to 5, and here we have the less one. So this time I'm going to switch my account and to account number 2. And if I come back here, the token is not available in here, so I have to simply add the token first. So let's click on this add MetaMask, and it's going to add in my wallet. So let's add this. Currently I have a 0 token. You can see if I click on the MetaMask, I have 0 token available. So now I can click here, and I can simply buy, let's say 8 token. This much money I have to pay. Click on buy token, and it's going to make a call to our smart contract, and we are buying 8 tokens successfully. So click on this confirm, and once the transaction will complete, you will see the fund will be deducted from our wallet, and it will be transferred to the owner of the contract, and will buy the token successfully. So just wait. And finally the transaction is completed, and so finally the transaction is completed. You can see it went up to 13 because we have bought 8 token. If you click here, you will see the token we have bought is reflecting here 8 token. But why our progress bar is not working? So this is the one fix we have to do. So simply come back to the code and come back here in the hero section. So I'm already here, and you will see that this is something is wrong here. We have to fix this one, because we are getting the data. If I do the console log, so like we have all the details about the token, and the sold information is right up here. So I'll simply come back here. I can simply do the console log, say console.log, and you will see that we have all of this details. So let me do that. Inspect element, and here we have, go back to this. Here we have this one. Now you can see we have all of these details, the price, the token balance which is available. So the token balance is there, and the number of token is sold is reflecting. So everything is looking good, but something is wrong right up here in this particular function. So this is the fix we have to do. So I hope you guys can spot the problem we have. So first thing, I have to fix the spelling which is wrong. I check this, it's wrong. Calculate percentage, and this is the problem. Sorry, I keep this in a block. I need to cut and paste out of it, then it will work fine. Now it's perfect. Got it? So we're done with this fix. Now we have to fix here. I noticed that I forgot to add the percentage. So this is the value we are providing. Let's add this percentage sign. Perfect. Now it will simply work. So come back here, and there it is. You can see our bar is working fine. Let's come back here. I can click here, and I can simply open it. Click here, and I can simply open this one, and this time I can buy, let's say 8 more token, and this much money I'm paying. because the reason why I'm buying in low quantity, because I don't have much fund and I don't want to exhaust my fund. Let's click on this confirm. This is the money I'm paying. I have to simply click on this. Let's call this one confirm, and the transaction in the pending state. Once the transaction will complete, you will see the fund will be transferred and the token will be purchased successfully. So always try to buy in low quantity, because this is what I have noticed when I'm actually doing the testing on the actual network. When I buy the token in the low quantity, it costs me less fund, less gas consumption, and everything's looking good. You can see it went up to 21, and this is also fine. So every single thing is working fine. I hope you guys have noticed that how everything is coming together. Everything is looking great. We can buy the token. If I open this MetaMask, you can see the fund is reflecting fine, 60 token. If I come back here in this account number 3, I can able to withdraw all the token which I have. So that's all I can see. So every single thing is looking good, 100% responsive for different screen sizes. So if I click here, you can come back, it's going to open it, you can close it, you can simply close this one, you can open it up, and that's all you have here. That's all you have. Perfect. Let's make on the big screen. Now let's test this email which we have built. So I can simply type the name, I can type the email where, and I can give the short message. So I can simply come back here, and which project we are building, this is the one. So this is the project we are building. Simply click on this, and I can simply get a couple of dummy text from here. So I'll simply copy this one, and that's what I can simply paste. We got it. Now simply click on this send message, and it's going to send the message in your wallet. So here I got some sort of error, not a big deal. So it's a toaster, looks fine, and I got the email. I hope you guys have heard the noise, but something's wrong here in the error. So that's what I have to fix, which is in the contact. So I can simply come back here, and we can simply go back to the contact, which is this, and this is the one which caused the error. So there, okay, this is the error. I have to give the right name. Perfect. Now I can able to have it. Reload the page. You will got this. You can able to see all the details. Progress bar is also looking great. Let's send the email one more time. I can simply go this and send the message, and click on this send, and here it's sent successfully. You can see it display the red. It's displayed the red, so I can simply display the success one green. So you can simply say green, so it will display the green one. If you come back here, let's test the one more time. I can simply copy this text, and that's what I can pass. I'll say this is the email, paste it and send it, and this time it's successfully green. So it's looking great. You can send the email and you can receive. Everything is looking great. So all you have to do is to simply provide the details about your token. So let's come back here. All the details you have to provide. So this is the account which I have used for deploying. So make sure to provide this, because this is what we are using for honor validation. Here you have to provide your contract ICO. Here you have to provide the token address. If you already have your token, you can simply provide that as well. It's not necessary that you have to create a new token and provide it. Simply provide the token added, and everything will be working fine. Now let's come back to here. Go to the component section, and here we have the contact, and you have to get your own key for form pair, so you can able to receive the email. So to get that, you can come back here, type a new open a new tab, and type formspare.io. It is a very powerful platform and free to use it. So simply click on this get started. I already have my account, so I will simply log in. You can see I've already created bunch of form which you can able to find. So to create a new one, you can simply click on this add new, and it will ask you two things. You want to create a new form or a new project. So if you want to create a new project, or if you want to create a new form, you can do that. So let's create a new project, and you can give the name. So I'll say ICO Dapp. Click here, and it will create a new project. So here the project is created, and you have to create a new form. So to create a new form, you can simply click here, and you can give a name. So we'll say ICO email. Click on this. You can able to find all the details. You can come back to the overview, and here you will find that I need to upgrade. It's telling me you can come back to the template, and there it says to update. So I'm into the ICO Dapp already, and I can click on this email, and there you will find all the code which we have created. So you can see all the different method you will find: HTML, Ajax, React. That's all you will find. If you come back down below, you will have a key. So this is the key which we need. So you can simply click on this React and you can simply get the key. Copy this one, and that's what we have to simply provide. So come back to the code, and this is what we have to replace here. Once you have your key, now you can simply test and you will receive the email in your account. All the email which you will receive, that's all you will find here in the submission section, and you can able to see all of these details. You can easily able to connect with the email provider, like they have bunch of email provider service, so you can connect with Discord, like Stripe. That's all you can connect. So let's send this email. So what I will do, I'll simply reload the page, so it will load my environment variable. I'll simply get the copy dummy text. I can simply come back here and I can simply paste text, give the name, give the email, and simply click on the send message, and the message is successfully sent. If you come back here, you can heard the noise, reload the page. There you will find that here, this is the message we have sent, we have received, time, email. You can click here and you can able to see that what you have got, all the details looking fine. So everything is working fine. I hope you guys can understand that how everything is coming together. We have bunch of project on our channel. Make sure to come back to the source code section and download the starter file and start building. Supply chain management, crowdfund, Dapp, NFT marketplace. We have ICO Dapp, Liquidity. We have Etherscan clone, Polyscan, tons of project we have. You can simply filter it, and here you will find the latest project like staking Dapp, medical, AI project, Solana, marketplace. We have tons of projects. So I want you to come and go through this entire one, which will help you to understand very easily that how you can build any type of decentralized application. So finally we are done with this entire project. I hope you guys have understood that what exactly you have to do. Now we're going to simply deploy our application and make it on live. So before we deploy our application on internet, I have noticed one problem in our contract. Not in the contract, in our function. So you can see I was testing, and what I have found that I can simply click here and you can see this much token we have. So the moment I'll try to buy, let's say more than 10 token, so let's go with let's say 15, and this much money I'm paying, the moment I will call, it's going to fail the transaction. And this is happening because I made a silly mistake. So I can simply come back here, and this is part of development. Okay, this is part of development. So you can come back here, and this is the one fix you have to do. You can see, instead of bringing this in the bracket, I did in the other way. So all I have to do is to simply cut this portion, and that's what I have to paste here. So this is how I have to do the calculation. So this is what you have to do. Then we'll not have the problem of overflow and underflow. Reload the page, and if I want to buy the token, you can see right now I'm connected with this. So I'll simply switch my account to account number 2. You can see this is the supply I have, 16. Everything's looking good. I'll simply close this one and let's try to buy the token. I'll click here and I want to buy. This time I'll go with let's buy 30 token. This much money I have to pay. Actually, do I have that much fund? Yeah, it's enough fund, so I can make the purchase. Click on this buy token and it's going to make call to our smart contract, and you can see the transaction will complete. And this time we are tackling the overflow and underflow. So with the previous configuration we have done in the buy function, if it's below the 10, so it was doing the transaction smoothly because it's already in the underflow. But when you are going with the overflow, like above the 10, we have was 0, so it's creating the overflow problem. That's how we tackle. I hope you guys have understood. This is the thing which you have to know, that how you can convert the big entity and simply do the multiplication, and that's what you can data you can pass as a terms of price, so it can execute the transaction. So looks great. Just wait. Once the transaction will complete, we can able to complete the entire project, and then we're going to simply start deploying to Netlify. And finally the transaction is completed. We have bought the token. You can see it went up to 66. If I check my wallet, I have the token available, which is reflecting 46. So earlier 16, and we bought 10 token. So everything's looking great. Now I can simply come back here. Let's close all of that. Everything is looking great. Let's do the final check one more time in the responsiveness. That's how it's going to look. Perfect. Check all this one. This is a great. Different screen sizes, that is also perfect. It's going to open the components, so it's going to stretch out all of these details. You can see it's giving us all the details. We can simply close it. We can come back here, and here we have all of this. Absolutely perfect. So everything is looking great. I can simply come back here and things are perfect. Now what I can do is, I've noticed one thing. So if I click here and if I simply come here, and here is no option to simply open the model, so we have to attach that as well here. So what I will do, I'll simply come back to the code and let's go back to the sidebar. This is the sidebar I have, and here I have to simply attach the function. So I'll go back to the header, and we have built this condition. We have this condition. So this is what I need. I'll simply copy this one. Copy this one. It's called tools. That's what I have to copy, and that's what I have to attach in the sidebar. Click here, and here we got it. Now we have this get in touch. Instead of roadmap, let's give this one. So let's paste here, or I can simply come back all the way bottom. You can simply adjust as per your requirement. We got it. We need this few things right up here. So like honor model and set honor model. So these are the two props we need. So let's come back here, and we can go back to the header, and from there we can simply receive this to one. So we'll stick this. Let's receive all of this. We can simply do the changes. Come back here. We can paste here, receive that, and I can simply remove this one. I can simply remove this one. We got all of this. Perfect. Now this is the tool section we have, looking great. Now we have to send this to as a prop as well. So I'll simply copy this one, and I can simply come back to the index page, go back to the index, and there we have the sidebar. So let's send this as a prop. This one is the set model, and we have to get the other one. So we already have the honor model. Paste here. We got it. Looks perfect. Now if you come back in the browser, and if you go back to the mobile device, there you will find that it will be reflecting here. So you can see here we have the tool section. You can click, and it's going to open the model. Here it's open the model. So you can simply click any one, and you can simply do the transfer. Click, and you can simply click on this. It's going to open the model. Perfect. You can buy, transfer fund. That's all you can do. So every single thing is looking great. You can close it. You can close it. You can come here. You can open it. Perfect. So everything is looking great. I hope you guys can understand. We have done this little minor changes in our project, and everything is looking great to me. Now we have to simply deploy to Netlify. So now we're going to start deploying our application and make on internet so other can have the access. So I'm going to follow a static method. So we have two options. We can first deploy our code to GitHub, and from there we can simply import the code to Netlify, and then we can simply deploy. You can do in that way in the Next.js frame, but I'm going to use the another framework which is called static generation. So I'm going to convert this entire project into a static file, and that file we're going to simply import to our Netlify as a HTML file. So you can use the same process if you want to deploy your project to cPanel or WordPress. So that's going to have you will have a broad options to use any other provider. So this is all I have. I can simply come back to my JSON file, and here we have to do a little bit changes. So first thing, we have to simply open and stop our application, and this is what we're going to write couple of commands. So to generate the static file, we have to do the changes in our build command. So we can come back here, make sure to do exactly, and type next export. So this is what you have to add, and this is the command we're going to run it. So this is the command we have to run. Open up your terminal and simply type npm run build and hit enter. It's going to generate the static file. So this process might takes a little bit time. You can see it's optimizing my code. I'm getting a lot of this. Don't need to worry about it. Soon it's going to generate me this out folder. So here you can see we got it perfectly, and once it will generate, so you can say next export command has been removed in the favor of output export in the Next.js config file. So this is the changes we have to do. So let's simply copy and let's see what exactly it suggests us. So I'll simply copy that one, and now I can simply come back to the browser, and I can see this is the next build. Here I can call this config file called output is going to be export. So this is the one. I can simply add it. So I can simply come back here, go back to the Next.js config, and here we have this one. So I can simply add this as well. Perfect. Got it. Now that's what it said us to do. We got it. Now I can simply clear it up, And let's run the command one more time. Let's bring it up and let's run the build command. Hit enter, and this time it's going to generate the file and it's going to give us the out folder. So you can see we got the out folder. So this is a very important skill. You have to know that how you can deal with this kind of situation. It's not an error. You have to do the configuration properly. So we got this out folder. You can see export. We can come back here. Here we have the entire code of our application. Everything is got compiled successfully. Let's go close all of that, and you can see this is all the code of our project. This is the 404. This is the HTML. If you come back to the assets, in that we have all the assets, all the JavaScript. Everything's looking good. So this is the folder we have to deploy. And you can see if I come back here, and the moment I will save my code is going to simply format it, because I have Prettier installed in my extension. So make sure to install the Prettier, which is a very good extension. So to install, you can come back here and you can simply type Prettier and you will have it. Let's try to deploy our application. So we got this. Now close this one. Now you can simply come back here, open a new type Netlify. So come here, type NET Netlify and click on the very first link. It's a very powerful platform which will allow you to upload the application for free. I'll click on the reject. So make sure to create your account. It will have multiple options like connecting with GitHub, or you can go with the email ID. But I already have my account, so I will simply logged in. So I'll click on this login. And once I will come back to my dashboard, there you will find all the projects which I have deployed. Bunch of projects which I have deployed. These are the pro project which I have deployed on the NFT marketplace. That's all you will find here. Let's close this one. So to deploy our application with the static file, we can simply click on this add new site, and here you will have bunch of options. You can simply click and you can simply import your files. You can import your project from GitHub, GitLab, or any one of these provider. I'll simply go back here, come here, and now I'm going to deploy manually. Click here, and here we have to simply drag and drop the folder. So we can simply click here and we can go back to the desktop, and here we have our application. Click on the starter file. In that you will have this. Click on this, and here we have the out folder. Actually not this one, I have opened the wrong folder. Come back here, there is the starter file, and here we have the out folder. So make sure to open the exact folder where we're coding. So this is the starter folder, and here we have the out folder. So simply select this one and click on upload, and click on upload, and it's going to take few minutes. Sometime it will happen quickly, sometime it's happen a little late. So just wait. Once it will deploy, don't refresh your browser, otherwise the deployment will be cancelled. So just wait. Once it will deploy, it will take you back to your dashboard, and there you can easily able to do all the setups for your application. So just wait. It's uploading our application. It's going to happen very quickly, and we'll have all of these details about our application. All the files are successfully deployed. Now you can come back to the site configuration, and I want you to change the name of your application. So you can simply click on this change site, and this is the name of my URL. I can change to whatever I want. I'll say Daulat ICO Dapp. You can call whatever you want. So this is my URL. I click on this save, and it's going to check whether this particular URL is available or not. If it's available, it's going to generate. Otherwise, it will tell you to give a different name. You can see our application is successfully deployed. Everything's looking great. You can click on this URL and it will open in the new tab, and there you will find your application is live. This is the URL. You can share with your portfolio. You can share in your portfolio, your client. You can share with everyone. So our application is absolutely live. You can simply click on this connect. It's going to open the MetaMask. You can pick an account. So this is my admin account. So I'll click on this, and I'm going to simply click on next permission, and I'm connected. You can see the fund is reflecting. I can come back here. So I'm connected with this two account. If I click on this tool, you can see I'm not the admin, so that's why this particular things are working. But the moment I will change my account, you will see that I am the admin, and now I will have the access of all the funds. Perfect. You can see the progress bar is looking great. I can simply come back here and I can buy the token. So here we got it. Now I want to buy 5 token. This much fund I have to pay. Click on buy token. It's going to make a call, and we are paying this much fund. This fund will come back to me because I'm buying my own token. And once the transaction will complete, you will have your application is looking great. So every single thing is working fine. You can do exactly the same thing if you want to deploy to Hostinger or cPanel or WordPress. Simply upload this output folder the way I have explained you here in the Netlify. Simply upload that and your application will working absolutely fine. So you can see it went up. If you come back here, you can see it's went down, and the fund is also went down. Perfect. So simply deploy this out folder in your cPanel and everything would be working fine. So I hope you guys have understood that how you can simply build this powerful application and deploy. Every single thing is working fine. I want you to simply follow the complete project, try to rebuild, try to rewatch, try to rebuild every single thing. In that way you will understand that how you can build a DeFi project, because this is very powerful project and very common project you will find, because 90% of the project you will find around this token ICO or PreSale Dapp. So make sure to build this complete project. So I hope you guys have got the complete idea that what we have built and how we have built, and finally we have completed the entire project. You can simply come back to the source code section. There you will find all the project we have, build at least 5 projects: NFT marketplace, chat application, Uniswap clone. We have tons of projects, staking Dapp. This will help you to understand how you can include this. You can also build this AI model, which will allow you to integrate in the AI model in your Web3 project. So make sure to come back here, simply go back to this particular section, click here get now, so you can get the final source code or you can get the starter file and simply follow the complete project. And here I have explained you that how you can do the setup when you will get the final source code, so you can simply watch this video as well. So that's the only thing from my end. If you have any question, any doubt, do let me in the comment section. I'll definitely try to help you in that. With that, I'm ending this video. Have a wonderful day. Hey everyone, welcome back to our token ICO Dapp project. So finally we have completed the entire project. I hope you guys have followed the complete playlist. If not, so make sure to check this. This will teach you that how you can build a complex ICO Dapp with multiple features. Many of you have requested me to add multiple wallet providers, so user can click and they can connect with MetaMask, Rembo, Coinbase or Connect wallet. So I have added this, and it's very easy to add this kind of feature in your existing project. So if you already have your project and you want to add this feature, you can do that. So that's what I'm going to cover in this video. So first I would suggest you to follow the complete project. Once you will complete the project, this is what we have coded. So this is what we have coded, and simply replicate that, because when you are changing anything in the existing project, you should never do in the main directory. So what I have done, I have simply replicated this code which we have coded entirely, and that's what I have here in the update. And here I'm going to do all the changes, all the modification in terms of packages, in terms of code. So make sure to open this in your VS Code. So here I have opened the VS Code, and you can see this is the exact repo I have opened. This is the update folder, and this is what we have coded entirely in the project. The only thing you have to do to add this feature in the existing project, you have to install 1 or 2 packages. So if I come back to the package manager, there you will find that here we have multiple package which we have to install to integrate this feature. So first package is going to be this Rembo kit. I hope you guys are familiar with this Rembo kit. If not, then you can simply come back here, open a new tab, type Rembo kit and hit enter. It's going to give you this first. Click on that, and this is a very powerful platform which allow you to connect and integrate the wallets in your application very smoothly. So you can simply install, and you can do that. You can view the docs there. You will find all the details about the Rembo kit, that how you can configure, how you can install, how you can connect, and how you can do the modeling size. So every single thing we have used is going to be the latest one, so it will be 100% compatible. You can see we have the auth, so all the things you will find here. So this is the one thing you have to install. So make sure you have to install this particular package. It is the latest one, Wing 1218. So this is the package which you have to install, or you can simply come back here. You can go back to the installation section. There you will find that these are the 3 options which we get to install the packages. So we have to do the manual install. So this is the entire thing which you need. npm install, we need the Rembo kit, we need the Wing library, then we need the view, and we need this query. So we're going to install the latest version. So simply copy, and that's what you have to install. So once you install, you're going to have these 4 libraries in your project. So this is the 2, and here we have the 2. So I have done the installation. Once you've done the installation, now you can simply close this one. Now you have to come back to your pages inside the app.js. So all the update we have to do here in the app.js. So simply close this one. First thing, we have to import the CSS file, the module. So that's coming from our Rembo kit. So this is the exact import you have to do. Once you do the installation, you will come back to the package modules, and there you will find all the packages we have installed, and from there we are getting all of this. Okay, so this is the one which you have to import. Then you have to import the component. So we need the theme, we need the Rembo kit provider and configuration, and it's coming from Rembo kit. Here we have the Wing provider. This is the one what you have to install, and here we have the chain. So you can literally configure any chain which you want to configure in your project, but I will go with the test network. That's what I have taken. But here we have other option as well, which is going to enable to the user. So you can simply play around with this value. Now here we have the clients which is coming from query client provider and query. And this is our context which we have done the configuration. And this one is a very important thing. You can see we are using connect wallet in our project. So user can simply scan it and they can connect. So if I come back here in the browser, go back to the application, and first I have already done the installation. So I'll simply start the application, and it's going to start the application on localhost 3000. So you can see it's working fine. Now we can come back here and I'm going to reload the page, and here our application got started. It's taking a little bit time because we are using the Webpack to simply compress our module. So you can see this is what I have. If I click on this, it's going to open this model, and here you will find get wallet, or you can simply click on this wallet connect and it's going to give you this, or you can click on this open and it's going to give you all this models which you can simply use to configure. So you can click on this and it will give you multiple option to connect. So if you want to use all of these models, you have to simply create your account in wallet connect and you have to get your own API key. Anyway, in the final source code, I'm going to provide you my API key, but you have to get your own. You can call whatever you want to app. You have to provide your API key, and here you have to provide the chain which you want to use it. So I'm deployed my contract to this. That's what I'm providing here. And here I'm using this if Dapp use server side rendering. This one is very important because we are not doing the configuration in the backend. We are doing on the front end. And this is a very simple one. So that's why I have to make it true. Here I'm building the query object, and that's what I'm simply configuring. So here I have this provider, I'm parsing the configuration which we have done here. Then we are taking this Rainbow Kit provider and setting up the theme, that what color do you want. So in the project you can see we have this particular color. We have the dark one which matches our application, but you can literally configure and you can play around with this value. You can give the color, background, radius, font stack and blue overlay. Then we have the token provider, and here we have all of this. So this is the exact thing you have to do. And here we have the query. You have to create this configs and you have to import all of these packages. I hope you guys have followed me and you guys have imported in the project. Now it's time to get your API key, or you can use it, but it will not work because after completing the tutorial I'm going to simply delete this one. So you have to get your own. So to get your own, all you can do is simply come back here, connect, and it's going to give you here. This is the one which you have to click, and it's going to bring it here. There you can able to find all the configuration which you want to do through React, Next.js. That's all you will find. We are working on our Next.js project, so we can simply click here, and here you will find multiple models. So here we get an option to get a key. So if you don't have it, simply click on this and get start, and it will take you to your account. So I already have my account, and you can see this is the project which I have already created, and that's what I have used. So I can simply copy, and that's what I can simply provide here. This is the exact key I have. Got it? So to create a new key, all you can do is you can simply come back here and you will find all the things, all the details right up here. So to create a new key, you can click on this project, and here you will have this option. This is the one which I have created. You can also do the verification in your domain if you want. I can simply click here and you have to give the name of the project. So I'll say new ICO Dapp, and here you have to provide the URL. So I'll go back to the blockchain coder. I hope you guys are familiar with this, and I'm going to provide it, but make sure you have to provide the actual domain, and click on this, and here you have to pick the framework which you want to use it. So I'll go with this WebKit, or I can simply click here for the time being, and I click on this create because I'm not using any one of these packages. All I need is my API key. Got it? This is what I need. I can simply copy that one, and that's what I can simply paste. So if you click on this project, you will find the two which we have created. You can click on this, the one which you have created, and you can simply copy that, and that's what you can simply paste here. Got it? You got your key. Now you are ready to connect. So simply open up your browser, come back to the application, and reload the page, and you will see, you will find multiple options. So we are connected with that. I'm going to simply disconnect myself. I can here, I can simply connect with the MetaMask, and it's going to open this model, and I can simply connect. Perfect. If you want to connect with the Web3 model, you can do that very easily. You can simply click here, and you can see you have the Rainbow. So if you have a Rainbow wallet, you can simply scan it and you can connect. If you want a Coinbase, and it's going to do the authentication. So it's working. Just wait. Here I have to simply do the authorization. So you can see this app using the custom schema. This should be only be testing purpose. Okay, so I'll simply say approve, and it's going to connect, and you can see it's connected and it's created my account, brand new account on Coinbase, and I got all of these details. In the same way, I can use any other wallet provider. So I can simply use wallet connect, and I'm going to say scan in my phone, and it's going to be connected. or you can simply pick any other provider if you want. So if I want to go with this any other provider, click on this open, and it's going to give you multiple options. You can simply select, and you're going to use any other wallet provider which you want. So if I want to go with this one, I can simply click, and it's going to take me here because I don't have my account. So I have to do the sign up and install that all, and then I can able to utilize it. So this is the latest what we are using in our Rainbow kit. I would encourage you to follow the complete playlist. You will understand everything, that what logic we have implemented, how we are interacting with our smart contract. So this is a very simple setup, and that's how you can add the multiple wallet provider in your existing project. So only thing you have to do is to come back here, install these 4 packages. You can also get it from the Rainbow kit. Then you can come back to the app.js. There you have to simply import. This is the import. This is the Web3 provider and the networks which you want to provide it. And here we have to do the configuration, query, and that's all you have to wrap here, and it will work absolutely fine. So that's the only thing from my end. I hope you guys follow along with me. Make sure to watch the complete project. You will understand every single thing. You can simply click. I like to use MetaMask a lot because it's very convenient for me, and all the assets, all my real accounts already in MetaMask. So that's why I use MetaMask. Is the one of the popular wallets you will find when it's come to a crypto space. So make sure to check all the project. You will understand everything, which is very important, that how things are coming together. And by the way, when you will get the final source code, this is the 3 folder you will get. So in this you will have the complete source code of the project with the normal feature we have included. You will get the starter file, and here we have the updated code in which I have done the update of this wallet provider. So all you have to do is to simply replace your key, and it will work absolutely fine. So all of these setups I have already done in this update folder, which is already given to all of you guys in the final source code. So to get the starter file, all you can do is come back here in the blockchain coder, go back to the source code section, and here you will find all the project we have built on our channel. This is very important, all the project we have built here in the channel. So you can simply click on this get now, and you will come back here, simply download the starter file and start following the tutorial. You can simply watch the video. In that I have explained that how you can do the setup when you will get the final source code, or you can simply follow the complete project. So that's the only thing from my end. I hope you guys have understood. If you have any question, any doubt, do let me know in the comment section so I can able to help you. This is the project which you have to include, which is one of the very frequent project you will get when you will work in a decentralized finance for your clients. So this is the project which you will get because everybody wants to launch their token, ICO, Dapp, presale. So that's the only thing from my end. If you have any question, any doubt, do let me know in comment section. So do let me know in the comment section. With that, I'm ending this video. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye. So now let me show you that what exactly you have to do when you will get the final source code, because I have given the final source code as well and all the starter files on the blockchain coder. So you can simply come back to the source code section. Here you will find the starter file and the final source code. So you can simply come and take it. But now let me show you that if you take the final source code, what exactly setup you have to do, how you can deploy, and what are the changes you have to do from your end to launch your own token as a ICO. So once you will download the final source code, this is the zip file you will get. Make sure to unzip that and you will get this ICO folder. In that we have the entire source code of the project. So this is the folder you have to open in your VS Code. So here I have my VS Code and I have opened that particular folder. So this is the entire source code of our project. Now let me give you a quick walkthrough that what are the things we have included and how we have designed the architecture. So there are a lot of things happening in the project, but I'll show you the important things where you can do the replacement and you can launch it as soon as possible. So the very first component section we have is this one component. In that we have all the different components we are using. So this is the about, brand, contact, donate, FAQ, feature, footer, header, hero, and here we are importing all the component in one center place, and then we are exporting and using our home page. Then we have the loader, honor, we have the pop-up, progress, roadmap, sidebar, team, token, token information, transfer currency, transfer token, update address, update price. So all of these components we have here inside the component folder. And here we have the context. In that we are doing all the magic of our application. So in that the very first file we have is the constants. If you come back in here, we are using these 3 packages. I hope you guys are pretty familiar with that. Then we have this API of the 2 different contract. So this is the API of our normal ERC20 token. So this is the API of our ERC20 token. You don't need to do any changes in that. And here we have the API of our contract, the ICO contract, which allows us to sell, buy and token. So this is the entire API I'll show you if you make the changes, then what are the things you have to do. So come back here. So here we have the API, and here we have the two demo token which I have taken for showing you the examples, token A, token B. In case if you already have your own token, all you have to do is to simply replace the address. That's the only thing you have to do. And here we have the owner of the contract. So I use the account number 2 for deploying the token. That's why I keep this address here. And this is the ICO contract address. So far clear? And here we have the network section. So literally you can deploy this contract to any network, Binance, Arbitrum, Polygon, Ethereum. I'm testing on Polygon MOI, but you can literally deploy to any other network. So right now you will see I have bunch of network which I have already configured here. That's all you will find, including the local host as well. So for example, if you want to deploy to Binance, so I have called this BSC. All you have to do is to give the chain ID, check the chain ID, and this is the name. You can call whatever you want because this name is going to reflect in the MetaMask. Here you have to give the name of the chain, the symbol and decimal point, and here you have to provide the RPC URL. So this is the one of the website I would recommend you to check for a RPC URL, and click on this. This is one of the powerful website which will provide you RPC URL for different blockchains. So like Polygon, Binance, Ethereum, Blast, Phantom, Arbitrum, all the network which you can see, you can simply pick that particular RPC URL and that's what you can provide. So if you want to deploy to Binance, so click on the Binance, and here we have the test or mainnet. So if you want to go with the mainnet, simply copy that one, and that's what you have to provide here in the RPC, because this RPC is very important. You have to provide the relevant RPC. And that's the information you have to provide. You can pick any EVM compatible, make sure to provide this relevant information, and you are good to go. So once you provide that, and once you decide to pick a specific network, simply copy that particular network name. You can call whatever you want to this name and simply copy that one, and that's what you have to provide here in the handle network switch. So when you provide that, no matter which network user is connected, it's going to automatically configure this detail in the MetaMask, so the user don't need to do configuration manually. For example, let me show you. So if I come back to the MetaMask, and right now you can see I have this network configuration, but what if the user don't have this one? So this particular feature will automatically configure and add this network and switch the network to the network where we have deployed our contract and where we have a specify. So this is the entire network configuration which you can do, and you can deploy to any network. Hope things are clear. And here we have some regular function which you don't need to worry about it, because here you don't need to do anything. These are the some regular function we have. Simply close this one, come back to the index, and here you will find all the thing we are doing. We are using all of these packages. Here we have the constants, and here we have the DAB name. So if you want to deploy to Binance, you can change the symbol and it will change in all the places. You can change the network, it will change in all the places, and you can call whatever you want to your token, and you don't need to do anything in here. So here we are fetching all of these details from the contract, and that's what we are sending. So you don't need to do any changes here because every single thing is dynamic. Same goes with the buy. So this one is also a dynamic one. Here we have this function for withdraw token. So this function will allow you to take the entire token out of the contract. Here we have the update token. This will change the token address. This will change the token price. Here you can able to click and receive the donation from this function. Here we have the transfer ether function, and here we have the transfer token function, which is a global one. And that's all we are exporting from here, so we can utilize it. So that's all we have here in the index file. You don't need to do any changes in here. All you have to do is to simply provide the contract address right up here, your ICO contract address, and here you have to provide the account which you will use to deploy your contract, and these are the demo which I have already explained you. So that's what we have in the context. So simply close this one. Now come back to the contract. In that we have two different contracts. First one is ERC20 token. You can literally create your new token. If you don't have, you can simply use remix ID to deploy. I'll show you how you can do that. So this is the entire smart contract for our token ICO. So here we have the last function is withdrawal. Then we have this transfer ether, transfer of honor, which is the donation one, and here we have this particular function called get token details. You can build this function in the front end, but it is better to build in the smart contract, so you can calculate all the pricing, all the details internally within the token ICO contract, so it will not create any conflict. Here we have the buy function. Here we have the multiplier to tackle the overflow and underflow, and here we have the update pricing and update token. This can only call by the owner of the contract. So this is what we have in our token ICO contract. So if we come back to the pages, in that we have 3 different pages. So first one is app. Here we have done the configuration for all the JavaScript libraries. Here we have managed our context management. We have done the import, and we have taken the toaster for displaying the notification message. Here we have the 404. So if there is no page, then we have to display this 404 error. Then we have this index. So here we have the import from React. Here we have all the import we have done from the component folder. Then we have this context management. Then we have the short address, which is coming from utils. So inside the utils, we have this 2 function for convert time and short address. You don't need to do anything in that. And then we have taken all the functionality we have built in our context management, like getting token details, buying, all of that. Then here we have the state variables we have taken for opening the models. Here we are fetching the information from our contract, and that's what we are displaying in our front end. Then this is the honor component, in which we have passing all of these hooks, all of this data, so we can display in our component. Then this is the pop-up component, in which we are allowing the user to buy the token. Then we have the token transfer component. Here we have this transfer currency, means transferring ether or MATIC to any wallet address. Then we have the donation component. Then we have the update price. Then we have update addresses, and here we have our header. We have built couple of logic in that as well. This is the sidebar we have. This is the hero section, where we are simply connecting wallet, setting the amount, loading details. That's all we are providing. The progress bar, that's all we are providing. And here we have all of the component. So if you want to do any editing about the details, you can simply do that. So for example, I want to change the details in the about component. So I can come back here, I can go to the about, and here I can simply replace all this text. So you can display your token information, or you can simply go with the exact one. There is no problem here. So you can go with the exact one. Looks good. If you want to change the images, you can simply change the images very easily. So you can simply come back here in the public folder. Inside the public folder, you have this assets. Inside the asset, we have the images. Inside that, we have multiple folders, so you can check in which folder we are. So you can simply create your own folder, and from there you can simply provide the images. Got it? It's pretty straightforward. I have built this architecture so you guys will not confuse. So this is what we have in the public folder. Now close this one, come back to the style. So here we have done all the imports of our CSS file, and here we have written couple of custom CSS for loader and all. That's what we have. Then you have seen the utils folder. This is the utils folder we have. You don't need to do anything in here. Now simply close this one. This is the next config. You don't need to do anything. Let it be like that. And here we have the instruction which I have provided to all of you guys. So once you will get the final source code, how you can do that. Obviously, I'm going to explain that also in this particular video, so you don't need to refer to this. So simply close this one. So this is what exactly you will get in the final source code. Now you have to follow the exact step which I'm following right now, from installation to deploying the contract and replacing the addresses and putting into the contract some token. So first thing, open up your terminal, and here you can see I'm into this particular directory. The very first thing you have to do is to install all of these packages. So all of these packages we are installing. I'm using XCS, Web3 model, React icon, toaster, and we have this ether, dov, and formspare. So this is what I have all here. So let's install the package. But before we install the package, I would suggest you to check your node version. So type node node-v. So currently I'm using this node version and I'm not having any issue. Same goes with the npm-v. I'm using this particular version. So no matter which node version you are using, whether you are using the latest one or the old one, first try to install. If you get any error, then I would suggest you to simply downgrade or upgrade your node version to this, and it will work absolutely fine. So I'm going to simply clear my terminal and I'm going to install all of these packages. Simply type npm I, hit enter, and it's going to install the packages. Here I'm getting a couple of warning that it's saying that I have to use this particular node version to use the latest version of Next.js, but I'm going with the old one. I don't have any issue with the old one. I'm going to simply clear my terminal. So I have cleared my terminal. Now I can simply start the application. So here we have the script called dev. So type npm run dev. Here our application got started. So when you will get the final source code, I would suggest you to simply install and run the application, because the contract is already deployed and I have already provided this address here. So it will work absolutely fine. Even you can buy the token which I have provided in my ICO. So before you deploy the contract and change the address, let's test this out. We already did a while ago. So I'll click on this localhost and our application will open. straight away in our browser. Here we have our application. It's fetching the information of our contract and is going to display that. So here we got that, all the details. If we click on purchase, here we have that this much token is available. You can simply put an amount like buy the token, 5 token, and you can pay this much fund and you will buy the token. So I would suggest you to buy a couple of token, the token which I have provided, so I can get some free faucet for testing different contract, because nowadays it's very hard to get these test faucet, very hard. So once the transaction will complete, you will have this token and the fund will be transferred to my address. So just wait, the transaction in the pending state, and here the transaction got completed. Here it's loading, and if you click on this purchase, this went down to 43. So we have successfully bought the token. So this everything is working absolutely fine. You can come back here and you can check everything is working fine. Now come back to the code. Now let's start deploying our contract. So first thing, I'm going to close this one, and here I have this particular 2 contract. So this is the ERC20 token contract. So if you already have your token, then you can simply use the token for an ICO. But if you don't have token, so you can simply take this one. You can use remix ID for deployment, which I will show you, and you can simply provide the address. So let's come back here. Let's deploy this token contract, because I already have my token. That's what I'm going to use it, but I will show you both the examples. So all you have to do is to simply select and copy. And again, I want to tell you, if you make any changes in your smart contract, then you have to provide the updated API of the smart contract. You have to replace with the updated one. So come back here, we're going to replace. I'll show you how you can replace that. So simply select all, copy. Once you copy that, come back, open up your remix ID, because we're going to use remix ID for deploying our contract. So here we are back on remix ID. Go to the contract section and make sure to create a file. If you don't know, you can click on this and you can create a file with this Sol extension. But I already have this ICO, so in that I'm going to simply paste. So I'm going to simply select this one, remove, and I'm going to paste the code. Just click OK. Right now we don't have any issue in our code. Everything is working absolutely fine. You can see it's got successfully compiled, and here we have our contract. Now come back here in the deployment section, click on this, and here you have to click on this injected provider. So here we have these 2 options, because I have 2 wallet, Phantom wallet and MetaMask. You can pick any wallet, but I would suggest you to go with the MetaMask. Click on MetaMask, and you have to open your MetaMask, and make sure you have to pick the network which you want to use for deploying your contract. I'm going to use this Polygon test network, so that's why I'm selecting this one. And I already have this much fund. So if you want to deploy to Polygon and if you don't have this fund, so let me show you how you can get that, because this fund you need to deploy your contract. If you don't have fund, you will not able to deploy the contract. So click here and type Poly Faucet. Click on the very first link. You will come here, and from here you can claim free faucet, which you can use for testing your contract and deploying to Polygon. Right now I'm getting this option to connect Discord to get token. I have already connected my Discords and authorized myself and joined their community. That's why you can see I have this much token, faucet token. But when you will come for the very first time, it will tell you to join Discord. So click on this. It will take you to the authorization page of the Discord. There you have to click on authorize. And once you authorize, it will tell you to join the Discord. As I have already joined there, that's why it's automatically redirect me here. So from here you have to change the network. So we're going to use this Polygon POS, and I have to paste the address which I want to use for getting the faucet. I'm going to use this account number 2. So I'll simply click on this and I'll paste here and click on this submit. This is going to transfer the fund, this much fund, to my wallet address. So click on this confirm, and probably the transaction will fail because I have done the transaction in the morning. That's why you can see I have this much fund available. But in your case, the fund will come back to your wallet address. So once you have the fund, now you are ready to deploy the contract. So come back to the code, and here we have already selected the network, and this is the account which I'm using, the account number 2, and I have enough fund in that so I can use to deploy the contract. So now come back here, and all you have to do is to select the contract. So right now we have this 2-1. So click on this, and this is the one we have to pick, token ICO. Click on this deploy. It's going to deploy our contract to the Polygon network. All you have to do is to simply confirm the transaction. You can see the transaction in the pending state in your MetaMask. Once the transaction will complete, it will give you the interface of your contract. So you can literally interact with your ICO contract right from Remix ID. So if you open this one, In that you will find all the function we have here. So from here you can easily able to update your token addresses, you can update the token price. That's all you can do right from here. So our ICO contract successfully got deployed. Now I'm going to simply click copy, come back here, close this one, and we can come back here, constant, and here I have to provide the new address. So I'll simply take this one and replace. This is the address which I have got just now. I have deployed my contract. So this is the first thing. So if you already have your token, then you can simply define the address of the token and the price from here, or you can use it, the application. From there you can define. So right now you can see there is no token available. That's why we are getting this error message. So I would suggest you that you should define it from here for the very first time, but after that you can simply change it from here. So what I will do, I'm going to simply come back my code, and I'm going to use the same existing same token. So this is the token I'm going to use. Simply copy this one, come back here, and I'm going to provide it here. Make sure you are connected with the MetaMask with the same network where you have deployed. Don't need to do the changes or reload the page. Simply click on this transaction. Is going to open the MetaMask, and here we are setting up our token in our ICO contract. So this is the first thing you have to do. Once you deploy ICO contract, you have to set the token right from here. Got it? That looks good. Our token got successfully set in our contract. Now we have to set the price of our token. So come back here, and we have to call this way to way converter. Click on the very first link, and you have to provide the price in terms of way. So here we have this calculator. So I want to set my token price to be 0001. This much price I want to set, and you have to take this way, copy this one, come back here, and that's what you have to provide here, and simply click on transaction. So this is the price we're going to set for our token. Whenever someone will purchase, this much fund they have to pay per token. Click on confirm. So these are the two things you have to do. Once you will deploy the ICO contract, you have to update your token address and the price. If I click on the MetaMask, the transaction went through. Transaction successfully went through. Now if you come back to the application, if you reload the page, you will see right now we don't have any issue because token price is there and token address is there. If you click on this purchase, you will see the price. We have set this price, and right now there is 0 token available, and this is the token we have. So close this one. Now this progress bar is also 00, but we can simply update that. So what I will do, I'll come back here, and I'm going to use this tool, and I'm the admin. You can see I'm connected with the same wallet address, so I can simply transfer the token to my wallet address. So all I have to do is to come back here, paste the token address. It will give you the balance, that how much balance you have and all the details about the token. So I have enough fund. I have to take the contract address. This is the contract address. Copy that one, and that's what I have to paste. And I want to transfer 500 token to this particular ICO contract. So transfer. It's going to transfer the token to my ICO contract, and all you have to do is to simply click confirm, and it's going to complete the transaction. And now the token is available in our ICO contract, and anybody can buy that token. So just wait. Here the sending function we are calling. Once the transaction will succeed, we'll have the token available in our ICO contract. And here the transaction completed successfully. Here the page reloads. Just wait. It's loading the data, and if you click on this, you will find that this much fund is available. This balance also got updated, and here we have the token updated. So if I want to purchase, I can click here and I can simply buy. So I will buy with 50 quantity. This much fund I'm paying. I can go with 50, not 90. Click on this and confirm transaction, and the transaction will complete and will buy the token successfully. And here we have bought the token successfully. Just wait. Here you can see we bought 50 token. This progress bar also went up. So this is how you can sell your existing token for an ICO. But for those of you who don't have their token and they want to create token and then put for an ICO, so that's also a very easy process. I have given you this smart contract. All you have to do is to simply select, come back to the remix ID, and here we come back to the file. Make sure to create a file and call whatever you want. So I'll say ERC20.sol. Hit enter, and that's the code I'm going to paste here. You can call whatever you want to your token. So for example, I'll say Amit Kandu and say AG, whatever you can call to your symbol. And this is the supply I want to provide. And the moment I will deploy my token, I will be the signer, means the account I'm using will be the owner of the contract. So this particular account will be owner of this particular token. You can put any supply. So if I copy this one and if I take you back to here, way to converter, if I paste here, you will see that I'm putting this much supply to my token. But I can increase this and decrease this, so I'll go with this one. I'll simply copy, and that's what I have to simply provide here. So this supply should be in terms of way. So this is the supply I want. You can simply come here and paste how much, check how many supplies you want to provide. So I'm going to go with this number. So simply copy this way, and that's what you have to paste here. So all set. Now all you have to do is to simply come back here, and here we are already connected with the same network, and this is the token which I want to deploy, the blockchain coder. That's the contract name. Now click on this deploy. It's going to open the MetaMask. Click on confirm, and here we are deploying our token. Once the token will deploy, it will give you the same interface and all the function for your contract. So here you can see we got the interface. We can simply interact with our token right from here. So copy the token address, come back here, and that's what you can simply provide here. So I'm going to simply say replace this one, and I'll say C token C. Token C. This is the token which I'm going to sell right now. So this is how you can create your token. If you copy this one and if you come back to the application, and if I take you to this tool and if I take you to the transfer, you can see, you can paste the address and you will find that this token is successfully created and it has this much supply in your address. You will see the name, you will see the symbol. So everything is working fine, everything is dynamic. So that looks good. We have successfully created our token. Now come back to the remix ID. So we have deployed these two contracts successfully. Again, I'm telling you, if you make any changes in your ICO contract, you have to provide the updated API. So to get the updated API, come back here and go back to the artifact, and inside the artifact you will find this particular one. Here we have this token ICO, and that's the API we need. So simply copy this one, come back here in the code, and that's the only thing you have to replace here. So select all of this, delete and paste here. So this is the updated API of our contract. So if you make any changes in your ICO contract, make sure to provide the updated API, and this is how you can get. So whatever name you have called to your contract, that's the name you will get as an API, and you have to simply copy, and that's what you have to paste. And you don't need to do anything for the ERC20 API, because this is the global API we have used and it is compatible with all the tokens. So you don't need to replace here. It will work with any token. But when you make any changes in the ICO contract, make sure to provide the updated API. And this is how we can do that. So looks good. Looks good. We have provided this. And now we can use this particular token to sell in our ICO. So come back here, go back to the application. And right now you will see that we have this much token for sell. So I'll come back here. I'm going to withdraw the entire token. So we can use different token for an ICO to show you that it's working absolutely fine. Confirm. Here we have, you can see the MetaMask, the transaction is the pending stake, and now we're going to simply withdraw the entire token out of the contract. So finally the transaction got completed and we have withdrawn the entire token. So just come here and wait. You will see that the token is 0, 50 and 50. So this progress bar went to 100, means there is no token available for sell. So now you can click here, you can come back to the update token, click here, and you can simply paste the address of the token which you want to use for sell. So I'm going to go with the C. This is the one we have created just now, and we'll pass the address. It's going to give us the fund that it's a Amit Gandu token and AG is the symbol. So click on this. It's going to open the MetaMask, and now we have to simply confirm the transaction. And now we are ready to sell this particular token at this price. You can also update the price. There is no problem in that. Once the transaction will complete, this token will be available in our ICO contract. And here you can see the change happened quickly. So right now the active token is AG, and we have already sold this much as a previous token. Now what I will do, I'll simply come back here and I have to transfer the token to my ICO contract. So what I will do, I'll simply come here, I'll paste the address of the token. Now I have to get the address of the contract. So copy this one, come back here, I'm going to paste here. You can see the supply, and I want to transfer 1000 token. Click on this transfer token. Once you will click on the transfer token, it's going to make a call, and there you can able to find, click on this confirm, and the transaction is completed. It's in the pending state. Once the transaction will complete, this token will be available. And you can see sometime MetaMask failed to pick the transaction, but our transaction went successfully, and here it says failed. So you should always check your block explorer. Our transaction is succeeded, but it's saying fail, but we got the data here. So everything is working fine. Now you can able to sell the token. So we have successfully provided the supply. Now click on this, and now this much supply we have. You can buy. I want to buy 5 token. This much money I will pay, and I click on this buy token, and here I am successfully buying the token which I have listed, the new token for an ICO. So click on confirm, and here the transaction went through successfully. It's in the pending state, but it will complete soon. Once it will complete, you will see the fund will go down for the token, and the token will come back to our wallet address from the ICO contract. So finally the transaction got completed. It went to 55, and here we got that data updated. So this is what exactly you're going to build, and this is what exactly you will get in the final source code. Everything is working absolutely fine. All you have to do is to simply change the contract address, and literally you can use any token and start selling. Once you deploy ICO contract, make sure to update your token address which you want to use it, and the price. These are the 2 things you have to do. Now after that, you can come to our application and you can do all the transaction, and you can update all the pricing and the token anytime the way I have explained. So I hope you guys have understood that what exactly you have to do when you will get the final source code, and this is what exactly you will get. Everything is working absolutely fine. So I hope you guys have understood that what's coming up in the project and how you have to build, what are the architecture we're going to follow, what are the things we have in the project. So this is what you will get in the final source code, and this is what exactly we're going to code. So if you have any question, any doubt, do let me know in the comment section. I'll definitely try to help you and respond to that. So with that, I'm ending this video. Have a wonderful day.